Good morning and welcome to the state of Florida. Could be wild today. Take a look at what happened yesterday as the record books were rewritten out here on the second qualifying day. Now we're down to semifinals Saturday, and that is your tournament leader in action yesterday, landing one of two 9-pounders in a row, almost back to back, in order to totally take over the top spot in this tournament. Oh my gosh. Didn't happen right off the bat. He had to have sort of a veteran's discipline and restraint in order to stick it out at that spot right there, and you can bet he's going to be back there today. Or will he? We got so many questions to answer in the second stop of the year on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Champion Power Bassmaster Elite on Lake Okeechobee. Down to 50 anglers from the original 102 who started out 2 days ago. And they're going to do everything within their power to make it into the top 10. That's the way you get a shot on Championship Sunday coming up tomorrow. Man, oh man, what we have seen today is just incredible. The leader from day number one, that's him right there, Greg DiPalma. He outbeat the field by many pounds, but still finds himself 10 pounds back to start this day. How does that happen? Well, we've seen a lot of things that we have not seen before on Bassmaster Live. Hope you can join us for the next 3 hours. There's the standings as it stands right now. Guys have been fishing for about an hour, and Brandon Palaniuk, of course, maintaining a giant, almost 10-pound lead, originally over Greg DiPalma. Will Davis Jr., who's fishing in the same area as Brandon Palaniuk, just like Gregory, is in second place now. He has been at work. We will see some of that action. You know, Brandon Palaniuk, after having set the new record for the biggest limit ever with the elites here on this lake, will he do something else today? What do you think, Brandon?
We're running with the same game plan today. Pretty much the same game plan day 1 and 2, and probably 3 and 4. We've got one pretty special area that has had some amazingly giant bass in it. I mean, we had 34-10 yesterday, and had 2 9-pounders, a 7 3/4. It's insane. There was an 8-11 or 8-10 caught there the first day. There's so many big ones. I just don't know how many are left.
Incredible. What a day. We're going to watch this plenty of times today. Those 2 9-pounders back to back that he put into the boat to gain about a 10-pound advantage over second place and 20 pounds over third place. Just unbelievable. Brandon Palaniuk will be out there again today. It did not come in the terms of numbers of fish yesterday, but that is the number that counts the most. 34 pounds, 10 ounces.
58 pounds and an ounce.
For 58 pounds total for 2 days.
Power equipment, Bassmaster Elite on Lake Okeechobee. Boom, boom, double.
Well, we're getting ready to go here and see what happens today. Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore. Peter Mueller joins us as well. Mike Sukon. Guys, I have no words for that. That took us by surprise. We didn't think it was going to happen in this spot where it had happened the day before, but then it happened and it was even more powerful.
And he stuck it out. He did 1 hour of like 27, 28 pounds. That is absolutely incredible. They call him the Prodigy.
Let's take a look at Lake Okeechobee here. That is our playing field today. And there's one angler in our top 10 who has a Florida mail address, and he is a well-known and a big favorite coming into this place. And that, of course, is John Cox.
Oh God! Hey guys, good morning, man. We jumped from 48th to 6th place yesterday. It was an incredible day. I was going out there to just try to make that top 50, get a check, and man, it worked out. We were grinding. We caught a big one. Middle of the day, but really grinded. But man, did it turn on at the end of the day? Stuff started happening. The whole place came alive. I mean, there was bait in there, pads were kicking, reeds were kicking. I mean, there was just a lot of life happening. We made 3 big coals right at the end, and man, I'm excited. We could go in there. It could be another grind, which is fine, but we could also go in there and really catch them today. So I don't know. It's gonna be fun. Stay tuned, and hopefully, we'll catch some big ones today.
John Cox, we are fingers crossed we'll be able to see him today. He's a big fan favorite, but he's very enigmatic in that he goes away and hides, runs away, and we can have a hard time finding him. But we think we might be with him for a good bit of today. We certainly hope so. We'll be with this man for sure. Will Davis, been in the top 3 throughout the course of this tournament. And this was earlier today. All of a sudden he had a mountain to climb and work to do after day number 2.
Smoked that song going. I'm talking about that beast hook. That beast hook.
Tommy, we got to see him fish with the leaders. He was second place coming into day 2 of this event. It didn't go as he had planned, but he had left the main area and was able to catch some fish elsewhere, gain some confidence elsewhere. Maybe he goes back to the community hole, the spot that everyone is thinking about and dreaming about, but at least we know he can catch fish elsewhere. He's got a limit. Doing it on a swim jig today. Yesterday he did it on a jerk bait. Day 1 he said he did it on dragging a worm. And so he's gotten 3 different deals. Who knows what tomorrow would hold for him, but he just wants to secure his spot in Championship Sunday tomorrow. Well, he's definitely off to a good start. You know, when you're 9-10 pounds behind the leader, first thing in the morning and you're slinging bass into the boat, first thing before anyone else has even got to the spots yet, you're having a great start to your day.
This was that special place that got exposed day number 1. 4 anglers fished this spot, and all 4 landed in the top 10. Timothy Doobie, the 10th place angler, says, yeah, it's a community hole, our community. It's my community. So these guys are fairly guarded about it, but they all praised each other for the spirit of cooperation as they are dividing the fish in there. And what we've seen come from there, especially yesterday, has been jaw-dropping.
When you think about it, Tommy, you had 4 in the top 10. You had the top 3 anglers all on this spot. Yesterday, it was not easy. A lot of them left, and they're all still in the top 11. Whether they're fishing there or not, they've sampled from it enough to still stay in contention for this event. Tim Doobie only dropping to 11th place with 4 fish yesterday, but still right there in contention.
And there's that respect factor where they come in there and everybody knows, hey, these guys had this spot the last 3 days. We're going to let them ride. You know, let's not encroach upon their bass fishery.
Brandon Palaniuk out there had to wait a long time. That big explosion, 9-pounders, did not happen until the clock ticked past noon yesterday. He had one decent one at the boat at that time. And all those fireworks for Brandon, not the only big story, as you mentioned, Ronnie, the great comeback stories like Will Davis, Greg DiPalma as well, not having success here on day 2 and going out and making something out of nothing.
And really having confidence in the other thing, but now he knows he has survived the lull and didn't die with the spot. And now he can come and focus on it this morning. You've got Brandon Palaniuk, who's hooked up right now.
It just came off.
Oh, it just lost it.
It's 2 big ones I've lost. Not feeling so good now. Not feeling so good now. It's 2 big bites I've lost this morning.
Tell me, it's one thing to not get bites. It's one thing to lose the bites.
Why?
Yeah, that's
Yesterday could do no wrong.
lower right hand, our lone rookie in the top 10 today. Bo Browning is in there. Had a great day yesterday, only 13 pounds on day number 1, but 25-12 on day number 2 to rocket up the leaderboard and land himself in here. Fished his way onto the Elite Series in part by his performance down here last year in 2024 on the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. So Bo Browning, young star on the rise, and we'll keep our eyes be in the boat with him all day.
Man, I'm feeling everything, I guess. It's kind of surreal to be second Elite Series tournament of my life, you know, and to be in the hunt, you know. And I say I'm in the hunt, I'm right there where I need to be to have an opportunity if things fall in my direction, you know. So I'm excited to get back out there. I had a big day yesterday and kind of left them biting. But I'm ready to go out there and see what they're doing today. You know, I feel like they should still be around there somewhere. I just gotta find them, and you know, if they moved, I gotta relocate them. If not, I gotta figure out how to catch them where they're at. But I'm really feeling confident about it. I've got my parents here supporting me, so I mean, to have them here at this one with a good tournament going on, it's a crazy feeling. But I can't wait to get out there today and just dissect it and see what the Lord's got in store for us.
This was earlier today with Bo Browning. Getting himself on the board, getting something, that's going to be a keeper that will go into the live well. And that's very important.
He started 44th yesterday, caught a 6-pounder pretty early, and he had a late 5.11 that got him to our second biggest bag of the day, 25 pounds, 12 ounces.
Easy. Stay.
Son of a longtime elite.
Yeah, his dad, Stephen Browning, many years on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yeah, you get to be a young man, but you're somewhat of a veteran because you've been around the process. You know what it takes to get
You
here.
have some
You've heard the
institutional
stories.
memory.
Same thing with Will Davis, growing up in the fishing industry. Oh, that's a good one.
That's a nice one.
It is a good one.
You guys talked about Will's fishing acumen, how he's just kind of that stealthy sharpshooter, and if you could combine all the great attributes of a fisherman, he pretty much has them all.
Yeah.
And laid out.
Two-time national champion of the Bass Nation. That's the
Back
amateur.
to back. Never been done before.
Yeah, the amateur tournament platform in the Bassmasters tournaments.
Did he beat the leader at Lay Lake, his home body of water, by 2 ounces?
Who was that leader,
Palaniuk.
Such?
Brandon Palaniuk, our leader today.
There's John Cox. Rare and early sighting of the great John Cox.
Wow, so there's a lot in there. They're not, Oh. I was gonna say they just don't want to bite.
They call that an insta-bass.
Yeah,
Hits the
that was a
water,
big one,
instantly
yeah.
bites it in the boat.
Swim jig. Wow, that was crazy. He like popped that pad. I was like, oh, no wonder they didn't get the frog. They're probably too small. Oh, jeez. Let them over here. Yeah.
The day began, John Cox, after a tournament and a half, is leading our Angler of the Year race by 2 points over John Garrett. Both of them are trying to make our top 10.
Let's now take a look at David Gaston. David starting today in 5th place on the strength of this right here.
Oh, man.
Giant bass! Oh boy! The whole time we've been in Florida, we have not had a double digit, and we may just be seeing.
Yeah, that is the official 10th largest bass in the history of the Elite Series.
That's been weighed in, yes. 10th largest, 11.5 pounds. It adds to the 75th double-digit bass caught in the 20 years of the Elite Series. 75th on the board.
And he
You know,
bumps
when
out of
you
the
do
top
these,
10 last year's
you know,
Classic
1
winner.
pounder or
Had an 11.7 last
a
year.
really big one. So it's kind of, you just got to take your time and fish a little bit. There's a lot of fish in here, and you know, you can make the same pass 5 or 6 times and then go down at the 7th time and catch 3 of them. So it's kind of, I don't know if it's really a timing deal, and it's just so random you can't pattern them. You just know where they're at, and you know, you'll have like a couple-hour window where they go to eating. And you know, first day I had a lot of bites in the morning. Yesterday I didn't hardly catch anything in the morning. You know, I had a late, you know, limit. So it's just all about keeping your head down and fishing, staying in one spot, and not try to run around and spin yourself out. What's going to happen is going to happen. Just best to, if you know you got big ones in the area, you need to fish. You know, I had 23 out here yesterday, and you know, Bryant, he had 21, and he never had a big fish. So it's kind of, well, he had a 6-pounder, but still, he didn't have no giants. So they're in here. It's just a matter of hitting that right time and to get on the bite.
David Gaston of Alabama has been fishing the Bassmasters for 11 years, mostly in the
A lot
opens.
of boat traffic, a lot of locals. Imagine there'd be a lot more today. But we got high hopes, so. Just got to execute on the ones that do decide to buy it.
Now, if you knock out an 11.8 on day number 2, it's going to be hard to impress yourself on day number 3. You're a little bit spoiled. He talked about someone also fishing the area had a 6. Said he didn't have any big ones. You could say that.
Yeah, and he broke that record, the Lake Okeechobee Elite Series, biggest fish, of all time in the Elite Series in that lake. Spoke to him last night. I congratulated him on that fish, and we have the same affinity for offshore fishing. He's out of Alabama catching marlin, swords, tunas. He's pretty well versed in all the fishing styles.
Yeah, he said it's the biggest fish he ever caught on stage, but he caught a tuna that was many multiples the size of that.
Alabama state record, 831 pounds,
Oh,
Tommy.
my gosh, Suits, you have got the sweet stats dialed in today early. We are going to get going here. Brandon Palaniuk still waiting for his first bite of the day. Will Davis Jr., though, with a limit in the boat. And John Garrett came up the leaderboard yesterday. Just under the top 10. He has entered the top 10 way up there in 3rd place. Moving is going on semifinal Saturday. The Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Anglers have been out there a little over an hour fishing time, counting the travel time. Let's make it an even hour. For most of them, the full field of 50 who are out there today is one of the locals right there, out here taking in the action. We are coming off a day that we're still kind of shaken a little bit from. And Brandon Palaniuk also has a right to be shaken a little bit on this day. There's so much that he moved the earth yesterday with 2 9-pounders in the row.
Leading the Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite. Day number 2. You just witnessed history.
To lead a tournament, it takes constant adjustment and changes throughout the event, right? I mean, you got 3 days of practice, 4 days of a tournament. If you're gonna win a tournament, very rarely are you able to do the same thing with the same baits in the same spot. Generally you have to change something in your area or your arsenal.
We saw a lot of people yesterday, guys, when it got slow, not a lot of current flow, had to reposition. A lot of them fishing slower baits, more finesse. He went opposite. He went more aggressive. He had a big jerk bait, big crank bait, prototype as well. And so he was mixing it up with a lot of aggressive treble hook baits.
He cracked the code, and that was the key. Stay there. He knew the fish were there. He cracked the code with a big profile bait and scored as big as you can score. I mean, he broke the record.
That outcome was so unbelievable, you're not even sure he believed it himself there at first. Let's get out to Brandon Palaniuk live.
Oh my gosh, almost had it. Get it. Got her. Stay on there. She's got one hook. One hook. Got you. Oh, not a giant.
That's insurance right there.
Those last 2 felt, but hey, it's a bite on the old Canada.
That's what he started his morning with yesterday, Tommy, before he went to the crankbait, the Canada. It's a
Not far off the Spanish term of carnada, which is bait in Spanish.
4 9s, we'll be all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Same way you started yesterday, as you
2
said.
3/4.
In fact, a little ahead of schedule from yesterday.
Yes. Especially if he says he already lost 2 fish today and then he lands that one. He's had
Which I've
3
had a couple
bites.
big bass do that this week. You'll have one chasing it, and then all of a sudden one just shoots up. And usually when they do that, you get them. Like, they're coming because they get competitive. And it's been, I mean, I was about to say it's been a slow morning, but it's been almost exactly the same as yesterday morning. In fact, we were just leaving the dock about this time yesterday. So technically we're ahead of schedule compared to yesterday. My first bite yesterday was a 4-pounder. The first day was a 4-pounder. So I'd like to kick it off with another good one. I've had a couple good missed opportunities that just came off for no reason. I don't feel like I did anything wrong on either one of them. They just came off. I've been seeing a few. Oh, did you see that one just turn on my jerkbait? Oh, I can't see her in all those crappie. She's still chasing it. Look at her, right behind it. Oh, oh, oh gosh. Get it, get it. See how slow they're moving though? Here, turn around on it. You can see your tail spin around. See how she lost interest, how she just stopped and held? Like felt the boat presence or something. That one's still coming. That one's at like 20. Slow. Sometimes when your bait starts coming up, they'll get more active because they know that the surface is like a ceiling for them, and they know they can pin the bait up against the surface, so they'll, you know, if your bait starts to move up toward the surface, that's what a bait would naturally do, right? It tries to run away, but the bass knows that when it gets to the surface, that bait fish is done for. So it'll get them active. A lot of times if I'm throwing a jerk bait, you know, and I see one start chasing, it's like twitch, 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 I'll actually turn my rod tip up and try to get those, you know, the balancer system to kick back and almost get that bait to shoot up real quick and then snap it back down, and that, a lot of times that'll trigger a bite.
That's some great,
incredible
stuff there from Brandon. We'll be able to maybe see his bait in action on the graph and explain it. Those aren't all bass. We've seen crappie get caught there, or specks as they call them in Florida. We've seen a gar show up as well in those regions, and so those aren't all bass, but there's some big bass there, no doubt, and we'll hopefully see him interact with it.
Oh boy.
Shout out to David Gaston.
That's quite a lot of pressure on that stick right there. Nice.
Good start.
He ain't that big.
That's what I would exactly expect someone to say about a 4-pounder when they caught an 11.8 yesterday, Tommy.
Yeah.
4-pounder for those that will hump. That's a very good fish at Okeechobee right now. That is one.
Comparatively, this is nothing.
That's actually a good keeper for this time of day.
Absolutely,
no doubt.
It may
about
be a third of his biggest yesterday, but it is one that every single angler in the field would want today.
That's a giant, dude. That's a big.
Trey McKinney.
That's an absolute giant, dude. That's huge. Oh my gosh, how big is it? I don't know. That's a huge one, dude. I'm talking like giant. Oh my gosh, how big is it, dude? I don't know. It didn't even move. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
I love this.
Oh, that's a giant. That's a giant, dude. Oh my gosh. That's a freaking nature. I've never licked one on a Carolina rig before. So that'd be interesting, boys. I mean, it's like, I don't know how big it is. Come on, baby.
Carolina rig.
Come on, baby.
Another adjustment for young Trey.
See, I'm to my Carolina rig.
Just like Palaniuk said.
It's the first time for everything.
Arsenal.
freaking giant. Oh,
Wow. Nice.
oh my gosh. Oh, the Lord is good. Oh yeah, son. Woo. That's a thanks to everybody who's watching, everybody back home, my buddy JJ. I wish you were with me, buddy.
He was doing that left and right here on day one. Maybe not that big, though.
We were with him all day on day number 1 when he knocked out 21 pounds in this familiar looking place.
Yeah, he was the first angler over 20 pounds, and we were wondering if he'd be the only angler over 20, but some guys popped in over 20, no doubt about it, especially from that one spot. But Tommy, what's impressive about this young man, if you're just tuning in and watching, he was 18 years old when he made his debut in the Elite Series last season. I think right now, so he turned 19 within the first event or two. Now he's 20 years old this year. The young man is shown he's good on the water instinctually as well, switching up baits, but using a Nico rig and a jerkbait on day one for most of his fish. Yesterday, he only caught one pounder there. He hasn't given up on it, comes back today, Peter, is now employing a Carolina rig, just another way to present his soft plastic, and is able to catch fish that maybe weren't reacting well to his lure yesterday.
Slow start yesterday, lots of headwinds blowing on him, but he turned it around, made his way back into the top 10, and here he is.
Yeah, he turned 19 on the championship day at Toledo Bend, which he missed in 12th place. The next week, 19 years old, and 1 week, he wins at Lake Fork with almost a record weight.
20 years old now, and yes, on day one, Tommy, he was able to spend about 4 or 5 hours out in the lake fishing, able to catch one key upgrade, caught other fish as well, and really was confident out there. Yesterday, he needed it, and he was probably very pleased. He was confident out there. When his main spot dried up, Peter went to the lake, was able to cull, catch, and land basically everything he weighed in yesterday.
All right, that's not reflected there on our leaderboard, that catch right there from Trey McKinney. We're not going to keep him out of our sight today. He is so explosive. What a great young angler in action here on this day number 3 at Lake Okeechobee. The fastest racing on earth is coming to Fox. The 2025 IndyCar season gets underway at St. Petersburg. The first stop on the road to the Indy 500 tomorrow at noon Eastern, live on Fox. Lots of excitement around that. Here in the state of Florida. No, wait a minute, that's St. Petersburg.
Yeah, another country. I don't know where I'm at. Yeah,
excuse me.
Don't ask me.
All right, we need a geography lesson here. We'll get it in our spare moment and get you back on that. But a lot of excitement around that. We're coming your way tomorrow.
Hey, how about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert? John Garrett with a 7-pounder. He's also had a 5-pounder earlier. He's up to almost 17 pounds on the day from 12th to 3rd place, and he has taken over the Progressive Angler of the Year lead. Unofficial until we're done with
John Garrett won't go away in the state of Florida for sure. Made big waves on the 3rd day last week up at the St. Johns River.
31 pounds, 6 ounces, 4th place finish. Could have won. He only had 3 fish on day 4.
Yes. Heck yeah, dude. That's the kind we need. All terrain, cleanup craw. Look at that. Pre-spawner. Dude, maybe they moved in here overnight. That's a good one. Came right out from underneath that little mat. That's a clean looking fish. That's maybe a little rubbing going on, but that's the kind we need. Yes. Yeah, that's 4 1/4. Heck yeah. Still some bass in the backwater pond. I was really kind of doubting it with that north wind we got this morning, but I don't think we put a clip on her. Yes, baby.
Downey might have been celebrated a little bit more yesterday. He had an 8-pound, 8-ounce fish yesterday, jumping up from 51st.
Good tournament for Bob Downey, Minnesotan. Here. Had a tough week last week at the St. Johns River, but back in 2022, that was not the story. Had his highest finish ever. Six-year man on the Elite Series for Detroit Lakes, the state of Minnesota, but loves to fishing down in Florida. Kind of an up and down relationship with the state of Florida, but man, oh man, the second place, 22 on the St. Johns River. It kind of brought him to everyone's attention. And Bob Downey getting it done here on day number 3. Now back to this special spot out here that has played for 2 days, and a little bit today.
Known as the giving tree, the giving hole, the community hole.
That's
Everybody's there trying to work those baits, trying to figure out what they're biting on this morning. And you know, Palaniuk was saying that they were moving real slow, kind of chasing it, looking, kind of thinking about it, but then turning tail on it and going back. So he's like, man, I got to slow it down, go deep, and then bring it up to the surface because that's where they can crush them. Also, against the rocks, they'll crush it. We've all seen that a lot. So he's working that shoreline pretty hard.
On the wall. I threw up there and got it. I don't know how big it is. Oh, it's a good one. Stay on there, baby. It's not a giant, but it is a decent one. No hooks and hands, please. Thanks.
Just a little more insurance.
Definitely ahead of the schedule from yesterday from Brandon Palaniuk. He started,
got it good.
started so slow that gets forgotten in the wake of what happened in the afternoon.
That hook is drilled in the cartilage there.
Got it really good. Okay. For a 3-pounder. He's got a hole under his tongue. Funny. Yeah. 3-pounder. Thought he was bigger than that when he first came by the boat.
Put the low-profile tags on these days, huh?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
That was
A little less tangly.
Everybody likes that,
That was
yes.
pretty dang cool, though, to watch. I just saw it right on the bank, picked up the Edo shiner. It's pretty awesome. That is why we have so many rods on the deck. Because of situations like that. You have to be prepared for whatever opportunity we are given. So I talked about yesterday of using Mega Live, using Humminbird 360, things like that to see what the fish are doing, how they're acting, and then take the right baits and use those as an opportunity.
Identical 3-pounders now in the live well for Brandon Palaniuk. That is
I mean, you just can't. You can't script that up any better.
Will Davis had cut his 19-pound deficit to about 6 pounds before Palaniuk's last 2 fish. Gets him back over 11-pound lead.
Right in front of the boat. 2 feet in front of the boat.
Day 1 leader Greg DiPalma on the right, still waiting for his first keeper to come into the boat
I was
today.
getting ready to reel it up, and it about ripped the rod out of my hand.
Brandon said you have to have a rod for every single technique possible at Okeechobee. This year, at least, this edition of Okeechobee showing us a lot of diversity. I'm here in the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section with Peter Mueller, and Peter, really honestly, I could grab everything off the pegs and put it out here because someone in the field has used it this week. We talked about it yesterday. Trey McKinney using a Nico rig with a straight tail worm. The way you rig that, putting a weight in the nose of it, able to keep it vertical. You rig the hook halfway up the bait and you're able to maybe cast specifically 2 baits or 2 bass on your graph or shallow brush, things like that. You're able to drag it along the bottom and it still looks like a wacky rig, but a little bit of weight to it. But we're now seeing guys start to maybe Texas rig it and flip those reeds and things like that. There's other things that are coming into play though. We started to see a swim jig from Will Davis Jr. this morning and a chatterbait bladed jig from David Gaston. So 2 Alabama anglers using that. And do you like that approach? Early in the morning in Florida, up close to the bank, being able to fish moving baits like that?
You know, you're going to try everything. You're going to try that mid-range, you're going to try deep, and then you're going to try against a shoreline. I look at it like that shoreline bite could be very productive in the morning because they are going to push that bait up against the rocks. Like Palaniuk said, he said a lot of times they're going to push that bait up to the surface, they got nowhere to go, or up against the rocks, they got nowhere to go. And as I was talking to Tommy earlier, I said he's working that shoreline, they push it up on the rocks, and he caught a 3.5 pounder, 4 pounder.
The one other deal we've seen some guys throw topwater frogs as well, but the jerk bait has been key for Brandon Palaniuk in the morning. And so I want to show you guys what he was talking about with his electronics earlier this morning when he was talking about when you're working your jerk bait down, this is the way, when you're pulling it, that lip is pulling your jerk bait down in the water column. But he was saying when you get those fish following and chasing it, that he would snap his rod tip up and it makes that jerk bait pop up in the weight transfer system. The jerk bait starts to head towards the surface, and then once they kind of go up towards it, he jerks it back down with his rod tip down, and those fish will then commit to it. So looking like a fleeing bait fish. This isn't the exact jerk bait he's been using, the Mega Bass Katana. It's a much bigger, wider, more aggressive jerk bait, body profile wise. Been able to use it working it down, and when they show they're kind of interested in it, he starts to make it look like a fleeing bait fish towards the surface, and that's when they commit. So Brandon Palaniuk not only breaking down the baits this week for us, but also the way he's fishing them, which is very important. When they're heavily pressured, any kind of cadence switch up can really trigger them, and he has been the best at that so far.
Thank you, Bass Pro Shops. Top baits there. Good stuff from the bait and tackle outpost. Always enjoy that stuff. Take a look at the leaderboard as it stands right now. Still sort of the midsection of our morning session right here. Brandon Palaniuk started the day with an almost 10-pound lead. He's got about a 9-pound advantage over Will Davis Jr. at this point right now. Will with a limit in the boat. And John Garrett, who had a real bombshell day number 3 last week, doing the same thing again this week, apparently.
Same direction. Ready? Right. Got him. Fishing Saturday. So I'm running Mega Live 2, and I'm using it to just pan around the area. These fish are swimming around, they're moving, it's not like they're just sitting in one spot. And so you're constantly having to change your angle and your cast and your distance. And, they're up in the water column, down toward the bottom, and all of that is feedback to allow me to understand what I need to do, which bait I should pick up. Are they up high in the water column? Maybe I'll throw the glide or jerk bait. Are they down? Maybe throw a crankbait or a worm. And so it's doing those things, getting that feedback off your Mega Live. The Mega 360 allows me to understand the bottom and how it lays out, and really gives me a good picture of why those fish are there and how they're using that area, how they're utilizing it. So you pair those two up together, and it's a deadly combination. I'm gonna get choked up. Come on, come on. Oh my gosh. Come here, come here. Oh, she might be 8. Oh my gosh. You gotta be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me right now. What is happening? This is the most epic day I have ever had. Pure insanity. Pure insanity.
The most epic day I've ever had from the man who has been overachieving pretty much since he came out here
had a lot of
in
epic
2011 in the Bassmaster Classic. And back in that classic, he was doing something akin to this right now. He's fishing in a crowd, cooperating, sort of dividing up fish.
And the reason it's so good, actually, you can see a big one cruising down there out at 80. She just cruised off the screen. But then it rolls up on this, up more on this flat. And my theory is that they just chill out there. Like, that's where they hang out, eat a few crappie here and there. Like, they go out there and chill, and then when things get right, they push up and feed. And, you know, and it's just a staging area for them. That's why we're fishing in the unknown of, you don't know when they're going to decide to slide up. I feel like I have an idea, but day 1 and day 2 were almost flip-flopped. They were almost completely different. So you don't know timing-wise. You know, it's not like I can say, oh, if I sit here, they're going to roll up in the afternoon, because they do every afternoon. It's like you just got to be in the right place at the right time when they're willing to go and bite and get set up right. Like, I was seeing them and it was looking right when I got those 2 bites that I missed first thing, and then it kind of went away. And that's why I started kind of moving around. I wasn't seeing them set up like you want them to be, right? You see one here, one there, and I really haven't been able to capture any of those.
Oh, the master at work, that is for sure. So much fun watching Brandon Palaniuk after that jaw-dropping day yesterday that we got to experience here on Bassmaster Live. Welcome into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. Ronnie Moore is here, Such as well, and Peter Mueller, whom you know, bass fishing fans from Bass to Billfish, also in Uncharted Waters, the Sport Fishing Championships, and a South Florida guy. Just, I think we're still sort of reeling in the wake of what we saw him sort of rewriting the record book yesterday.
Yeah, you know, I think what we're seeing is that he's seeing fish. They're all seeing fish in this area. And in the mornings, they catch a few, they get a few bites, they catch them or miss them. And then all of a sudden, the fish tend to spread out, and they kind of look for them. They can't really get the cadence. They can't get the right setup. And then as the day progressed, they concentrated back in. Palaniuk starts throwing this big, giant lure, and he starts catching them one after another. 27 pounds in 1 hour, 3 giants. And that's kind of what you're hoping for. You know the fish are there. They're staying there. They're moving around in these areas. And I think the guys are eventually going to get them. But right now, it's like kind of a hit and miss because they're not congregating tightly like they were last night or last afternoon.
That lead up to almost 12 pounds for Brandon Palaniuk as it stands right now. Let's get out on the water. Our Yamaha on the line, and we're going to hook up now with our colleague, Davey Hite, who's right there in the area, just like yesterday. Davey, just first of all, your reaction to that incredible performance by Brandon yesterday and the sort of vibe you're getting from him today.
Yeah, Tommy, to see someone weigh in over 34 pounds of bass is an incredible sight to see. Yesterday at weigh-in, it was absolutely phenomenal. And it doesn't matter how you do that. If you put 34-plus pounds of fish in your live well, bring them to the scales, have them up there for Dave Mercer, that's incredible. But being out on the water like I was yesterday and seeing 4 of our elite anglers casting time and time again in basically the exact same spot, and nothing was happening there for the entire time I was around him. And then to see Brandon Palaniuk stay, and we talked about these guys will probably start bailing because it's not looking good. Brandon Palaniuk was the last one there, still fishing for those fish offshore, and man, when it started, it happened in no time. Basically, he caught 2 almost 10-pound bass and then one close to 8, all in no time, and it was absolutely incredible to see and to know that 4 anglers had been casting there for hours, and then finally Brandon Palaniuk figured it out.
Davey, I trust Brandon Palaniuk no matter where he goes on Lake Okeechobee that he would figure out and catch enough fish, but He really said he had a terrible practice, and this is his only main area. When we see Greg DiPalma, Will Davis Jr. both leave and are able to catch decent limits elsewhere, it's kind of a two-pronged deal. They have something that's pulling them away from that spot if it starts to go slow, whereas Brandon's all in on there. How do you feel going into the weekend, day 3 of this event? Would you like to have that in your back pocket, or would you like to have all your chips on this one spot and I got nowhere else that even is going to pull me away from this area?
Yeah, that's a great question, and something that we've seen through the years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Sometimes it pays off to only have one area. We've seen it sometimes in the Bassmaster Classic where the winner ends up being the winner because he really had nowhere else to go and he stuck it out. But then most of the time it seems like, man, if you've only got one spot, it's probably not going to last for 4 days. So it just depends. I know talking to Greg DiPalma yesterday, he left and he went and caught, a good stringer and thought, man, that was the thing to do. I really saved my day. I had more than one place. I had a good alternative, a plan B, so to speak. And then when he came in and was able to look at his phone, he saw, oh my gosh, 34 pounds on the place that I left. So you just never know. Sometimes it's best to leave, and sometimes it's best to stay. Obviously, yesterday it was best for Brandon Palaniuk to stay in that area.
Davey, that giant fish onslaught really started happening about the time you guys were wrapping up the halftime show yesterday, right at the stroke of noon. So we're not hitting that bite window. If it's the same as yesterday, what are the odds of him running into some big ones like that again today and maybe even tomorrow?
Well, looking at his Mega Live 2, you can tell those fish are still there, so if he can just get them to bite. But here's something that's so interesting if you've never been to the state of Florida fishing or Lake Okeechobee, and we see this throughout the country, but for some reason, the state of Florida, it seems, and maybe it has a lot to do with we're here, it's still technically in the winter, a lot of these fish are still pretty small. But if you look at the history of those big fish being caught, like Brandon Palaniuk caught so many of yesterday, the David Gaston fish yesterday, 11 pounds, 8 ounces, a lot of those fish come in the middle of the day. So we have the best fishing time for the big fish still ahead of us today.
All right, good stuff, Davey. As always, that's Yamaha on the line with our colleague Davey Hite. He'll be with us all through tomorrow. Championship Sunday is tomorrow. We'll have some action for you first thing in the morning right here on FS1. As our other colleague Mark Zona says, old Bob Downey. That's where we're going next. I don't know where that name came from. He's a fairly youthful fellow, if you ask me.
Sliding into our top 10 in 9th place after day 2 weigh-in.
Oh.
What was that?
That's a lot of wake push right there.
See that?
That's a groundswell.
Golly. Yeah. I don't know if I came across one of those tilapia. No, freaking giant. Or a good one. Yes. Dude, they made a move. Some better ones moved in here. Sweet. Gosh, that thing looked huge at first. That's a quality one, though.
Two really good quality bass in Bob Downey's 3 fish that he has in the live well right now. So Bob Downey, good day yesterday, good tournament. Florida swing. He was a little off his feed the last week, but this week he's making up for it. We got a big day and plenty more catching on the way from Lake Okeechobee. Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite from Okeechobee, Florida. Stop 2 on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite. And our live coverage, sponsored by Yamaha. On this day, some incredible views of the vastness of this place. 750 square miles, 450,000 acres here. This huge natural bowl, natural lake. Second biggest lake in America, whose boundaries are fully within
which
the
excludes
United
a couple
States.
of the Great Lakes because they're
right. Yeah, the Great
yes.
Lakes would be the only things that could surpass it for size. It is
that's the distinction.
Massive. Let's take a look from the air at Paul Mueller.
Mueller.
Yes, making it into the top 10, absolutely. He was a Bass Nations champ back in 2014. Got a lot of Bass Nation champs in this tournament, former champions. 16th year Elite Series angler. 2 wins under his belt. Naugatuck, Connecticut.
That's called a high rate of retrieve.
Wow.
I thought that was a dang tilapia. Maybe that other one was a. Maybe that other one before was a bass too. See how quick that thing ate it? Crazy.
Insta bass.
Nice one. Probably like a 3.5.
All a long time New England fishing guide with, as we said, 2 Elite Series wins. First one in Lake Lanier, Georgia.
Yeah, we would have expected Paul to have a smallmouth victory with how good he is up north already under his belt. He's got multiple top 10s there, but when we started the season at Lake Lanier in 2019, it was our second event, but we started there in February. It's much more of his style of fishing. Cold water. He doesn't stop fishing even when the ice forms up north. He was well prepared for that tournament, won on spotted bass. This was the one that threw us for a loop. He was the one who went north of Palaniuk at the St. Johns River and was able to make it work his way in 2020. That was a 3-day, it was a day shortened due to weather, lower weight tournament, but boy, he was able to win it. And the money spends the same, Tommy. 2020, $100,000. It was the same whether you caught him in 3 days or 4 days.
Very similar to the approach that Bill Lowen took in his win just last week up at the St. Johns River. Paul Mueller was ahead of his time down there for sure. And also one of the ahead of his time guys in adopting use of that sonar to catch fish. Use that at Lake Lanier back in 2019. Not the same exact technology we have today, but one of the forerunners.
Just versions 1.0 and 1.5.
Because 2 would be egregious.
Well, now we're at 2, so now it's egregious. You're right.
Yeah, we're at egregious level.
Back to David Gaston. Giant fish for him yesterday.
Amazing what an 11.8 could do for your bag.
Oh my gosh! Oh yeah, spruce it right up.
Very sprucey. Body posture says it's a decent fish.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
From finesse to giant bluefin tunas, this man does it all.
Come on, fish. There's you a solid 3-pounder.
Add that to the 4-pounder that he scoffed at earlier, Tommy. That's a good morning so far for David Gaston.
Absolutely
That's
solid.
A nice one.
Look at that one.
That feels bigger than 3.
4. Sure, 4 something.
Kind of thick.
He's now
Look at that throat nodule.
4 something now.
Yeah.
Let me see that bad boy one more time before you put that in there.
Yeah, that's at least
What you got on that weight?
4.
411.
Guys, he's got a long ways to go before he catches another 11.5-pounder. That's why if you're in the boat with David Gaston today or watching him fish on Bassmaster Live, you may be wondering, why is this man treating decent-sized fish like they're nothing? That's because David Gaston weighed in an 11.5-pounder. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge talking about that specific fish because it was a historic bass. Not every single bass gets individually weighed on the Bassmaster Elite Series stage, but they do if they are big bass of the day or if it's a possible 10-pounder, things like that. That was the 75th double-digit bass weighed in on the Bassmaster Elite Series stage. And if you have him on your Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing team, you're very pleased because he shot up the leaderboard yesterday, 23+ pounds. This fish was half of that weight. He's in our top 5, now in contention to do well in this event, having a great day 3 so far. But in the scope of all 75 double-digit bass that have been weighed in individually on the Bassmaster Elite Series stage, it ranks 10th all time. I'm showing you the top 5 biggest bass ever ever weighed in on the Elite Series stage, and where Gaston's falls in 10th place. Scott Campbell, Mike Iaconelli, Jeff Reynolds, Scott Campbell again, Troy Sprague. You may not know some of those names. Those are from Elite Series years past, the 2006, 7, 8 seasons, when we were going to places like Falcon, Amistad, and Clear Lake, places that are known for big bass. They hold the top 5 spots. Those 3 lakes do. I believe it's Falcon, Amistad, and Clear Lake top 3, and then Amistad, Falcon. Now Okeechobee joins the top 10. There are other lakes like the California Delta in there as well. Huge fish for David Gaston, historic implications, an 11.5 pounder. And Tommy, it bumped Justin Hamner's 11.7 from Lake Fork last year out of the top 10. Justin's going to have to settle for a classic win and the 11th biggest bass in Elite Series history.
Well,
that's all he's got to settle with.
Our thoughts are with Justin.
Yeah, honestly,
having to settle for that.
Off of tunas.
Back to Gaston.
3. There's a good one. This is a big one.
You see David Gaston also working close to the shoreline against those rocks, just like Palaniuk was earlier in his in the honey hole.
It's a giant.
Wait, Gaston saying it's a giant? Has he changed his tune to things? I like that. Oh boy, turbo mode kicked in. Engaged.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's a good one right there. We've run aground.
It's a 3-hour tour.
4-pounder.
David Gaston making some noise right there. Solidly in the top 5. You think a tournament like this where the leader starts with a 10-pound lead over second place, a 20-pound lead over third place. Hey, no way. There's a way.
I was going to say,
things could change in a big way.
This is an elephant situation, Tommy. You can't eat the whole elephant at once. You're going to have to bite away at that today, cut it in half, and hope for another good day with another slip from Brandon if you're wanting to get back in it. David Gaston's doing his job. So is John Garrett right now.
Can we go with cows instead of elephants? The elephant meat is so
Don't like the flavor?
Gamey.
All right, we'll work it out. We'll be right back to Lake Okeechobee. The champion power equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee, second stop of the year for the progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Swing through Florida to start the year with 2 events back-to-back, and Brandon Palaniuk, who's had the best of times and the worst of times down here at Lake Okeechobee. Boy, riding high with the best of times, resetting the record book yesterday with a massive 34-pound plus day here on Lake Okeechobee, and still holds a good lead over Will Davis Jr. But look in third place there, John Garrett coming from outside of our top 10, rocketing up the leaderboard. It's our Mercury move of the day, and there's the timetable. Look, he caught that first one, a 5-pounder. He might have been fishing for 5 minutes when that happened. It happened at 7:32 a.m. Comes back at about a half an hour later with a 7-pounder.
He's the one who said, hey, if you can get a crankbait bite going in the state of Florida, you might not catch a lot, but you'll catch big ones. That's what he did last week at the St. Johns River. That's what Brandon Palaniuk and others have done this week. Based on where he's at on the map, Tommy, I don't think he's deep cranking this week. He's showing his versatility fishing in some of that lily pad, reed type situations we've seen where John Cox is in that region and other anglers as well.
Day 3 was his big day last week, knocked out the only 30-pound plus bag at the St. Johns River. So watch out for John Garrett. We'll have our eyes on him today.
Unless he catches 34 pounds, 10 ounces, he's going to just catch an okay bag.
Yeah,
this is the big bag
also ran
from this man yesterday, Brandon Palaniuk.
He'd take 2 fourth-place finishes in Florida to start the season and an AOI lead.
Palaniuk hooked up.
That's a little better. Not that big though. Come on.
Got her.
Sweet. And once again, he's changed his presentation. He's got soft plastic going.
Three and a half pounder. One number 3.
Small world, Tommy. My buddy just called me Kirk Beatty from Preferred Marine. He said, you know, Palaniuk's married to, his sister is Bree that I'm married to, and we've all hung out. I said, oh, geez. As you get older, world gets a little smaller.
Yeah, your world.
I've been hanging out with Bree and Kirk. Didn't know they were related to the stud here.
See, when you said that, I was skeptical because I was like, he's married to Tiffany. And so Bree, I think, is
Bree's his sister.
Brandon's sister.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. I corrected myself quickly. It just took a second.
You were correct.
I did a better job of staying hydrated today.
He's got the gallon Yeti going with a magnetic lid. You gotta love that.
Got the big thermos going.
Yeah.
And that matters.
Well, 6 wins is what he's shooting for in the Elite Series. There are the 5 that he currently holds the title. First one in Bull Shoals back in 2012. Second year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Came back with a win at the St. Lawrence River after being DQ'd from the day of his fishing down in Wisconsin. Called his shot, said, I just got to go back and win. He did that in 2013. Sam Rayburn, big win down there, part of his campaign to win the first of 2 Progressive Angler of the Year titles, Lake Champlain. He wins in 2020, and a big week on Santee Cooper in 2020 as well.
So he's got 9 Bassmaster trophies. He's got the Bass Nation Championship, 5 Elite Series trophies. He's won a Bassmaster Open, and now 2 Angler of the Year. So he has done everything but the Bassmaster Classic.
That's it.
And he talks about that frequently. He can't go back and fish the college and high school series, but they're honestly thankful that he can't, because he would have probably won there as well.
You can try kayak, but with 7 wins, Ronnie, and 2 AOYs, the active leader on the elites is Jason Christie and Mike Iaconelli with 8 victories. If he wins here, he's atop the leaderboard with those guys.
Giant.
Of course, Ike has a classic and an AOY, and Christie just won a classic.
When you come in and have great success early on, that's why they nickname you the Prodigy. So that has stuck well, that he is a quick learner, and boy, he has adapted well, and all those fisheries he's won at are vastly different. And Okeechobee, just adding a Florida victory, Okeechobee has, some remnants of Santee Cooper and some James River and stuff that he's won at before, big bass like Sam Rayburn, but Florida is a totally different animal, and it's been his thorn in his side, and he has managed to figure it out his way this week.
You know what's apropos about that Prodigy? They have a song called Fire Starter, and I'll tell you what, Brandon Palaniuk is starting a fire right now, and it's lit, it's blazing, the kindling's there, he's got his well brimming.
Fuel, yeah.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. That's Metallica. Tommy knows his music.
Well, pure luck.
You bet.
I was just coming over here to flip, and I just pitched my worm out there.
Coming over here on the left?
Yeah, I was going to. Are you going this way or that way?
I was going to go that way through it.
Oh. You care if I go through it? I had to have been a gar. All right, guys. Well, so we got 5 little ones in there. Super nice out today. We got the birds chirping. It's warming up. I mean, I think it's gonna turn into a nice day. We got the water falling a little bit because of the wind, but it should really concentrate them some. I'm hoping to some of these deeper pads. Maybe it'll kind of condense them more into one area, but man, we had such an awesome day yesterday. Thrilled to be here inside the top 10 right now. And yeah, we're gonna
see if we can make some magic again happen today and get some big ones. Gosh, look how shallow it's getting. Jeez. That's what's nice about this boat, man. I can get this thing up at, oh, there we go. There we go, just like that. Gosh, that was awesome. I can get this boat in such shallow water. That was on the swim jig with the stink bug on the back. Man, that thing, oh, I've been catching a lot of fish on that thing. All right, I don't know which one we're culling, but let's check them and see. We got some rats in here. Let's see, that was the one we just caught. I'm gonna say that one. Oh, I'm gonna say that one looks good enough to go back there. Look at that guy. All right, let's keep going. Keep going. Hey, let me show you guys. Now, so we were working on this thing forever. All last year, I caught a ton of fish on it. It's finally max scent crawl with a lot of action. It's man, it is pretty neat. But let me just show you a little secret trick here that I've learned. So it was really hard because we wanted the crawl to be very versatile. So to get it, we didn't want it too hard, too soft. So what you do is if you're flipping a big weight or if you're using anything like over half, you don't. You can just leave the crawl like it is. But man, if you go to Carolina rig in it, lighter weights, a little trick you want to do is you want to take these pinchers here and you just want to give them the slightest tear, and it will help engage those claws when you're throwing lighter, 3/8, quarter, whatever it is. And man, it really, gosh, what an awesome bait. And what's really neat about it is the claws are erratic. They don't swim together, which we tried to fix over and over and over. And I was catching so many fish on it. I was like, let's just leave it. Like whatever it's doing, it's working, And man, I've been catching so many fish on it. I mean, I love throwing this thing.
25-4 yesterday. John Cox up in the monkey box having a fantastic day. Looking for the big size to show up for him again today.
Yeah, John is a sneaky Florida guy when he's like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to go fishing today. He is calculated. Even if he measures his fish on his cooler, he sleeps in the bottom of his boat at night. He's got wrappers of fast food. John knows what he's doing and is one of the best. Do not let him fool you.
Humble. No, don't sell that guy short.
He low balls his bass rig. I think he only had like 13, 14 pounds on it.
No, that was Pat Renwick's doing. Pat Renwick was his ambassador yesterday in the boat, yes.
Teach him a lesson.
So we got some good video. There's day one leader, Greg DiPalma. 7th year with the elites. This is his first tournament he's ever led in. He did after day number one.
First cast with the Nico rig, Ronnie.
Little adjustment.
Break the ice.
I threw it out there and off the bottom. I didn't even see him. First cast.
No one can resist my sweaty Nico rigs.
That's the one thing.
But we will take it.
It's not. Nico rig sound, it's straightforward. It's a kind of a wacky rigged worm with a weight in the head. It could be a 1/32 ounce, it could be a 1/4 ounce, it could be an 8-inch worm. Colors vary. The fall rate with every type of soft plastic varies how much it stands up.
It's a veritable cornucopia of options when you're fishing the Nico rig.
Yes, it's not as, you can make it your way and make it work for you, and obviously first cast for Greg DiPalma, good results.
Get to see a lot of techniques in play. Greg DiPalma, and what a thrilled guy he was on day number one. Big lead over the rest of the field. Almost getting himself up into 30-pound territory on day number one. Fantastic. You get everybody out there helping hold up your fish. You know you have done your work, and he did on day number one. One of the folks chasing Brandon Palaniuk, obviously as it stands right now, David Gaston, the man at present having the most success so far on this morning, trying to keep up with our leader. So we got plenty more to come from here at the Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite on Lake Okeechobee. Step away and be right back. Tonight on Fox Primetime Hoops, it doesn't get much better than this as Juju Watkins leads 4th-ranked USC in a fight for the Big Ten crown against crosstown rival Lauren Betts in the number 2 UCLA tonight, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox. Oh, it is that time of year.
March
Everything's
Madness
coming down to it.
next
March
week.
We're into March. Hey, let's listen to some of these elite pros break down this complicated, vast place known as Lake Okeechobee.
Just the sheer size of Okeechobee is pretty impressive. You know, it's massive compared to most bodies of water in Florida. The fact that it's so shallow, right? It's kind of void of contour lines, and so the fish live completely different than most other places in the world.
I think it's gonna be a good time. You're gonna see some big weights. There's a lot of vegetation, there's a lot of rocks as I bent my props. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there.
Yeah, so about a month ago before the cutoff, I came out here and I noticed Lake Okeechobee was completely different as it was 2 years ago. The water was still high, hardly any vegetation whatsoever. The water was really dirty. I kind of keyed in on some deeper areas.
I need to probably just go and hunker down somewhere, try to get 5 keepers. You know, I was hoping that would be the goal, is to get 5 keepers. It's really come to life, and I can't wait to get out there tomorrow.
Unique place, a bucket list place for bass fishing fans, especially big bass enthusiasts from around the world. No doubt about that. Lake Okeechobee. Been catching sport fishing for bass here for 100 years, for goodness sake.
Is that old Bob Downey?
Yeah.
Old Bob Downey.
Got one of our Japanese anglers, Kyoryo Fujita, climbing up the leaderboard from 20th to 6th place. He's got a limit, 16 pounds, 12 ounces. He had 18 on day 1 and about 12 pounds yesterday. He's trying to make our top 10 tomorrow.
Yes. Yes, dude. Good one. Swim jig. All right. Another chunk. Down's been rubbing a little bit, you can see, but gosh, it's almost like a fresh group moved in overnight. We missed a bite over there earlier. That could have been her. Yes. Or him. I might be a big male. 310.
Bob Downey caught his best 2 yesterday afternoon, an 8.5 at 1:30 or so, and then a 6.4 at 2:40.
Get back to John Cox. John's had his limit for a little while now.
Fishing that
Nothing
shallow
huge.
water, right?
Yeah.
Super shallow, sliding in there with his swim jig and ripping a little
5 1.5 pounders.
Little rips on both sides, make it flutter better.
Skinny males. Skinny. All right, let's see which one's next. Let's see. That one looks okay. Red looks pretty small. Okay. Check blue. Blue doesn't look too bad.
I was talking to Ike and Ellie yesterday. He was telling me about his rod tip when he's using these big lures, big profile lures. He said he wants it a little softer because when they come in, they inhale it. If it's too stiff, it can kind of work against you. He wants the inhale with the bend in the rod with a parabolic little soft tip. Boom, they suck it in, then you get
Probably catch a gar.
That was an interesting little tip. Big tip.
Soft tip, but more backbone.
Yes,
down the
exactly.
road.
Yeah, it's the principle of like a glass rod,
Yeah.
where it's going before your rod's going to feel and absorb that fish before you feel it. So when you set, it gets farther in their mouth, especially on bladed jigs. That's the principle behind it. Of it's going to be thumping, you're going to be feeling it, they're going to inhale it, that rod tip's going to load, and then when you pull, it's already farther back and you're not hair lipping them and losing a lot of fish. A lot of times that can be the deal around vegetation because you're ripping it out of it. There's moments where you lose kind of contact with your bait at times, and when they get it, you want them to already have absorbed that shock when you pull them.
David Gaston moving from the middle of the pack to right up behind Brandon Palaniuk. Still, though, he's 12 plus pounds back, so.
Looked like he had a bite right there. He kind of pulled back and did a little stagger step back, and fish didn't fully commit.
Brandon Palaniuk, 3 3-pounders. He's just on the maintenance diet now. He's just catching the placeholders.
So interesting, the general areas of Okeechobee. The West Shore is so vague and vast. You see it over there. You could say Harney Pond, Monkey Box, Fish Eating Bay. There's some moonshines just south of there. There's 4 or 5 really prominent areas that you could just kind of sum up as West Shore. And so we're seeing how anglers are kind of piecing their places out.
So, kind of in the area that I've been fishing the whole tournament so far, and really haven't had the bite window turn on just yet. They're not biting that great. I've had some short strikes. Fish push my bait around, but they're just not, they haven't fired yet. I mean, Florida's big on bite windows and hitting waves of fish and things like that, so kind of just waiting on them to get right. But got one in the box, one little one, but I know what I'm around, so I'm just kind of waiting for it to happen, I guess.
Will Browning coming off a great college career, fished the EQs last year to make it to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Had a good start, but then it kind of slowed down. He had to put on a pretty furious finish to make it. Had to make the top 20 in the last 2 events and got it done. It took him down to the last day, but got him here, and look at him now. Dakota Lithium, Bassmaster Rookie of the Year, points leader now with 152 points. Bo Browning. Evan Kung of Ontario, Canada in second place. Paul Marks from Georgia. Tucker Smith from Alabama. And Emil Wagner from Georgia. Rounding out our top 5 spots. Caps Loberg and Fothergill. Easton Fothergill has not ignited yet this year, but look out for him as we move on down the road through this season, 2025, on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Semi-final Saturday going on right now. Big day. We're down to 50 anglers from our original 102. At the end of today, we will be down to only 10. 10 will shoot for the title on Championship Sunday. Brandon Palaniuk holds our lead right now. A spectacular day number 2 for Brandon Palaniuk. 34 pounds and 10 ounces. And it was something to see. In case you missed it, let's just take you back in time. 24 hours to Brandon Palaniuk yesterday.
So we'll set the scene, Tommy. We had an hour-and-a-half fog delay. Then he went, caught 2 fish early, but it still wasn't fast and furious. Everyone left this spot, and he stayed till the afternoon. And in a matter of an hour, catches a 9 1/4, then catches another 9 1/4, and then a 7.5 to 8 pounder. Those 3 fish, that would make anyone's lifetime, and that was just a part of his day 2 bag.
Yeah. The day before that, day number 1, he and 3 other anglers had found this spot, a sort of a high spot with deep water around it in that canal. And they had all prospered there, and they had all sort of worked out a working agreement on how to divide those fish, and they all praised each other for the spirit of cooperation that was going on out there.
They did put him in timeout yesterday, though, Peter, because he had caught so much weight and they were watching the show. They said, okay, buddy, you're in timeout. Let us have an hour, and then you can come back. He even gave him the Big M 4.0 Mega Bass crankbait that he was using. He was using a prototype as well that gets a little deeper in that teen range depth-wise, and also a Katana jerkbait. And so Palaniuk had multiple baits going for him, even enough to share with his closest competitors.
I wouldn't say it was phenomenal. If you're not familiar with Brandon Palaniuk, you might have been super surprised. But anyone familiar with Brandon Palaniuk knows he's that sort of personality.
Human being.
Yes,
absolutely.
And you know, the fish that he's catching, some guys have fished their entire lives, they fished professionally and never got
gotten a 9 1/4 pounder or a 9 1/2 pounder, and then he catches one, and you're like, wow, you can't do much better than that.
Yes.
Catches that other one, and then catches a 7 1/2, which seems small at that moment. But when you can catch 3 like that,
it is an incredible day. You're absolutely right, Peter. I mean, those are special fish that people talk about their whole life that they caught on one cast, and they were all a part of 1 hour of Brandon Palaniuk's day.
It's honest. He was the 4th guy there on day 1, ended up in 3rd place. DiPalma had 29-12.
There she is.
Will Davis had over 26
26. They caught 100 pounds from that spot. Tim Doobie was in 10th. And then he's the one who stays there on day 2. All the other ones abandoned the spot because there's only like 4 fish caught up there. And then it hits.
So you look at it like consistency, right? And then if that's coupled with giants and you're consistent, you're going to take it to the hole. I mean, these are really special fish. Like we were saying earlier, a lot of guys have never even caught a fish that big, a 9 1/2 pounder. And then to catch one, then to catch a second one is just off the charts. And, this is the guy to do it. He's having the spot all to himself yesterday. That's when they started biting. And I think the same thing's going to happen today. When they start congregating and they present those baits, they're going to get those bites.
Well, you got to ask the question now, is it possible that he could collect a century belt here on Lake Okeechobee? 58 pounds on day number 1. If he can just knock out 50 pounds over the last 2 days, he will equal the other century belt that was awarded here, Ish Monroe.
Yeah, absolutely. And it would be
108 pounds.
Second on his mantle after he did it at Lake Fork. And I think he got 5th place in this event. I think we had 5 Century Clubs, maybe
Tied
4.
Swindle.
Yeah, he was
tied the exact weight. They sat together on the hot seat.
That's right.
That was
This
funny.
a May tournament, I believe. Lake Fork's such a special place. Thinking of that, we think about these special lakes like Okeechobee. You think about Falcon, Fork, some of those giant Bass Factory, Santee Cooper. 58-1 that Brandon Palaniuk had today to lead by 10 pounds. I looked at what it was in Lake Fork's event last year. It would have gotten him 12th place after 2 days. That's how good that place was last year. So
that place is
this
unreal.
is definitely on pace for Century Club. He's got to do it today, though.
Yeah, they grow them big over there, but they also grow them big here, and we've seen that for sure.
Finally out.
Palaniuk's been on them.
Put a little sunscreen on here. We caught one more, like 3 1/2 pounder. So, I mean, which those are. Don't get me wrong. This week, those are good ones. 3+ pounders are good. If you got 15 a day, you're sitting good in the standings. It's just hard to be pumped up about 3 or 3 1/2 pounders after catching 34-10 yesterday. So we'll keep doing a little changing. Mixing it up. I mean, again, it's unknown. You don't know when they're gonna show up. You don't know what baits you're gonna catch them on. It's a bit of a mystery. So,
we all get a little jaded, a little spoiled, watching a guy catch 9s, a pair of 9s and a 7 during the course of a day. Even the guy who caught him, you heard it right there from Brandon Palaniuk. But he's going to mix it up. He has that day has afforded him the ability to try just about any and everything that might come to mind.
And it also gives him that confidence to stay in that area. You know, on day 3, when you know he caught all those big fish yesterday, he's probably thinking, man, I wonder if they're still holding there, if they've moved. Sure enough, he gets in there. He catches 3 fish. They're not giant fish, but they're good fish. They're solid for his bag, and it gives him insurance for that weigh-in at the end of the day. But I'm sure he'll be culling. We see a lot of activity out of Brandon. He's using a little bit of everything right there. He's got his jerk baits. He was using some soft plastics. He was doing a little bit of everything, working that shoreline and succeeding.
His 3 fish today, Peter, go 9-3, smaller than his 2 big fish from yesterday.
You know, there we go.
There we go. We got the crappie central coming up, folks.
Huge lake for crappie fishing.
Hey, can I borrow a rod? Sorry.
No.
I don't have any.
Sir, we're closed.
There's signs in Okeechobee say the
Right,
crappie capital of the world.
Tommy, I don't know if I'm getting old, but I kind of want a pontoon boat on my lake. You know, I got my little flats boat where I zip around in, but that pontoon boat sure looks sweet.
Get you a sweet tri-tune going out there on the
drink
lake.
holders,
Nice.
little stereo.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Oh boy.
TH Marine Weather Watch, you can see it's just an absolutely perfect day. Hitting a high of 80 degrees today. All the nights have been right there in the middle to low 50s, 54
that bird sitting right there?
tonight.
Right above my line. I knew it. Something was on bed. See that? A bird knows something's going on right there. There's a bird right here on this.
Interesting looking bird.
It looks like an overgrown rail. I don't know what they call them. They got a different bunch of birds down in South Florida.
That sandhill cranes up there.
Because everybody, most of them's going through flipping and all that good stuff.
Heard the osprey yesterday, the great blue heron zipping by.
Tommy, I was just thinking of Mark Zona. Every time a pontoon would go by, he'd say it was Davey Hite or Mercer out there. And then every time he'd see any water bird, it was a grebe.
It's efficient that way. You only have to wear out one word.
It's funny every time to me, though.
Never gets old.
That's the way he said it with such enthusiasm.
Such is saying
Grebe.
this. Such is recounting this and saying this like we lost Mark Zona from Earth. He's still around.
No,
he just might not be on the program, but he still can. You can call him up and he'll say Grebe for you.
TNZ podcast, you guys are going to have a lot of ammunition this week.
He's busier than ever.
I don't want to throw out a spoiler alert, but I think we're going to see him at the Classic as well.
Oh, absolutely.
He will be.
He'll be slanking around.
Yeah, that's a good appropriation of Mark Zona.
Half our
right
vocabulary is from Z-Train.
Yeah.
I'll never forget Mark Zona and I sitting with Bill Dance at a table at Lake X, and Bill Dance started telling us about how a little chipmunk, Cole, that lived under his deck of his house, and he took a maple leaf and pulled it in for a blanket. And he said he watched it, and he said the chipmunk pulled it in, and Zona and I just looked at each other. We're like, wow, Bill Dance is talking about a chipmunk using a maple leaf blanket to keep him warm. And we're looking at each other like, is this really happening? And everyone's gone. They're already on their buses going to Lake X to run these boats. And Zona and I were like, we're not leaving until this story's over.
That's kind of like it right out of Willy Wonka right there.
Yeah. Peter Mueller name dropping Bill Dance and Mark Zona and lying about a chipmunk pulling a leaf up for a blanket. That's crazy.
We're going to talk about it at the Classic, Zona and I.
All right.
And then he said I used an inordinate amount out of curse words when he first met me. And he goes, I like that about you. I said, I'm from New York.
Now, Peter, one of Z's favorite word for big fish was a slaunch. Do you have any particular vernacular words you guys use for where you're from?
I'm called slobberooski.
Ah.
Yeah.
I think that's what Such named his Chihuahua.
You want to do it? I ain't never had them jump in the boat, but by golly, they'll jump out, won't they?
That's when I ate barbecue, Ronnie. Slobberooski.
David Gaston's going to get rid of a
Thank you, Tom.
pound 3. It looks like.
People are probably thinking, how in the heck is he a professional?
He really only has 1 or 2 smaller fish. Those other ones were all 3 to 4.5 pounders.
All solid.
I think he said one of them was 4.11.
You ever seen anybody working too fast when they do that way and they throw the wrong one over?
Chatterbait.
Yes.
I've thrown my pliers over one time. I cut something off and I had something. I was about to throw something else over and I threw the pliers over.
Have you ever taken a
time.
selfie with a bass and thrown the phone back in instead of the fish?
I like that.
Not yet.
We can hope. Might happen today. Brandon Palaniuk on top. Still that substantial lead on a magnificent day, number 2 out here on Lake Okeechobee. David Gaston there, working steady. Will Davis Jr. caught 5 early on today. The action continues in a moment. Bassmaster Live coverage continues. The champion power equipment Bassmaster Elite on Lake Okeechobee here in Florida. Let's take a look at very important process going on right now through every event. The 9 events of this season, amassing points for Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year. Very, very important race. And John Cox, the man from Florida, our only Florida person in the top 10, right now on top with 196 points. Slim lead over John Garrett, who won down here in Florida in his rookie season with the Elite Series. Bill Lowen won last week. All these things make them the top 3, the ones to contend with. David Gaston, during the course of this event, has moved up to 4th place. Maybe David Gaston right there. Yep, that's him.
John Garrett, who momentarily has our largest bag of the day, he just culled to 19 pounds 2 ounces, up to 4th place from 12th. He's gained the points to overtake Cox as of now.
He's not far from John Cox on this body of water either, Such.
Part's getting so much better. It's got a lot cleaner water.
What do you think the key to 20 pounds is going to be?
I mean, getting 3 big bites. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, maybe, possibly, but 2. But you're going to need, you know. I mean, if we're going to catch 20, we might as well catch 25, you know. Because that's what it seems like they really have to fire up to catch 20. I mean, honestly, it's been to survive. You know, I always like to try to sight fish when I come here, but I just really struggle to find the clean water and be able to see them. You know, because it's just hard. You got 3 days of practice. You know, coming from the St. John's, you know, we got 2.5, and it's so hard to, you know, cover a lake this big and like I mean, you know, you could just run down the lake, kind of see where everybody's at, but you know, I don't really like fishing in the crowds, and I just don't. I don't know. I couldn't find anything, so I just fished. I kind of tried to survive the first day. Went to a place where, you know, I usually, you know, would fish for to catch limits and stuff like when the water's low, and just didn't really catch them in there. And this was the only other place I got a couple bites, so it was quite a grind. Even yesterday was a grind. I mean, it was slow. Like, we only had 1 fish at this time yesterday. And then you just kind of keep going and let the fish do their thing. And then when they come to life, just be ready. You know, that was because it's quick. Like yesterday, I mean, it had a little bit of action there middle of the day, but then it was, you know, with like 15 minutes to run back, which we'll be in by the time we caught him yesterday, but we'll see. We keep grinding, and one of these days I think we should start late here and go till dark. That'd be cool, and really see this place fire up.
Why do you say that? Like, what's so special?
You know, I don't know what happens. I think it's just, you know, it's not that cool morning, you know. These fish here are really affected by the slightest bit of cool. And, you know, if you got a jacket on running in the morning, a lot of times, you know, they might not bite that well in the mornings. But, I don't know, something happens in the evenings here. I don't know, I mean, it just comes alive. I mean, I think everywhere in Florida it does anyways. Yeah. Well, it would be good, except now, like, I can't sleep in the morning because I've been getting up so early. So I'd still be up at like 4, you know, ready to go.
I concur with that evening bite there, Tommy. On my lake, when people want to come fishing, I said, don't get here till about 5:30. I've got about an hour and a half of a hot bite. And during the day, it's just dead. You got to work. It's so slow that people don't have the patience for it. So that afternoon or the sunset bite is one of the best. That's a good idea.
Over to Trey McKinney, hooked up here. Trey
keeper.
Been in and out of the top 10 today. He's currently out of it by a couple of positions.
Okay. That little keeper. Saw that ball fry up there. I was like, yep. You're mine.
The first one you got was a 5.8. That's a
that was
a nice one.
A little slow since then.
Mm-hmm. Blue.
One of the most incredible debuts on the Bassmaster Elite Series by a rookie ever. Is shown to us by Trey McKinney at his second stop of the year. Did good at Toledo Bend the first stop, and then he got to Lake Fork, that incredible fishery, and just absolutely landed on the right place with every move. Pretty much landed every fish he hooked up with, and the results were spectacular. You see it right there, 130 pounds, 15 ounces, fourth largest 4-day total in the history of the Elite Series.
And the other 3 totals that were above him, Tommy, were all from Falcon Lake.
Right.
The all-time weight record. Absolutely incredible week of fishing. Anytime you mention a tournament and refer it to 2008 Falcon in any way, whether it's a big bass, a big limit, the overall tournament weight, you've done something, because that is the best bass tournament in the history of bass tournaments.
Well, right now, I'm going to do this again. I'm going to make a few more casts on a few of these little spots. Well, not like that. Get hung on one piece of thing. But there's a few fish in here, I think scattered, so we're going to see if we can catch a couple. I just caught one keeper, a fry garter off the bank, so I'm going to see if I can get a few more. They'll probably go flipping for 4 or 5 hours, or not 4 or 5 hours, but a few hours. See if there's anything happening there, and then after that, we'll probably see if I can, because I haven't fished it late in the day, so I kind of want to fish it late in the day. Because I feel like they're there, but dude, they are like the smartest fish I've ever, like they won't even move on your bait anymore unless you do everything just right. So I feel like I got to do that, maybe come back, fish it later when I haven't fished it before, and see what happens. But I got one, giant and one little guy, so we'll just have to see. Throw my little bamboos out there, 6 cents, a little nail weight in it. Right here, just like that. We'll see if I can get maybe, because in practice they were fishing this brush like, pretty good.
It's putting the Nico weight in the head of that.
1 4-pounder first day. And other than that, that's like literally the only bite I've had out of brush, so I have no idea what's going on with them. They still got to be somewhere. They just get a lot tougher. There's a little hump right here too that it's like identical. I don't know why they're not on it. But today's a different day. Because there's got to be some fish going in, going out, something. And that's what I want to find. I want to find something that doesn't know all my tricks. And that's when we might, okay, it looks like I mean, you can't see the fish in here, but it looks like there's a few little bumps on the bottom and stuff. It's pretty well all you're casting for. You see it, and then you basically just, you throw it in many dots, like you'll have like 3 or 4 dots, or you'll have like 10 dots, and you just throw in the 10 dots, and maybe one of them will be a bass. And that's kind of been how you do it. It's not real exciting. You just got to drag, and then you have one follow it or eat it or something. But there's one.
There's 2 biggest from day 1 on the left there, but now he's hooked up.
Little bitty guy.
What's nice about that bamboosa, it has a kind of like a ribbed kind of setup, and
like anything, I mean,
bubbles will action coming off it.
If we can get a limit and go catch maybe a good one out there, then that's fine. I'll take it. Not bad, that's a little guy, but every ounce helps.
Third fish should get him back in the top 10.
Make it to tomorrow.
Trey McKinney among those waiting for the big ones to show up, biding time, putting what you can in the live well. If you can get a limit, so much the better. He's 2 to a limit now as it stands. And we got plenty more on the way here. Brandon Palaniuk off a big day yesterday. Still the man they're all chasing. The fastest racing on earth is coming to Fox. The 2025 IndyCar season gets underway in St. Petersburg. The first stop on the road to the Indy 500 tomorrow, noon Eastern, live on Fox. Big sports weekend here in the state of Florida. We're down south here Lake Okeechobee. Although you, Peter, being from Miami, say this feels like upstate to you.
It does
to come
feel like
over here.
upstate. If you tell somebody, South Florida, when you live there, it's not. But it's a little bit of a drive, but boy, it's worth it.
Oh,
you know,
man.
you get on those fish, some of those big fish, and it'll just make your life. And you see Palaniuk catching 9-pounders and 7-pounders all in the same hour. That's what that has there.
Well, historically now, Brandon Palaniuk has not had a perfect relationship with this place, with Lake Okeechobee. Certainly almost derailed him for a Progressive Angler of the Year campaign in 2017. But now what does he think about it?
Come on. Oh my gosh. Come here. Oh my gosh. Let's go, dude. Dude, look at that. Look at that thing.
Florida has always fished very small. And in the past, that has always been my crutch. I didn't like fishing in big crowds. I've always liked to go do something off the wall, find my own thing. And what I learned in Florida is that you just have to fish where the fish are, because they're not everywhere. There's a ton of dead water. There's only a limited amount of places that have the right habitat for those bigger fish to live.
Oh my
And you have to, I mean, you don't have to, but most of the time you're gonna be around other anglers, because most of these guys know what the right looking water is, what the good stuff is. And so you just have to be willing to fish in a crowd. And it's just, about moving around and working all with each other.
Palaniuk shoots the lights out here on day number 2. You just witnessed history with 34 pounds, 10 ounces.
Yep, got a different outlook on Florida after this week. Yeah, fish where the fish are. I think that's what he did, definitely, the first couple of days here. That's where he is, and that's where Greg DiPalma, he fished where the fish are, the same area on day number 1. Almost got it to 30 pounds.
It's easier said than done. If you're just joining us on FS1, well, of course, fishermen should fish where the fish are. There's a lot of things going on in your head of, are they still here? Do I wait them out? I need to go catch fish and make the cut. I got to go get a check in consistent points. But the decisions make you a winner or make you second place this week.
And the nice thing about this spot, okay, they're sharing it. We talked about it yesterday that DiPalma and Palaniuk are probably going to fish together, the two leaders at the end of the day yesterday, and that's what's happened here. Listen, they're catching big fish, mid-sized fish. They're catching a little bit of everything, so you cannot leave that spot. Everything is there. It's just a question of when.
That is only fish number 2 so far today for Greg DiPalma.
113.
Ho. First guess was closer.
Was it? It always is.
2-1.
2-1.
Get out of
Downsized, slowing down probably as well.
Nico rig.
All
Both of
it.
his 2 fish.
You can fish it fast if you put more weight on it, but
Day 1, he said crankbait, finesse, drop shot, those types of things, jerk bait, everything played. Yesterday, it was much more specific, and today, another adjustment again, bait-wise.
And Brandon Palaniuk did some of this yesterday as well.
Especially around this time of the day when it was slow.
Why can I not see my bait?
Yeah, Palaniuk caught his first couple today on jerkbaits, and it's a much slimmer profile, as we all know. And then later in the day, he said, I'm going for it. I'm going to throw this big mama out there and slide that thing through and see if I can catch a big mama. And that's exactly what happened.
There's 2 of them. Golly. 2 of them right there.
Well, yesterday, the halftime show, we had Floridian Kyle Monty come on and saying the fish don't like a lot of boats and a lot of trolling motors going around. And when everybody vacated except Palaniuk, at noon, that's when he had that flurry.
Could be a big connection there, too.
That mat a little more.
And that's very true, but I think overall, the rule of thumb in Florida with that is because the water's so shallow, with this being some of the deepest water out there, they are Florida bass. They are wired very similarly, but this being their environment, they're used to probably more traffic around. But It is a timing deal and less, at least electronics.
Especially there. I mean, that's a high traffic area. The fish are used to the boats.
Especially the last 2 months of the year so far.
We've seen a lot of our other anglers just kind of go up on the bank and see that group and, you know, turn around and fish the bank on their way in and out.
Yes.
Bob Downey on the west side, Monkey Box area. Currently in sixth place for Bob Downey.
Had a great afternoon yesterday, catching an 8.5 pounder and a 6 plus.
Sweet. I don't know if he'll help, but that was a fun bite. Gosh, that was fun. Skinny. Might help. 264. If he had a belly, it definitely would help. I don't think he's gonna help. Wow. Let's check that first one.
Bob Downey down from Minnesota, kicking it off in Florida, our first 2 stops of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And we take a little pause, in less than 3 weeks away. There it is, the World Championship of Bass Fishing, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, Lake Ray Roberts, north of Fort Worth. Fort Worth is our fantastic host city yet again this year, as it was back in 2021. That was in the summer. This will be in the spring. It should be quite exciting. And of course, what a great town. Friendly folks and big bass fishing community in that part of Texas, North Texas. Sure you can make plans. Be there if you can. Definitely see it all with us. How about Brandon Palaniuk's first classic? Coming off a Bass Nation Championship. Qualified for this classic in 2011 fishing Lake Catawatchee in the Louisiana Delta. Wound up making it into the Super 6 there, fishing alongside the likes of Kevin Van Dam and all the leaders there. First time he landed there, it was in a fog, and he said, I'm catching him here. I wonder who else is here. And he looks at who's around him. He says, I think I'm in the right place.
And it wasn't just the leaders, Tommy. It was the leaders of our sport at the time.
Boys, already,
guys
huh?
like Kevin Van Dam and Aaron Martins, all right there near you.
He finished 4th in that classic. He told a story just the other day I saw on video where he said it's kind of foggy, he gets out there, we had fog delays every day, and he hears somebody say, how big is that one, Kevin? And he realizes he's next to Kevin Van Dam. Palaniuk still on 3 fish. Got a 67-pound, 4-ounce total.
11-pound advantage over David Gaston as it stands right now.
Best bag is John Garrett, a little over 19 pounds, coming from 12th to 4th place. Like we've said, the afternoon is when some of the bigger bass have bit. Expect a lot of movement.
Let's get over to Paul Mueller. Paul Mueller qualifying for the top 10 yesterday in 10th place. His big day was day 1. Just an ounce under 20 pounds on day number 1. That was a super competitive weight on that day.
That's why you just never know when a guy is going to catch him, Tommy. People probably picked him last week for the St. John's. It could be one north. Had such a dropped ball dud of a tournament, and now here he is in the top 10 just a few days
Number
later.
5 anyway. It ain't big, but I'm happy to have it.
Paul Mueller finding some good water. Getting off to a decent start on day 3. Wanted to bring it into the Dakota Lithium screen of knowledge real quick. We got big Lake Okeechobee, a couple hundred acres or miles of fishable water, plenty of shoreline to go as well. But there's a couple key areas that a lot of our boats are focused in, and you'll see the weather out on the lake isn't necessarily affecting them directly. Let's take a look in the Deep Dive app. We've talked about wind all week, and guys, the red lines, not necessarily the best lines to deal with when it comes to wind forecasts. That means winds are over 10 miles an hour, and this week they've been from the north. You can see it's coming straight from the north, and let's just back it up all day. It's been 7, 9, 10, 8, all of those direction, or all of those speeds are coming from the north, which means if we go to right now at about 10:20 local time for their tournament, you think about the areas we're seeing. Bo Browning in the Tin House region, that is on the west bank and the north bank, not necessarily affected. It seems very calm there. Let's go over to where John Cox has been in that Harney Pond, fish-eating bay area. Once again, it's facing that west and that north side, not going to be hit with a lot of wind. When we think about, obviously, Brandon Palaniuk, Greg DiPalma up in the canal there north of takeoff, very narrow, very protected, not getting hit by the wind. But guys that I've seen on the map, like Cody Meyer yesterday, we've seen guys like Lee Livesey. When you head to South Bay, this region, if you go straight across the lake, it's going to be a little bumpy today in places, but also it's going to affect the water clarity. Not a lot of outside protection reed line wise. Down here in South Bay, a lot of those reeds that do exist are possibly dying off, and so the water clarity is a lot dirtier. You're going to have to get up into some of these protected areas. You can see the blue dots. That means it is slick calm. But otherwise, all of these banks that have orange or red on the banks, that means the wind is pounding and hitting those areas without a lot of outside protection from reeds and other vegetation. They're all exposed, and that water clarity can change in a heartbeat. So if you're on the south end today, you need to check that water clarity. It might have been different from yesterday, but overall, we've had a sustained north throughout the week, on and off, day to day.
Over to Will Davis. Yeah, we usually think of the St. John's where we were last week being tide-driven, wind-driven when we come to Lake Okeechobee. Although wind was a big part of the story at the St. John's last week, too.
And cold.
I thought he was bigger than that.
Went from swim jigging this morning for Will Davis after catching them all on a jerkbait yesterday, and now he's flipped up in one. So
might be his best fish.
Got an early limit, did Will Davis. Nothing big. That one's a little chunkier right there. Could be starting to maybe trend upward for the man from Alabama. Will Davis has lived most of this tournament in the top 3 positions. So we're not going to take him off our radar, not by any means. Brandon Palaniuk, though, a huge day yesterday, making some history, going into the record book with a giant 5-fish limit. Just living off of that right now. We'll have much, much more from this special place right here when we come back. 2025 champion power equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee. Hey, hats off to our local hosts here, the Okeechobee County Tourist Development Council, among the team that makes these big events like this at this big, big lake come off without a hitch. We appreciate their support. We appreciate the community here. I mean, this is a fishing town. There is no doubt about that. And a fishing community and all the way around this lake it's just a joy to see the sights you can see here, and the fishing is just out of this world, obviously. One of the 10 lakes where we have awarded century belts to anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series through the years, and everyone's wondering, is it going to happen again this time? Brandon Palaniuk starts the day with 58 pounds after only 2 days of fishing. You got to be thinking about that. Also fishing in that area since day number 1, the both of them, Greg DiPalma as well.
I mean, catch 1 or 2 more, that should be enough for tomorrow. It's just a matter, I guess, what happens. Unless they catch them really good today. I'm seeing a lot more fish that I'm almost 100% sure they're bass. Hey, Timmy, you got real light Nico weights?
What?
You got real light Nico weights?
Yeah, how like?
I don't know what the numbers on them, but if I see it, I can tell you.
What are we talking, like a 132nd?
Steal a couple?
Seems pretty light.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would call a step down. I don't think he's throwing heavy right now, so I think he's probably throwing like an 1/8 or 1/16. So a 32nd would be 3/32nd maybe. He might be going from a 3/32nd to a 3/32nd.
Perfect.
Sharing is caring. You know, we've talked about that for the past 3 days, and that's what you got to love about these guys. You know, they're down to 50, and they're still caring, and they're still sharing.
Thank
you. They're playing nice.
They're playing nice. That's right. We like to see that.
That baby's going right to the bottom. You miss it.
Seen it both ways. Nice is better, seems like.
Yeah, all the lead in there.
We'll stop and look at a car wreck, though, I'll tell you. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Perfect.
You know, it's nice about fishing these spots and when they're really jacked up with boats. You know, yesterday 13, 14 boats, all on the motors, electric motors. Those power pole motors with the brushless motors are like silent. You know, I have an older version on my boat, and as you start going faster, that
sounds like a blender.
Exactly.
I thought you were singing a second ago.
Yeah, well, I will in a minute. Just give me a second. Look at that dipsy doodle right there.
Little dip and die.
Yep. Dip and dots.
Dropping down in weight just a little bit. Slowing things down.
It's got some scent on it too. It's probably, obviously it adds color to the bait, but also adds scent, whether it's garlic, sometimes it's shad based, sometimes it's crawfish.
That looked like green cake icing from Publix. I'm pretty sure that was cake. You can have your cake and eat it too if you catch a giant bass in this spot. You know, when you go to the weigh-in and Mercer gives you a little butt tap there, a little slap like you're playing football or something when you weigh in a big bag. That's a special moment. You don't forget those.
He's had to give out a few of those this week.
Mm-hmm. He's been very generous with them due to the giant bass that have come in.
Extrapolating the day 2 weights, Greg DiPalma's weight right there is about what it's going to take to get in our top 10. At Mueller 33.10, so a little over 51 pounds should probably get
What was
you
the
in
cut
there.
line yesterday, Such?
Fell.
It did, yeah.
For the top
33 pounds, 10 ounces for the 10th place.
23 pounds, 10 ounces?
No, 33.
30, I'm sorry, 30.
For 10th place.
Yeah.
But 23.6 was the 50 cut. So it didn't go from 12.1 to 24. It went down half a pound.
Had one more limit. Average fish was about the same, 2.5 pounds. Okeechobee usually high percentage get their limits, 95 of 102 yesterday. But 10 bags topping 20 pounds. That's pretty good. 1 over 30.
Pretty good. Last time I fished Okeechobee, 2 7-pounders right at sunset.
Sunset?
Yeah, so he's talked about, hey, maybe we extend the hours one year. Well, let's have some fun with it. See what we can do.
Yeah, John Cox talking to us about how he wished he could fish longer today.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's in an early flight and won't be going late. Of course, the
John
whole
doesn't
field
like to
doesn't go
wake
as
up
late.
early.
There's only
John doesn't like to. He wants to go to the diner and then show up. So that makes sense for John. But yes,
Who
it helps with the
doesn't?
consistency of your body. You know, you need to wake it up before you start catching the fish.
John Garrett just culled with a 314. He's up to 21 pounds, 3rd place. A big bag of the day. He's coming from 12th.
Oh, it's back again this year. Started in 2024, this B.A.S.S initiative, known as the Bass-Her program. Trying to create some space for women who are very much interested in becoming part of the sport of bass fishing as competitors, maybe even part of the industry. And the way they do that, they set up a bunch of workshops across the country. Got one coming up at the Classic here in less than 3 weeks at Fort Worth, Texas. Got another one coming up later this year. Anderson, South Carolina. That's the elite event at Lake Hartwell. That's in April. In May, back in Texas, going to be one on the Sabine River. That will take place in the host city of Orange, Texas. Also at ICAST in Orlando during July. And you're going to wrap it up with the final workshop, Bassmaster Elite at Mississippi River, La Crosse, Wisconsin. That's in August. Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee, second stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. This is semifinal Sunday, very important day. Our coverage, live coverage sponsored by Yamaha. Great to have you with us here for this live coverage, which will continue today. We have more to get out to on the water right now. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore and Peter Mueller. And Peter, we get spoiled yesterday. We saw a 34-10 bag brought in by Brandon Palaniuk. But the chess moves these guys are making today, obviously, they're waiting for things to heat up as it did at midday yesterday. It's interesting to watch the game they're playing.
And it's funny, I keep writing down these little things that I'm noticing. It's versatile, it's arsenal, it's sharing, it's staying, it's being patient, and it's just good vibes all around. And it's tending to catch these fish, but you have to weigh them out. You know, a lot of times these fish bite a little later in the day, but we are seeing Okeechobee fire up like we wanted to see. We didn't see it day one, we started seeing it day two, and now day three, we're hoping for the best, and it's starting to happen.
Now, Ronnie, the question coming in here was, would it be one the traditional way in the main lake, or would it be like the last time we were here, one someplace off, or someplace different? Look at the distribution of anglers today, our 50 today. What do you see?
Yeah, well, I think the situation here at Lake Okeechobee, obviously water clarity is depending on a lot of these areas, and vegetation. A lot of these areas that were historically hold 5-6 of our top 10 boats can't hold that pressure now. So I'm seeing 2 anglers from Fish Eating Bay probably going to make it to the top 10. You see 2 up there in the Kissimmee River portion where Brandon Palaniuk and Greg DiPalma are. You could see some of the other canals that have won local tournaments. You start to see some of these regional and local tournaments at Okeechobee that get won, going to occupy 1 or 2 anglers as well. But maybe one comes from South Bay, but I doubt it.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. It'll be interesting to watch through the day as well. If you're just kind of picking up with us or you'd like to review, let's go into it right now. Our Yamaha midday report, starting with Bob Downey. Bob Downey kind of started off slow. Day number 1, 11 pounds, doubled up on day number 2.
I've been impressed with Bob and the way he fishes Florida. Oftentimes Midwest or northern anglers, it takes them a while to learn the South. Bob has clicked with the St. John's in past years, at times at the Harris Chain, this week at Okeechobee. This does look like places of the upper reaches of the Mississippi River where these guys cut their teeth, but it's good for them to find their own water. He is making the monkey box work for him right now. Not a lot of boats around him. A lot of people have lost confidence and have gone to more of those hard banks, the more canal style stuff, leaving more water to the anglers who trust the lake. And Tommy, we saw Jason Christie have afternoon flurries. We saw Stetson Blaylock do the same thing. He's had a great morning. If he keeps it going through the afternoon, he will be in our top 5 going into tomorrow.
Yeah, keeping our eyes on Bob Downey today for sure. He is playing the game the way it ought to be played on this day and looking for a big one like he had yesterday. Greg DiPalma had a big one on day number 1, 8-pounder. Greg DiPalma had the lead after day 1 with almost 30 pounds.
Yeah, Peter, 29-12 for Greg DiPalma. Had a 3-pound lead over second, 6-pound lead over third, but we know the quality on this spot. And all of that lead was gone in a flash. It only took an hour for Brandon Palaniuk yesterday to overdo and take over Greg DiPalma. But I was impressed with his afternoon. Going to that different region, surviving. Now he can come here and catch a few fish. Maybe he'll go back and do that today as well.
Yes, exactly. And that was his biggest bag he's ever caught. You know, he's been fishing a very long time. Very impressive. And like you said, moving out of that area, doing some work, and then coming back in this area. Look, to maintain, to get into that final day top 10, he needs to catch a couple fish and he'll be right there.
Greg DiPalma, that original group of 4 anglers on day number 1 who set up for business here in this special place, another member of that group. Alabama's Will Davis Jr., who can catch him everywhere. He's been playing this one pretty smart this week. He's hardly ever out of the top 3 positions.
Yes, he talked about it day one when we did our top lures with him after the weigh-in. He said, I was dragging a worm in a lot of these places. He actually seemed like the one who got off to the quick start out of the quad fishing that area. And clued in everyone else. Yesterday, they went away from the worm, more on the jerk bait. He was able to adapt even in other places on the river. And then today, went with a swim jig, caught a quick limit, has caught a lot of numbers of fish, and now has gone flipping as well. So, Tommy, we've seen 3 days, 3 different approaches from Will Davis, but he's making it work in the same areas overall.
We always kind of enjoy spending days with Will Davis. He is so focused on what he's doing, and he has so many weapons in his arsenal.
And he's got a lot of fish under his belt for today. You know, he's getting a lot of bites, catching a lot of fish. He's calling, he's working his way, he's creeping up there. Just like you said, guys, he's one of the guys that has everything, you know, in his arsenal to be at the top of the leaderboard in every tournament.
Understandably, a lot of confidence in his ability to make the needle move here, and for good reason. David Gaston made the needle move yesterday in a giant way.
An 11-pound, 8-ounce big bass, Tommy, not only takes the daily big bass, which was in jeopardy with a couple 9-pounders from Brandon Palaniuk. He outdoes that, but it was the 10th largest bass weighed in an Elite Series event in the history. Vaulted him up, way up the standings into the top 5. It was half of his weight. But today, Tommy, we haven't seen an 11.8. We have seen a lot of consistent fish, 3.5 to 5 pounds from David Gaston. 1 or 2 more culls, and he would have almost the same weight as yesterday without the giant.
How about
you know
that?
What's crazy about that fish, that 11-pound, 8-ounce fish? That could have been 11 fish on day 1. That's how small the fish were that the guys were catching on day 1. They were catching 1-pounders, 1.5-pounders. That was some catch. That really changed the trajectory of the entire event, and especially for David Gaston.
If this is his pattern, Tommy, running a bladed jig or a swim jig and consistently moving baits, that's a good pattern to have. We do know that 11.8 was not caught in the same way he's fishing now. That was a bedding fish, and it was one that he had already caught and lost. He caught the buck bass with it on day 1, lost the other one, came back yesterday and got it.
17-10 now for David Gaston. He's in second place, of course, second to our leader, who blew the thing wide open yesterday. The largest single-day limit ever caught in the Elite Series here on Lake Okeechobee. Brandon Palaniuk.
Got you. He always thinks outside the box, Tommy. When others went finesse yesterday, when there wasn't much current flow, he found the right angle on this spot and upsized his baits, a lot more of an aggressive approach, and that really triggered 2 9s and a 7+ pounder. Huge day for him yesterday. Today we're already seeing a jerkbait factor for him. We're seeing a Nico rig factor for him. It hasn't been the big crankbait time yet, but that time will come where at least he gives it a shot.
I was around noon yesterday where he started scoring big, where you got that 27 pounds of fish in 1 hour out of 3 fish. His live wells were brimming. They were jacked like we talked about yesterday. They were back to back to back or stomach to stomach, boy. He's got good flow in those wells, I'll tell you that.
Well, that total 34 pounds and 10 ounces yesterday. Let's take one more look at that moment.
4 pounds, 10 ounces, 34.10, and with 58 pounds and an ounce, the Prodigy is leading the champion power equipment Bassmaster Elite on Lake Okeechobee. Boom!
Twin 9s. You can't beat that for something to raise when you get on stage.
I mean, twins, he said on his scale that has decimals of 9.26 and 9.29, both of them 9 pounds, 4 ounces.
One of the twins is always slightly larger, you know, when you have the fraternal twins.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I got 2 twins on my basketball team, and one is a little taller than the other one.
Yeah, just a little bit,
just slightly.
Well, he's looking to put together a team like that today. If the timetable is the same as yesterday, it should be. Next hour and a half or so. Things are going to start heating up for Brandon Palaniuk. Might even happen right now.
I don't know what we got yet. It doesn't feel very big.
It's coming at him.
It's pretty big. It's pretty big.
The angles they have taken each day on this high spot have changed.
Start
That's
biting.
impressive.
Oh my
gosh. Do this without getting a jerk bait in. And where are you? You're not close enough yet,
Trying to sneak up on him from out from under the boat. Hello. Hand grab.
I'll get you this time. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. She's got it. Oh. Oh. Yes. She was hooked good. Oh, we needed that bite so bad.
4.5, 4 pounder? Maybe
It's a little bigger than 4.
4.5, 5.
He is the phenomenon, the prodigy. That's what Dave Mercer calls him. He has got an incredible, unbelievable skill set, and he's used it to great effect throughout these last 12 years. But as he says, any kid watching can do this.
The cool thing about our sport, about bass fishing, is that it doesn't matter where you're at right now watching this. You can make it to this level, right? There is opportunity for everybody. Doesn't matter where you're from, what your cultural upbringing is. Doesn't even matter how much money you have. There is opportunity for everyone to make it. Every guy here has a story, you know, of struggle and financial problems and all of these things. But they had a dream, they wanted to make it, they had a passion, and this is a sport that actually saved a lot of guys, right? That it gave them something to hold on to and to dream about. And I know when I was 8 years old, growing up in Idaho, everyone said there's no way you're gonna fish professionally on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And I pretty much dedicated my entire life to it. And so I'm a perfect example of being able to come from a place that's not known for bass fishing and being able to make it to the top level of this sport. So if I can do it, any kid out there watching right now is able to make it.
Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. A little bit more fishing to show you here. Our allotted time for Bassmaster Live here on FS1 this morning. Don't forget the weigh-in from here at Lake Okeechobee. That all-important weigh-in. We cut the field down to 10 from 50. Starts at 3 p.m. on Bassmaster.com, and in the Yeti hot seat will be Brandon Palaniuk as it stands right now, and not feeling a whole lot of heat. Still got that massive lead. Started the day with an almost 10-pound lead over first, 20 pounds over second.
That was his first 4-pounder of the weekend. It's weird saying that because he just came off a 34-pound bag, but that was a weekday, Friday. 4-pounder, it went in as 4.4 on Bass Track. Tommy, we could be in a situation where if Greg DiPalma was his closest pursuer today, coming into the day, and he's watching the show go down, if it doesn't happen for Greg, Brandon might not have to fish tomorrow.
Oh,
and he might have enough weight today if he continues
to
gap the field.
Trey McKinney
out on the lake now.
Looking for the third fish, we think.
I think that's 5, I think.
Oh no, he put a couple in behind our back here.
He's got about a 1-pounder in there you could call.
Oh, I only got 3.
Give him a 4.
Green.
He's only got 3 on Bass Track. Palaniuk has a 15-pound lead right now.
That means we're just waiting on one more to pop in, Tommy, if that's number 5 for him.
I'm the kind of guy that doesn't do well just sitting still. I have to feel like I'm like chasing, you know, a win or a cut or something. So normally I'd be like running around trying different places, different things. But I know what lives here, and so for the last 3 days I've just had this arsenal of different baits that I've thrown. You know, yesterday I caught one punching with the muscleback fat finesse craw from X Zone. That's what I won Santee Cooper with.
The first day I caught a couple on a KGB glide. Yesterday, caught 2 great big giants on a Mega Bass Big M. Caught a big one on a Canada yesterday. Caught one on a Canada today. Maybe 2. Prototype Mega Bass crankbait. Caught him on that.
He's just been catching them, guys.
David Gaston currently in second place.
Can I share a quote about Brandon Palaniuk he gave me?
So we got,
Oh.
no. So we got 17 pounds. We got a 2-pounder, 1-pounder we need to get rid of. It's, you know, not a lot of big bites, not a lot of bites too much. It's just a lot of activity going on here, a lot of, you know, people fun fishing and whatnot, and a lot of locals. So it's kind of just keep your head down and fish. They've been in here every day, so it's not like it's too big of a deal, but it's 11 o'clock. We got plenty of time to make something happen, so we're just one good bite away from having a decent day.
He's got 5 fish already. You know, he's kind of set up really well right now. It's Cull Town. Yeah. He's got you know, almost 1.1 pound 10 ouncer that he'd call out. Boy, that'd make a big difference. I'd be right there in that top 10.
John Cox, a big day yesterday, 25 pounds plus.
A little better.
Close to the bank.
Yeah.
The action.
Yeah. That's crazy, right? I just swallowed one of them bugs.
Oh, no. That's good protein when you forget your lunch. Yeah. But you usually don't want to, on the inhale, you want to give it a little chew, then swallow, not the inhale. Get you every time.
I want to say it was white.
Come here, come here, come here. Oh my gosh!
Let's go, dude.
Dude!
That was yesterday.
Yeah,
that scared me.
That was not a news bulletin
that's
from today.
yesterday.
It did kind of give you a little bit of a start, though, because it could happen at any time.
You're getting used to him saying, "Oh my God!" You know, it's funny when you see a big fish, the things that come out of your mouth. I was looking at some of my old videos. I'm like, "Oh my God!" Every big fish I've gotten, and you freak out. You shake them. You hold them towards the camera. You can't. You're not yourself at that moment. Or maybe you are.
Oh,
that's what's so special.
Yeah, that could be the real you. Yeah. Rewriting the record book here. During the course of yesterday, everyone, you know, with a sort of a private little silent hope that Brandon stubs his toe today. We've seen no possible evidence of that yet. And we get to tomorrow, even a toe stub.
Yeah.
Can't stop this guy.
You can't ask a guy who walks hundreds of miles in the mountains of Idaho to stub his toe. I'm pretty sure he's nimble on his feet, Tommy.
He kind of is. He's quite the athlete.
Wrestler.
Among all his other attributes, yeah.
He's an agile fella, and he's got those big rubber tips on his sneakers, just in case he were to stub. That's not going to bother him.
No.
Snowboarder, a wrestler. After his 2017 AOI, his first of 2, did a story with him, and you know that he's hanging around afterward, congratulate the winner, taking photographs and whatnot. He said, I want to come out here and respect everybody and love them and kick their teeth in all at the same time. And he sure is doing that. Kind of
fun to watch, too.
Palaniuk.
Just around the corner here on FS1, the start of IndyCar NICS practice from St. Petersburg. That's top of the hour at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Central Time, 11 Eastern.
It's not over. Somebody like David Gaston,
that's huge.
Somebody like Bob Downey, even Trey McKinney have had good mornings. You go catch a 9 or 10 pounder, and all of a sudden you start to feel the mojo that, Tommy, it's not Brandon Palaniuk's game. Well, I'm in the game too.
We saw how it lit up in that last 3 hours of the day.
Coverage continues 11 a.m. Bassmaster.com. We'll see you right here, 8 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow for more coverage. Championship Sunday.
Yes, it's that time of day. The Bassmaster Halftime Show is back in your life. And welcome into the beautiful Sunshine State here in beautiful sunny Florida. And it has been wonderful this week on Lake Okeechobee, one of the most fabled fisheries on earth. This is a bucket list location, and we saw yesterday why it is a bucket list location. Records falling. The 5 biggest fish weighed in. Davey Hite got here. via that airboat right there, and we are happy to have him joining us. But we saw the 5 biggest fish ever weighed in Okeechobee yesterday at Elite Series events, and the biggest individual fish weighed in. And I am so thankful for fine airboats like that, because it has brought Davey Hite onto our set. Of course, joined by Kyle Jesse as always, and Davey Hite, yesterday's weigh-in. I want more of that in my life.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it was absolutely fantastic to see. Obviously, Brandon Palaniuk stole the show with 34 pounds, 34.10, I think it was, the largest Elite Series single-day weigh-in. And to be here at Lake Okeechobee, and this icing on the cake was an 11.8 by David Gaston that came to the scales. Absolute beautiful fish, big eyes, and pouty mouth lips. I love fish that look like that.
Absolutely. We've seen the morning bite especially take off. You know, we talked about it on the live cast show. Bass Track, the first 2 hours of the day, the number of catches, over 100 catches, almost matched the number on day 1 with a 100 angler field. Starting to happen this morning. A lot of catches, a lot of action. I feel like we're going to see some more this afternoon.
Well, I'm not a proud man, so I will hook my bumper onto another man's success. And Brandon Palaniuk went off in a big way during the halftime show yesterday. Well, moments ago, guess what? The dinner bell started ringing again.
My face. Oh, gosh, dang it. Oh, whew. Not past the barb. We're in the clear. It's in my face mask, but it's in the boat. Look at that. See that one hook? That's why I was so nervous. That's hooked good, but that's why I was so nervous. Look at my lip. My lip bleeding? Feels like it should be bleeding. Smoked me right in the face. Okay. Yeah, fuck, my face is bleeding. But dang, it was worth it. When she came up, she was like one thrash away from possibly throwing it. And I couldn't stomach that, so I'll take a punch to the face. 5-pounder. Nice. Number 5. Whew, that one got me shaking. That one got me shaking a little.
A little blood in the mouth doesn't hurt anybody. I mean, especially when you're catching 5-pound bass. Brandon Palaniuk, a major shot there, had about 13 pounds before that. That just got a whole lot better. But this is the story of his career. I mean, it seems like there is no good without a little bad. We're talking about a guy who 3 times has had a culling infraction that cost him a 2-pound penalty. I think 2 out of those 3 tournaments he ended up winning. And the very first win we saw with him on Bull Shoals, well, he didn't even fish all day, Davey Hite. I mean, he looks great there, pimple face, Brandon Palaniuk and all, but he spent a little time in the hospital, that's right, in the ER at Bull Shoals, getting a hook out of his hand.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was there. I remember that very well, and I used all of my time out on the water and couldn't come anywhere near catching the stringer that Brandon Palaniuk caught. So I will say, at that particular event, I was fishing the shoreline, so was the majority of the field. There were still a lot of fish up shallow in the bushes, and he was thinking ahead of the game, fishing offshore with a crankbait a lot, very similar to this tournament. A lot of the anglers here have been fishing the vegetation. You come to Florida, you fish shallow, you fish vegetation, and you see him doing most of his damage with a deep diving crankbait.
He's not the only one. You see that in the Bull Shoals Hospital. That's either the Wall of Shame or the Wall of Fame, whatever you want to refer to. But those have all been taken out of an angler at one time or another. But Brandon Palaniuk seems to find a way to it might not look pretty always, but it looks pretty in the weigh-in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible what he's done in his young career. And I've said day one, when I saw those 4 anglers there, you had to think those other 3 anglers, and they're all good. They're Elite Series fishermen. They're here for a reason. They're all good anglers. But when he pulled up, those other three had to say, wow, we didn't want him here.
Well, he's not the only one in the field. 50 anglers competing. Let's catch up with things in our midday report. And we'll start it off with a two-time Bass Nation national champion. And don't forget, he also won an Elite Series event and battled it out with Brandon Palaniuk for that Elite Series win. And look what they're doing, battling it once again here on Lake Okeechobee.
Yeah, it really is amazing. Will Davis and Brandon Palaniuk, here they are. Two of the four anglers that started up there where most of the big fish catching has gone down, other than David Gaston yesterday. But kudos to Will Davis Jr. He told Brandon, hey, I'm not going to be right there bumping boats with you. I'm going to stay in the area. And, hey, he got off to a great start, caught a limit earlier than anyone in the area. So kudos to Will Davis Jr. He's having a great tournament, and things like this come back to you in your career.
I'm sure he's not too upset about getting to catch him on a swim jig. Obviously, something he gets to do a lot there around the Coosa River, something he is, nearly perfected. So if you weren't going to go up there today, this is probably the second best thing to do, I would say. Just such a weird dynamic when you have almost a 10-pound difference from first to second, and then another 10 pounds between second and third. So obviously didn't make the run up there today, but who knows? Maybe he'll show up later.
Well, big things can happen on the Big O, and that's why it's got its name. And a big thing happened yesterday with David Gaston, 11-pound, 8-ounce fish that he hooked on day number one, ended up losing that fish, knew it was there. Said when he first hooked it on day one, he thought it was a log. Well, it looked like a log when he pulled it out of the weigh-in bag yesterday. And David Gaston knows a thing or two about a big fish, and he is currently in second place.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a great tournament, but to have a chance to catch that fish the second day after he lost it yesterday, that's very unusual. Kind of one of those deals where you say it had to be meant to be for David Gaston. But being overshadowed, I know you enjoyed looking at those big fish like that, but it was almost just like, oh, yeah, that was a nice one. When you saw Brandon Palaniuk's 34 pounds, where he had two in there that wasn't a whole lot smaller than that.
No, I mean, the ridiculous thing is David Gaston, his 11.8 was so big, we didn't even weigh one of Brandon Palaniuk's big fish for Phoenix Boats Big Bass.
Yeah.
Definitely a special day for him, and like you said, rarely does a day like that get overshadowed by anything, but obviously a great start for him today on Bass Track. 17-10, still has a 110 and a 2.5 in the box, so a lot of room to upgrade. We know how big that big bite is in Florida. If he gets one of those, he's gonna make a move.
Moments after it left the stage, I wanted to see it again, and we're going to see it again right now. Look at that. I mean, insert adjective there. There's a sweaty, angry, loud guy behind him yelling because I was legitimately that excited about that fish. It left the stage, and 30 seconds after, I'm like, I want to see it again.
That's what makes it so fun to listen to you on the stage. You truly enjoy seeing those big fish like that, although you see so many. But look what a beautiful fish. I mean, size is certainly great, but that is a beautiful fish, the color, and just not a mark on it. Absolutely incredible.
Such a cool, calm, collective guy. He pulls up yesterday to weigh in, and he looks at all the photographers waiting for him, and he says, I got you one. Just as calm as could be. It was the greatest thing.
Well, our tournament leader put on an absolute show yesterday, and as we saw moments ago, that show is starting to happen here today. Brandon Palaniuk, one of the most historic days, I mean, to his career. He has so many incredible moments already. But wow, this is another chapter in that. Took the record from Ish Monroe. Ish might not have even known he had the record until he lost the record, but previously to this 34 pounds and 5 ounces, not anymore. Yesterday, 34 pounds and 10 ounces.
Yeah, it absolutely amazes me, and I know a lot of people that are watching, it surprises them too. If you look at the tournament weights here in the last month or so, and these anglers weren't able to do that. They can't get this information unless it's public for everyone. But I've researched, talking to some locals, and hey, this tournament here, that tournament here. It's not unusual to see an upper 20, lower 30-pound stringer winning these tournaments here, especially in the last 2 or 3 months. But what I don't think anyone expected, or not many people, certainly I didn't expect, Brandon Palaniuk's going to do that for 4 days. I've truly thought it would be around 80 pounds to win here for 4 days, because how are you going to go out and back up that 130-pound day? I think a lot of people thought it would be tough, maybe only have 10 pounds the next day, but he's on track to do it every single day, but maybe not 30, but upper 20s.
It's not super, it's not super common that you're watching highlights on Instagram, social media, wherever it might be, and you have to question if it's the same fish they just showed earlier, because 2 9-pounders within the same hour period, and then he backs it up with another 7+. It's kind of one of those things you can't hardly put into words.
Yeah. Well, something that we see happen in a lot of events, but we don't see it always play out successfully, is sharing water. And this has been very public. The Get Along gang has been hanging out, having a good time. Does that start to change at some point, Davey Hite?
Well, I think they've already showed, just what true competitors they are, but gentlemen on the water. I mean, for Will Davis to back away from there, and honestly, you think, well, he was too far back to make a comeback. But when you see, in the first day, let's not forget, it was almost a 30-pound stringer weighed in.
Yeah.
So making that strong comeback is not out of the question here on this lake, and we see just because you catch 34 pounds doesn't mean you're going to go catch that again the next day. So to see Will Davis and a couple of those other anglers that were sort of close, see them want to do something different today and give Brandon a chance to win really isn't surprising. And also, I don't blame, not for 1 second, Greg DiPalma. Hey, I'm 10 pounds back. We're only at halftime. I started there the first day also. So, I think it's gone as good as it can go. But you're right. Oftentimes, it does not end well when 4 people are basically trying to make one cast.
When you look at, both of those guys, to your credit, super high character guys, we all know that with Brandon Palaniuk and Greg DiPalma. This morning at takeoff, Brandon Palaniuk could have just looked away, not even said a word to him. They were talking back and forth. Palaniuk told him exactly how he was setting up when he was catching those fish. This was the day we kind of expected that dynamic would change a little bit. It would go from, we're all doing it together to you're on your own. But, for him to do that this morning was really eye-opening, and certainly seen that, even on the water as they've communicated throughout the day.
You can't also fight the thought of, what if I had this to myself? We're seeing a Century Belt for sure happening out of that area, right, Davey?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you imagine if Brandon Palaniuk had this spot too? And not just him. I don't want to take credit from any of those other guys. If any one of those 4 that started there on the first morning would have had it to themselves. But here's something that I think most elite anglers know, that this 102, 103, 104 man field that we have, if you've got a school of fish like that offshore, more than one person is going to find them. They're just really good anglers, and they have great electronics. You're just not going to likely find something like that and have it to yourself in 2025 on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Lots going on for one of the most fabled fisheries on earth. This is a place you want to go, and the reason you want to go here is for one reason: big fish, and no whammies. And we're going to talk about some of those records, some of the predictions, and some people were right and some people were very, very wrong. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Bassmaster Halftime Show. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Welcome in. Lots going on out on Lake Okeechobee. What a fabled fishery it is, and it is showing out in a big, big way here this week. The second of 2 back-to-back Elite Series events to kick off the 2025 Bassmaster Elite Series. And this has been a good one, a big one last week on the St. Johns River, but they backed it up in a big way, and day 2, lights out. And Davey, you might have said that it kind of skipped over you. David Gaston didn't make an impact on you, but that big bass, I'm still thinking about it right now. And Kyle Jesse, where does that rank?
Here at Lake Okeechobee in Elite Series competition, that breaks the record. That's the #1 biggest bass caught here at Lake Okeechobee. Not just by a small margin, 2 pounds and 3 ounces heavier than the next heaviest. That was caught by Tyler Carrier in 2017. Before that, in 2012, you have Kevin Van Dam's 814. And then just 2 years ago, Brandon Cobb's 812. So, not only broke that record, but shattered it. It wasn't even particularly close. And then, in addition to that, all-time Elite Series competition knocks into the top 10, knocked out Justin Hamner's 11.7 just a year ago at Lake Fork. Still the heaviest fish we've ever seen get caught on Bass Live, so he's got that going for him, but no longer a part of the top 10 all-time Elite Series single fish. So we'll see how long it stays.
Look at that top 10, and look at, I mean, that just shows how incredible the 20 years of the Elite Series has been. Obviously at the top of that, 13 pounds, 2 ounces by Scott Campbell. Iaconelli in second with 12.13.
Yeah, it's really incredible looking at that. You talk about the all-time Elite Series history. It would be interesting to see how many 10-pounders have been caught. A lot of them, but when you start getting to that 11-pound class and up, especially obviously 11.8, they're just few and far between. I don't care if you're in California, Clear Lake, if you're at Falcon, or if you're at Lake Okeechobee. It doesn't matter. Those are hard to come by.
No question. And Davey, you were telling us yesterday that there was even some fish you think you caught, in I want to say Lake Falcon or Amistad that weren't even in the discussion because there were so many of them there.
Yeah, it was incredible that there was a couple of those tournaments, but I think that is an accurate list of, from 13.2 down to 11.8, but there's been a lot of 10.5, those 9, 10, and even low 11s that have been caught, just like you mentioned yesterday. How do you not weigh a Brandon Palaniuk's fish that looks like it's real close to 10 pounds? Because you just saw an 11.8.
Well, we would have weighed it if we hadn't already saw an 11.8.
Right, exactly.
You did. I have a little bet. We'll get into that in a minute. But I got to clear something up about that Falcon Lake tournament. I've always wondered because, you guys all lie. All professional anglers lie. It's just a thing. Nobody will say they're going to do good.
You're saying I'm a former liar?
No, you still lie. You still lie. You have not left that. That is you. It's the last thing to leave. They say the last thing to leave a heavyweight fighter is the power. The last thing to leave a professional angler is the lies, because it continues on. But I've always wondered, you guys it was so good that time at Falcon, untapped. What did you guys tell each other in the pre-tournament meeting? Were you just walking around with wounded hands from fishing? I'm gonna just catch some 3-pounders.
It's funny that you say that, because I heard someone say something this morning that reminded me of that particular tournament. We haven't talked about this yet, but I heard it this morning. When guys were just, I hope I can catch 5, because you are just fishing for 6-pound plus bass. So you make up some excuse. I don't know if I'd call it a lie. You don't want to say, I'm going to be disappointed if I only catch 20. You just say, I just hope I can catch 5, because you're only fishing for 5-pound plus fish.
It's a lie still, Davey.
Well, it's just...
So if you don't want to call it a lie, what would you call it?
Not giving competitors information.
So you're still lying?
Not giving them information.
Okay. All right. Well, we did give a little information yesterday. We made some bold predictions, and we're going to go through those bold predictions. Right now, we're going to start off with Davey Hite. You're Bass Fishing Hall of Famer,
yep.
Bassmaster Classic champion. There's not a lot you haven't accomplished in life, and you made a bold prediction yesterday. You said, we will not see another 22-pound bag.
I did.
We saw not 1.
Not 2,
not 3,
not 4,
but 5 22-pound plus bags. Davey Hite, what is wrong with you?
So I can take that. I said that. I admit it. I own it. But let's tell the whole story, because for some reason in the last week or so, we have people that do not like to tell the whole story.
Well, what?
And you have been one of them here the last few days. There's been a few more. They just want to tell their side. I think it was about 5 to 7 minutes before that, we were talking about who's your Angler of the Year pick. And because you have failed so greatly on your pick, Seth Fighter has had a bomb of a start. You have totally jinxed him. I made an educated decision to make the prediction that Patrick Walters would win. And you totally threw me under the bus because it wasn't a bold prediction like your dumb prediction. Next year, I'm predicting the Carolina Panthers to win the Super Bowl, and nobody will ever catch 22 pounds or more on Lake Okeechobee again. And then I'll be your hero, because that's a bold prediction.
No, you have just used a lot of words, but not defended your decision at all. You said we wouldn't see it. We saw a lot of it.
I said I defended. I own up to it. I did it.
Even later,
but you peer pressured me into that.
I never peer pressured you into nothing. Kyle Jesse, we had your prediction. What was it?
My prediction was that somebody from outside the top 50 after day 1 was going to make the cut. I thought that was a pretty bold prediction at the time. Really didn't know if that was going to be the case. I'm so used to being wrong that I was okay with doing that again. But Bob Downey saved me.
Winner, chicken dinner.
From 51st all the way up into 9th place. Massive day for him. Solid start this morning. Super thankful for Bob Downey making me look right. A couple anglers that were also close to sub 50. Jason Christie, Bo Browning, very close in that low to mid 40s range, also jumped into the top 10, but Bob Downey saved me on this one.
Well, then it comes to my prediction, what'd you call my prediction? Dumb, Davey? Is that the adjective you used?
Probably was.
You
yeah.
were
Something
in
like
a
that.
fit of rage
Something
at the
like
moment.
that.
I've never
I
seen
promise
this.
you I'm not in
A
a fit
little.
of
I
rage.
mean, as far as I've seen, I mean, you were not happy. But I did predict. I mean, and I'll be honest, as the guy who yells stuff when they hold up the big fish, I wanted to see big fish. And I threw it out there and I said, we will see a double-digit fish at today's weigh-in, being yesterday. Well, not only did we see a double-digit fish, we see the biggest individual bass that has ever been weighed in on this body of water. And I will go as far as to say, I believe we had multiple double-digit fish, and we just didn't even take the time to weigh Brandon Palaniuk's fish. So
what a bold prediction. We're in Florida. The weather is great. It's February. And you predicted a double-digit fish.
Well,
wow.
at that point,
you really went out on a limb, didn't you?
We have been in Florida for 5 days, and we hadn't seen a double-digit fish, Davey Hite, and a body of water where we generally see more double-digit fish. We left there without any. I think it was somewhat bold, and I think you are sour.
All the more reason we were due to see one.
You are sour. You are sour. You're a very good champion, but a horrible loser, and not great at predicting things.
Okay, I own it.
Oh.
I gave in to peer pressure. I admit it. I keep admitting everything, and you just won't let it go.
Well, I'm relishing in it. I had to live with you for a long time. You've accomplished a lot in your life. I've literally done nothing but move the hole that makes the words. I will take this victory, and I will ride it to greatness. So, yeah. The bold predictions were a lot of fun, and we'll have a little fun when we come back. We're going to be joined by our guest angler, Bernie Schultz, and Davey Hite. You'll get a chance to regale us with your greatness. You're 0-4 in the casting competition. Let's see how that works out here in a minute. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats, and joined by Bernie Schultz, a 9-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier and a Lake O expert, a Florida expert, and been a pretty special week here this week, Bernie.
Yeah, it was a little rough on me, but these guys are catching them, and Lake's showing what it's got. You know, there's big fish in here. They're moving to the bank. They may have been there the whole time. I'm not sure there was a big wave moving in like a lot of guys are claiming. They just may be dormant in the areas where they're fishing, and now they're suddenly, you know, the water temperature rises and they get more active.
So you've got so much experience here. I've been coming here a good while, but not as much as you, being from Florida especially, the number of times you've been here and through the years. And it amazes me. And we've seen this lake high and low. Yeah. You know, it's not like we've never seen it this level. We've seen it, you know, higher or low. Does it surprise you, even as long as you fished here and as much experience as you have here, how it seems like every event we have here is one in a different, I shouldn't say a different area, but most times a different way, a different bait, someone doing something just totally different, and it's hard to come back the next year and repeat that.
Yeah, it seems that's kind of true for most of the places we go. There's very few lakes or rivers, reservoirs, whatever, that repeat, you know, the same areas. General areas, yeah, but specific areas, no. It seems like there's always a new twist on each event.
So like, and just because we're talking about, I remember the tournament, Ish Monroe had the 34.5, and there was a lot of big fish caught that event. A lot of those records that we've been talking about. So I just think about that tournament compared to this one, because those two records, the all-time single day and the biggest fish, were both broke yesterday, and I think they were held from that tournament in those years. And it was basically the same time of the year, and it was all flipping and pitching and, you know, swim jigging, and now your guys deep cranking. It's just so different.
Yeah, he's kind of a phenomenon in his own right. I mean, he always finds a way to do something different from the field, to separate himself from the field, and he's done that well here. I'm actually rooming with two of the guys that were in the top four, Doobie and Davis, sharing that water with him the first few days. So that was interesting to me. I actually went up there and practiced, but I didn't go as far into that chute. I just checked the point that separates that chute from the main Kissimmee River. So I was that close, but yet so far. But yeah, the lakes, it changes, but it still produces. And I wouldn't give up on the guys fishing, you know, out in the lake proper, where the reed beds are and the grass beds are. Something miraculous could happen there.
So you really think someone else got a chance?
Sure, I do.
I know the tournament's not over, but I mean, we don't see margins of lead. You know, he was 20 pounds over second place this morning when he took off.
I know.
But you don't think there's.
Well, he'd have to fall flat on his face, and somebody would have to have 2 killer back-to-back days, but it is possible.
Wow.
Davey, you just really want to ruin the weigh-ins. I mean, there'll be no 22-pound bags. Nobody's got a shot in this tournament. Why do you hate me?
I'm just trying to be real. You accused me of not telling the truth in the last segment.
Well, no, I mean, all right. Well, one thing's not the truth. I said that you guys were going to cast together, but what has happened to you? Bring in a designated caster? Is that what I'm hearing, Davey Hite?
I'm not saying anything because I've been wrong so much. But hey, I think everyone, our viewers, if you've been watching the last few days, would probably like to see someone other than me compete against our guest here. So we have, you know, another Elite Series pro.
A ringer, of course.
A male ringer.
Yeah, young and agile.
All right, well,
and I got to beat this guy. That's going to be a challenge.
I think you got a shot, Bernie. I got faith in you. Let's put the mics down. Let's pick up the rod and go over here, and we'll have a look. Brock Mosley. Brock is already set up.
No practice.
Brock is going to be casting first.
You mean you haven't
How
been
are you
watching
feeling
the
about your
halftime
odds
show?
here, Brock?
I don't know if I want to hit the bell or see how good that face shield was.
Hey, believe you me, the
open.
face shield is pretty fun.
All right, here's the deal. You got 1 minute. All right, 1 minute. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
You're laughing.
I mean, so.
So I shot in competition when I was in the military.
Very
and you always
close.
had a spotter. I'm gonna tell you, you're high. You've been 6 to 18 inches high. Well, that one was about 24 inches. You need to bring down your Kentucky windage. Oh, there we go. That one's only about 4 inches high.
30 seconds in.
Aim low, bro.
Halfway there.
I'm your spotter, buddy. Now we're getting close.
Close, much closer. 20 seconds left.
There we go.
Was that
now
it, Bowman?
we got the elevation.
15 seconds.
Oh,
Very close, just
he's
high.
all around that
10,
X now.
9,
Come on.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Thumb?
2, 1.
Oh, your thumb's bruised from
Come on,
catching
bro.
so many bags.
Yeah. When I lost a Roland Martin, I didn't make an excuse about a bruised thumb now.
Trials and tribulations.
I'm worried about hitting the shield, let alone the bell.
All
right.
I think you can hit the shield.
This has been the.
It's actually been easy for everyone to hit Steve Bowman, including myself.
Steve Bowman, are you still conscious?
Contest.
What?
This is a very bad contest. Bernie, please, for the love of God, save this contest because this is going to go down as truly one of the worst ideas ever in television history. Nobody hits this.
Remember, 0 to tie, 1 to win.
I got it. I think I got that.
All right, 1 minute starting. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh,
Very
close.
He had it right out of the gate.
The old Florida fishing's coming out of him. He's slow and smooth and easy.
That's one.
Oh, boy.
That's one. Keep going. Let's see what you got. Keep going.
One now, add on.
The
6
record
from
is
Carl
Carl
Jocumsen
Jocumsen
is
with
the
9.
record. Yeah.
9, an Australian
9?
who had never fished a jig till he was 27 years old. Comes from a land that has bass, but they're not the same bass he fishes for.
That one hit? That's 2.
But a menace.
We never
with a
had another
flipping
competitor
stick.
give him credit for
3.
hitting one when it was that close, Brock.
The
I'll
jig
say
skirt's
that.
helping out the cause. 20 seconds left.
My word.
Just missed it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the buzzer. No good. 3.
Hey, margin of victory does not give you any extra cash. A victory is a victory.
Davey ought to give it a try. Let's see if Davey still got it. Hand me the mic.
Throwing you in, Davey. I had nothing to do with this. Absolutely nothing to do
All
with
I'll
this.
say is I wouldn't be afraid to compete against you at this point, Brock.
Oh, wow.
They've already put it up.
Davey's got the rock.
Hey,
Oh,
my thumb is bruised.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you. Congratulations, Bernie. Davey, you did what you're out of it, I guess. Brock, good try. Brendan Palaniuk's probably catching 8-pounders right now. We will catch up on that in just a few minutes. We'll be back here from the Bassmaster halftime show with Bo Knows and all sorts of big bass from the Big O in just a few minutes' time. Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats here in beautiful Lake Okeechobee. Our tournament leader, Brandon Palaniuk. What a week he is. Well, what a week they're having. Giddy up. I mean, that's where we need to be. Never mind this swanky set. Let's go out in the pontoon and have a good... Me and Davey have had some good times on pontoons, sometimes even in the rain.
Yes, we have. Never forget the muskie trip we had that time.
We did. I wasn't even including that, but things do go wrong, and as you see right here, our tournament leader, although everything seems so right, it almost went so wrong. Almost had that BKK treble lodged in his face.
The cool thing to me that he said, though, is I don't care. I'll take one in the face. I'll take a punch to the mouth. I needed that fish in the live well, so he's smiling the whole time. Not many people be smiling with a hook in their mouth.
Well, one group of people that will smile with a hook anywhere near them is a professional angler. Whoa, look at this. Let's go to the throwback machine. Who's that guy? Davey Hite, hooked in the leg. Look at those calves, first of all. Wow.
Yeah, that's a younger Davey Hite for sure. Quick story on that. That was my first AOY year. I was last boat to take off in the Classic. 41 boats followed me to that spot, and that was the first fish that I swung in the boat. I was a little nervous, to say the least. I can promise you that.
Wow.
Deep little in action, it looks like.
Deep little in. Nailed it. You nailed it.
You have all the patches on that jersey.
Those were embroidered.
Oh, wow. Calves are popping.
That's one step above.
Calves are popping, but it looks good.
They still have that footage.
Oh, we got it. If it's humiliating, they will find it. Well, speaking of humiliating, the award-winning segment that is known as Bo Knows. Steve Bowman, what does Bo know here today?
Bo knows that 11-8 set the big bass yesterday is a magical, mysterious, and almost historical number.
Really?
Because what most people don't know, that Bo knows, 2005, the first year of Bass Track, 11-8 was the first weight entered in Bass Track.
Come on.
I'm going to take you back. We were on the Ohio River. Aaron Martin's Marshall put a 1-8 in as a 11-8. And it sent his pen and the world into frenzy. There was an 11, and I'm like, wait a minute. It's Ohio River. Okay? That's not an 11-8, but it took him a while to get it done. But the 11-8 was a nightmare for me for a while. But that part of that is an 11-8.
I believe Bo is the only person on earth that knows that stat.
I do know.
Even Bo knew that on the Ohio River there was something wrong.
Oh, there it is. It doesn't add up. Because an 11-8 would actually break the state record for 22 states in the United States today. So not just 2005. So also know that 11-8, y'all talked about it, number 2, 11-8 is 10th in the list, but there's been 75. That makes the 75th double-digit bass caught since 2005, not counting Aaron Martin's 11-8, but 75. And if you think about that, as many years as both of y'all have been here, we just don't, it doesn't feel like we see them that often, but that's 75 of those. And I know that number 3, Davey Hite, appears twice on that top 75 list, and he will argue that he needs to be on there 3 times.
See, we give you a little love.
I do appreciate that, but
he needs it today.
I will absolutely argue that there's 3 double-digit fish by Davey Hite. And
but you're not on the list.
If Davey remembers one thing, it's the biggest bass he ever caught while fishing a Bassmaster event. I can tell you the bait, the tournament, the day. I can take you to the foundation on Falcon Lake where I caught an 11-1.
Mm-hmm.
But there were so many 10, 11, 12-pound bass being weighed in, I can understand.
It's kind of like
I got lost in the shuffle.
you know. But he did. He had a 10-2 at the St. John's in 2014, and you had a 10-pounder clear at Clear Lake, 10-0. So the man is no stranger to double digits.
See, he's here to build you up. Bo knows how to
break me down.
No, your picks break you down. I mean, I love you, you know that, but I can't control the fact that you tried to rain on my entire way, and there'll be no 22-pound bags, and there was not one,
not two,
not three,
not four,
but 5 22-pound plus bags.
I think that was a big reason for your excitement when you actually saw those weights come in, because you believed me when I said no big stringers.
I did. I will be honest. I did get a little extra excited when I saw Gaston's fish, because I'm like, there's no way that's not a 10-pounder. But thank you, Steve Bowman. Great stuff as always from Bo Knows. We made some picks earlier in the week, fantasy fishing. Talk to me about it, Kyle Jesse.
That's exactly right. That's where we're going to go right now, and it's going to transition from giving Davey a hard time to, I'm afraid, giving me a hard time.
Okay.
We made some TH Marine Pick'em Challenge picks, and starting off, number 1, the Canadian Clash.
Didn't like
Gustafson versus Cooper Gallant. The idea was that we had to make Mercer pick one Canadian versus the other. He picked the right one. Unfortunately, he did pick Cooper Gallant, who finished in 42nd, and I picked Jeff Gustafson, who unfortunately for me and him finished 81st. So, moving on to the second matchup, Battle of the Brandons. This is a runaway.
And Cobb was the runaway favorite going into this. He's got a strong track record, right?
I'll be honest.
I didn't do that, though.
I thought your call on this one was a little bold after what we saw Brandon Cobb do here just a couple of years ago. Palaniuk has struggled here. Some of his worst Elite Series finishes have been here. But you rolled the dice. You went with Brandon Palaniuk, and I don't know, he's probably only ahead of Brandon Cobb by about 47 pounds right now, if I had to guess. That's not an exact estimate, but has to be pretty close. Matchup number 3. The You Think matchup. And I still think if you haven't watched that video to this point, you're missing out big time. You'll get a big kick out of that. Seth Feider versus Matt Robertson. Mercer appears like you had Seth Feider, and I had Matt Robertson. This was the closest matchup that we picked. Robertson in 79th place and Feider in 73rd. So that was the tightest matchup towards the bottom of the leaderboard, unfortunately for both those guys, but you got that one right too. So the best I can tell, that's a big fat 0 for 3 for me and a 3-0 for you. So congratulations.
It's a good day to be Dave. Not a great day to be Davey, but it's a good day to be Dave.
Thank God you're finally wearing the rust off of that bell, because you haven't been able to ring it very much this year.
No. What? Are you going to talk about ringing bells? You, of all people, are going to talk about ringing bells. I don't even know what that sound is. Oh, always good times on the halftime show. Coverage going to continue. Lots going to happen this afternoon, I imagine. Okay. Good stuff. Thank you very much, Davey Hite. Always ready with an expert comment to help his friend out. Let's look at somebody who always brings it. Brandon Palaniuk. I cannot see this fish catch enough, and I think we're going to see more of it.
Yes. Maybe. I promise it, though.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Let's keep it going. Our live coverage of semifinal Saturday at the Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite on Lake Okeechobee. Okeechobee, Florida. This is, of course, semifinal Saturday is day 3 of 4 days of competition. 50 anglers out there today. We're trying to identify the top 12 if it were to end right now. Unofficially, those would unofficially be your top 10. Brandon Palaniuk, I think he's a pretty good lock to be in that top 10, seeing as he holds a 20-pound, 5-ounce advantage over second-place David Gaston at this point right now. So we're not strictly a nail-biter as far as who's got the lead right now and who will have it a little bit later on. That's a huge margin there. Brandon Palaniuk has still work left to do on this day. And there is a spot, if you're just checking in with us, that has done, where he's done most of his damage, I should say.
Oh, I should be excited about having between 18 and 19
But after you catch 34, it's not quite as appealing. So I'm not satisfied with my day yet. But honestly, the bulk of my weight came from now to weigh-in yesterday. So I'm hoping that kind of the similar situation happens, right, where everyone kind of left, the fish get time to set up, you know, where they're not getting beat on. I'm gonna actually kind of take a break off of it and move a little bit and hopefully let the sun and let just kind of the afternoon heat and stuff and the lack of pressure on it pull those fish up, and then just see if they'll get set up where they're there and they're active, we can get right in a hurry. I mean, we're 1 8-pound bite away from having another really good day.
Second place, David Gaston.
Caught them this morning. You know, hadn't had a bite in probably an hour and a half. Don't mean nothing. I've been, you know, 2 hours without getting a bite. It's just kind of so random. You just got to keep fishing. We just got to get rid of that little one with something, probably another little one, but we'll take what we can get to try to move up some. The bite's not outstanding. I mean, it's been like this every day, so it's no, you know, it don't make you discouraged or nothing or lose confidence in what you're doing. You know, there might be, you know, you can run around and go look, but you know there's big ones, and if you've caught big ones, it's kind of best to stay and, you know, just try to get lucky one more time.
David Gaston on the board with the third best limit of the day of 17 pounds and 10 ounces. The best so far is Kyoya Fujita today. 22 pounds for Kyoya.
I was
on
just
this
about
day.
to stop the show and pray for Brandon Palaniuk in his tough day of 18.5 pounds because it's
but
such
hey,
a off
like
the
he
pace.
said, all it's going to take is a little 8-pounder to totally give him a good bag. So
Hey, you got to give him that. We're watching something right now.
Could be happening.
Wow.
He should help for sure.
He's got a 211 in his live well right now. It just shows you that never surrender attitude with these guys. I've not biting 2 hours, but I know I'm going to get them. I'm going to sit here and I know I'm going to get them, but I wish it'd be 8-pounder, but.
Yes. Okay.
4 1/4, and it will be a 20-pound on Bass Track bag. You know.
Yeah.
Can I kind of just turn the boat a little bit for you? That should help. Not a giant, but it should help.
It's probably 3.3.
Heavy 3.
Yeah.
I got a
Say a-
282. Surely it's
three.
bigger than that.
3.9.
3-pounder. It's an upgrade.
3-pound what?
Sweet. All right, red number.
I feel like it's a 3.3.
Give me the ounce. We'll see.
Exactly, 3-pound what? Yeah, Fujita from 20th place has a couple
That's a
6-pounders today.
There's Gaston, 2 hours later.
Yeah. Fast forward.
Yep.
It's the time of day.
Yeah. Getting there.
Air time.
Getting there.
If it's a
Landing on it.
bass, I only think it's a bass. It's not a giant. It's a big one though, like a good one.
And he's got
It's
some
not a
good
giant.
ones. He's got a solid bag.
Got one real little one, didn't he? About a 1.5, 110.
Yeah, 110.
He's not big at all.
Someone's
You
pontoon
fishing
horn
close to
or
the
what?
road, or is that a
Call, but
pontoon?
he's not a big one.
David's
He
just
looked
got
a lot bigger.
5 solid ones.
Yeah.
Get rid of that small one though.
He will get rid of the small one. It's maybe a 3 and some change, probably not a good one. Boy, he took off like he wanted to be somebody, I know that.
Straight to Hollywood.
3.6.
So I think Palaniuk's was 3 ounces heavier than that. We'll see when it pops in the bass track.
110 hits the road.
I haven't heard any of those like when they throw them over. Hey, grow up, buddy. See you next year. I'm expecting one of those.
That's fallen out of favor, I think, in recent years. I don't know what that would be.
Bring your mama next time, try to catch her, okay?
Oh, we done had us one.
Anglers have stopped assuming that they'll be able to go to the same spot next year and catch them.
Man, he looked big. A 3-pounder.
Water on the lens.
Well, somebody who's caught some important fish to make their first top 10 is Bo Browning. He was stuck with one fish, fell down in the near 20th, caught 7 pounds in the last half hour. So back into 8th place.
Let me tell you, you can't hold that Garmin back right there, that trolling motor.
Qualifying in 10th place today, Paul Mueller from Connecticut.
He was one of our 19-15 bags that was just out of the top 6 on day 1. You had to have 20 pounds to have a camera day 2. Just out of that, but he stayed strong and is in their top 10.
Well, right now we're trying to get a big bite, and it's been a tougher day. I kind of knew it was going to be. I was going to try some different stuff, but I don't want to leave this area because I haven't been really any other place in the event. So if I had wind, I'd be confident that, to try something and do something a little different. I was kind of expecting to do that if I didn't get a big bite by like about 10 o'clock, but the wind just died right down. And there's big fish here, but it's kind of a weird deal because the water has dropped. I mean, I'm seeing a lot more cover each day, which means that the water's dropping. I'm not sure how much it's dropped, but it's dropped. These fish wanted to spawn. Some of them were, the males were on beds. You can't see it, but that's what's happening. You can tell by the way they hit the bait and stuff like that. Had a lot of males on the first day, and then it's kind of went downhill. So everything right now is in a weird deal. But what you have is in the afternoon, when it gets hotter, these fish get, and it's bright, these fish get tight to cover, and you may get 1 or 2 good bites. And I feel like with the bag that I have today, I think I really need 2 good bites to get in the top 10. I just have to make 2 good pitches. So if there's wind, I could fish a chatterbait and fish some of this sparse stuff. But like right now, I'm not even fishing where I got bit. I'm kind of trying to fish new water. And then just kind of going to key areas, trying to stay within this bay and go to key areas at the right time. Everything is timing. I caught a big one in the afternoon yesterday, and it was easy. And it's just like, I just wish I could duplicate that. But there's high percentage areas, and you just have to hope that you get one of those fish to react. But it doesn't seem like they're spawning, and that's what makes it difficult. If they're spawning, they're easier to catch. You can't see them, they can't see you. As long as you're stealth with your boat, you can catch them. But they're not spawning, or at least I haven't seen that now. And that's why this deal is so tough, I believe.
Good, complete answer, as usual, from Paul Mueller. Right there, sizing up the situation.
In the off-season, he doesn't need to be out on the ice fishing. He needs to be doing seminars.
Yes,
that should be the anchor of all the seminars.
Into our afternoon session, actually less than 3 hours fishing time for our first flighters here on this semi-final Saturday. Not a whole lot of tension regarding the top spot right there. Brandon Palaniuk is going to make that top 10. Probably 3 or 4 more of them for sure, and maybe the whole 10. Who knows?
I don't know what you stand behind me.
Champion Bassmaster Elite. Second stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. We're here at legendary Lake Okeechobee, bucket list place for sure for bass anglers from all around the world. Fans of big bass fishing. Our live coverage is sponsored by Yamaha. We have had an eventful tournament here. A 2-week stay in the state of Florida to start our season. And Brandon Palaniuk yesterday blew the thing wide open with a huge day, 34 pounds plus, the biggest single day weight ever in the Elite Series here at Lake Okeechobee.
The biggest or the scariest thing for the field today was Greg DiPalma was only down by 10 pounds, but third place was down by 20 pounds.
Yeah.
If Greg slipped today, if GDP slipped today, all Brandon Palaniuk has to do is just pace with third, fourth, fifth, whatever they catch the next 2 days. Just pace it. If they catch 17, he catches 7. He's going to win by 20 pounds just by pacing the rest of the people. So great day by David Gaston. He's going to move up a few spots today into second place currently, but he's still just as much as he was behind before, 20 to 21 pounds.
Gaston's got a nice groove going along that shoreline. You know, he's getting 3s and 4s and 5s. I mean, he's doing good. He's doing really well. He's got a solid method.
He's got to have a couple 8s at this point to even to make a dent.
Well, we know he's capable of 11-8.
Get back to Minnesota's Bob Downey, 7th place right now.
Oh, good old Bob.
Old Bob Downey. That was actually Seth Feider's
We've kind of
nickname
worked
for him
back
for
out
some
of the
reason.
main portion of this little pond. We've been flipping for about an hour and 20 minutes. We just picked up a swim jig for a bit. Caught a couple small ones flipping, but nothing that helped us. We had a great morning. I was super happy with how the morning went. Catching them just winding a swim jig around up in the dirt, and I think we caught a fresh batch of fish that had just moved in. So we got decent weight. We really need, I think, like one great big one to guarantee that we get in for tomorrow. We might get in with what we have, but I would really like to get one more big one. And I caught my big ones flipping yesterday, punching in the afternoon. It was super tedious, so I only got 3 bites doing it in like 3 hours, but they're all good ones, an 8, a 6, and a 3-pounder. So we're gonna flip around a little more in here and just see, you know, even if we just get one of those today, it'll be worth it. But since about 10:30, it's been a little slow. The wind kind of slacked off, and our swim jig bite kind of died back there. I don't know if it was due to the wind slacking off, or we just kind of caught that fresh batch that moved in. But I'm happy to have what I've got for sure. I feel like we're one good bite away from hopefully getting in to the top 10 tomorrow. So it's been pretty fun morning, just winding a swim jig around. We do that a lot back home in the spring, just throwing at cattails, dead lily pad rhizomes, and so I feel really comfortable doing it. And we got fortunate. I think a new wave of fish definitely moved in overnight. There were a lot of bucks back there yesterday.
You got to get through the
bucks, but I think
to make the bucks.
That's great. I never thought of it that way.
In the box were some females that had moved in, so that was cool. But we're in a little area kind of all by ourselves. There's been a few other anglers in here the last few days, only one other angler in here today. So to have an area to ourselves like this in Florida has been kind of a treat. You can manage stretches a little bit better and let some rest. So we'll see how it goes. I feel like we're one more good bite away, and they're in here. They live in this little pond. They move around, I imagine, throughout the day and up onto these little isolated pieces of cover, and then some of the hyacinth around the edges is really what I've been targeting. But definitely a fun morning for sure. Now I just need a good afternoon, 1 or 2 good bites.
One big one mean a lot to Bob. Bob helped us out with our coverage of the Opens this past year. Did a great job.
Yes.
Came down, did a fine job. I forget which tournament it was.
Some old Bob. I think it was the Mississippi River event.
That's right. It was.
I was just sitting here thinking about this.
No. It was the Leech Lake event. We had Leech Lake. Brian Schmidt came
in his home state. Yeah, that's right. Would be in his home state.
Because we take for granted how great these fishermen are, you know, and we look at them, we know they're great fishermen, but then you take for granted the fact that they're on television and they're giving a dissertation on how to fish and why to fish and a full lesson. So it's incredible what these guys can accomplish on these tours, and they've learned so much and they're so good at what they do.
Slow period in here for us. We haven't caught anything in a while, but there's a lot of life moving, so I don't know. It's hard to want to stay, you know. Part of me wants to just move on, but you know what can happen when they do fire up. But yeah, so I really just need to get one bite and get things rolling again. And we got 5 small ones in there. But that's the thing out here. I mean, one flip or cast could be a 10-pounder. Or a 5-pounder. I mean, we could take a 5 for sure.
It's like 2 5s.
Yeah.
Can you break a 10 for me?
Yeah. Even a big 4 would be great.
What about a high 3?
No, it's got to be a big 4.
He keeps working his way down.
Don't give
we
up.
We start the day with goals of an 11-8, Peter.
Yeah.
Just like you have 27 sailfish in the front of your mind. And at a certain point in the day, it's no longer 27 or an 11-8. I'll take a 7-pounder. And then at some point, it's like, you know what, 3.5 will be good enough.
Bo Browning, our lone rookie in the top 10 to start this day. Angler from Arkansas. Came in via the Tackle Warehouse EQ qualifying from last year, 2024. This is some footage from earlier today.
Bo's, say, right off the old block with a chatterbait. He is doing what his father did great. Seen him flip a little bit as well. Nothing huge today, just consistently getting bites. He's one of those guys who I've caught enough that if I catch a few more, I can run into a decent sized one. But overall, Bo is not disappointed in his first 2 Elite Series events at all.
Had a little slow period this morning after a good start early in the morning. It fished his way back into the top 10, though. He's currently residing at 7th position. 8th position.
Second biggest bag yesterday, 25-12. A couple 6-pounder, 5+.
Well, ran across a wave of them yet, like I did yesterday. But they're starting to get a little more active, I can tell. Fish breaking and stuff like that, so kind of excited to see what happens. But good day on cloud 9 still, so just rocking and rolling with the punches.
Big day yesterday for Bo Browning, 25 pounds and 12 ounces.
That's a pretty nice average.
Oh, yeah.
That's a 5-pound average.
That's a good
if my
average.
math is correct.
Yeah. Doubled up from the day before.
Today he's kind of, his biggest fish is 2.9, with 4 other fish that are under 2 pounds. So he's got a little bit of time. He's saying, things are starting to look up. Fish are busting a little bit, starting to feed. Could be a good thing for him, sitting by himself right there.
Had a good showing here back in 2024 as part of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open. So let's listen to him as he planned out his gear for this week on Lake Okeechobee.
Biggin. Hey guys, Bo Browning here, Elite Series rookie in the 2025 season here at Lake Okeechobee. I've really had a 1-2 punch this week. It's been a Golden Shiner Z-Man Jackhammer 3/8 ounce with a white Chatter Shad trailer. Alongside with that, I've been throwing a black and blue Z-Man Chatterbait Elite Evo Tungsten 3/8 ounce as well with a black and blue Chatter Shad trailer on it. I'm just keeping the bladed jigs honest. I'm kind of switching back and forth between the two. If I feel like I'm not getting the bites that I should be on this one, I switch to this one, vice versa, back and forth. But I'm trying to cover as much water, really figure out where those waves of fish are moving in and out of, and that's been my 1-2 punch this week.
Champion Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee. Semifinal Saturday. That's where the big part of the action has gone down. That little spot right there under the water, there's a high spot with deep water surrounding it, and that is the place that is responsible for the giant weight on top of the leaderboard enjoyed by our leader, Brandon Palaniuk.
Normally you'd say he's feeling the weight and the pressure of the entire fleet, Ronnie. We're kind of a fleet of 102 to 104 guys out there, originally now down to 50 boats. But I don't think he's feeling the pressure as much with a 20-pound, 18-pound lead.
Never a great time to mention this. This is going to be a very odd year at the Bassmaster Classic because it will, for the first time, not include, since Brandon has been out here with us, Brandon Palaniuk.
Yeah, you think about the names, Tommy.
Unbelievable.
There's no Brandon Palaniuk. There's no Jason Christie. There's no Kyle Welcher. Iaconelli. Swindle. There's
Odd
Seth
year.
Fighter.
Odd
There's
year.
Quite a few guys who missed the Classic last year as Will Davis heads out of the area, it looks like.
Bob Downey, whom we were just with, will not be there either. But Bob
he
Downey
almost
missed
did
an
it.
event and
Yes.
almost pulled it off on the less than required number of events.
Yes, 9 events for the Bassmaster Elite Series season. Bob Downey missed the Harris Chain event last year due to the birth of his son, Jet. Rightfully so.
Yeah.
And then almost made it. Going into the final event, he was like 2 spots out of the Classic. Had a tougher final event, fell 5 to 6 spots out of the Classic, but
That
with
would've
8
been something
events
if he'd
instead of
made
9.
it. Oh, my
absolutely.
goodness.
We were reminded of Kevin Short the year that the tornado took out Mayflower, Arkansas.
Right.
He missed an event. I think he missed Toledo Bend that year.
Yes, he did.
And 2014, he reeled off 3 or 4 top 10s to end the season and made it with 1 less event for the Classic.
It's hard to do. Trey McKinney.
Okay. Messed up his world. He was like, what? That broke a rib. God.
He's not gonna have any ribs left.
No, he's
gonna be
hard
like
on the
Marilyn
ribs.
When
Manson.
I recheck, I was like, oh, it's going to be like a 4-pounder. Nope. That is a big cold, though. Black.
Getting rid of a 1-pounder.
2-pounder.
He's got helium in the boat, just like we do when we fly our balloons with our kites.
Oh gosh, the big one getting mad.
Yeah. This
Get him
is
up in
this
there.
is what it's about, you know, just being able to upgrade, you know, a game of ounces. Bill Lowen, 4 ounces, you know, from 1-pounder to a 2-pounder. There you go. Whoops. There you go. See you later, buddy. Grow up.
Day 1 leader Greg DiPalma, almost 30 pounds on day number 1. Since then, it hasn't come quite that easy, but he's game. He is not going to take himself out of this.
You saw his eye line change because you ripped it out of the water and it flew about 15 feet to the left. He was like, zing, what?
Hey.
Not ideal. It just transpired. Gonna have to put that rod up there, Tommy. I think he had about 1.5 feet of that rod separated.
Yeah.
It's his travel rod. I think his section just came off.
Yeah, true that.
Hailing from New Jersey with a flat brim hat. Not your standard New Jersey look. Although
No,
even Mike
not
Iaconelli
so much
being
on the
close to
flat
Philly.
brims up there?
No, Mike Iaconelli, he has that flat brim. He wears it
Yeah,
well.
see?
He's from Philly, you know, not very far from there. I was up in Jersey catching some giant bluefin tuna about 3 months ago. 800 pounders off the kite.
Wow.
It was pretty special, and man, what a fishery they have. So I'm sure he's grown up doing all that bass fishing and doing all that offshore fishing as well. You can't not do it when you live in that area. It's vibrant. It's
Do they
alive
make
and
you
well.
wear a flat bill?
No, I can't pull off a flat bill suit. I just can't do it.
Only some people can.
I can't do it. I look like an orange on a pencil. That's the hook I use.
As soon as we fish this back section, we're gonna idle out to where, just past where we fished yesterday and fish out. Maybe out's better. It does think the water's even lower today than yesterday. Every day's getting lower and lower.
You gotta love the attention to detail with some anglers, and some anglers just, you know, grip it and rip it, and it's super quick, but, you know, trimming everything up, the knots down. We used to take nail clippers and
How
clip it right
fast they
down,
just
so there's
go.
nothing now.
Like I'm
Everything's
fast as I
perfect.
can just to even catch them.
Other guys, doesn't matter, they just do it their way and they still catch them, but maybe
It's
it's
like
an
they're
OCD.
scared to bite it. Like, okay, I'll just bite it and run with it, I guess.
Greg having, at least to this point, his best tournament with the Bassmaster Elite Series. First time he's ever held a lead going into a final day. I know, he was totally pumped up about that.
After the first day.
First day, yeah, not the final day.
I was about to say, you know what somebody is he about to catch a 15-pounder?
I don't mean to blow my cover. The Earth people
You saw
suspect
Bass
nothing.
Track. You saw Bass Track before we did.
Big fish, Brandon Cobb.
Huh?
13 ouncer.
Oh.
Sush just opens his mouth just to say stuff.
He had an 8-10 on day one. That's long forgotten.
That was a while
Tied
ago.
for the lead.
Yes,
I still remember it. You just choose not to.
You've been sooched.
It just fill his limit, though.
Wow. That's distracting.
Sounds like somebody's arguing with somebody.
An earful of there from somewhere. Is it David Gaston's
I feel
mic?
like it's David Gaston.
I feel like it's someone up on the bank up top there, above Gaston.
Or it's
right? Is that what you think?
There's a bunch of boats around Brandon as well. It could be.
Man, it sure looks like they're.
Maybe Dalton Tumblin's chewing somebody out. I don't know.
I thought I heard say, "Hey, put me on TV." You know, I thought it was one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Like
somebody
they're
trying to
deep
sell
on the bottom,
tax
which I want
preparation
them on the
services or
bottom.
something.
Yeah, the name of his
about
company
that.
is called H. His name is Preparation H.
They're asking about the car's extended warranty.
Like 10 to 12, kind of.
Who does your taxes, Tommy? Just staying away from those guys.
No.
Back in our
I
little
have a guy that understands my
angle here.
strange
Yeah.
financial
See if we
practices.
can make something of it.
How much of your house do you use as an office? I don't know. 97%.
Enough?
2,000 square feet.
Yeah.
It is a battle going to be to make it to Championship Sunday. 6 guys are at 45 pounds or plus. Trey McKinney, 9th. Cox.
Snagged a tilapia for a second.
Got Jordan Lee knocking on the door. Jacob Fouts. Hank Cherry just landed a fish to get to 13th. Wes
saw
Logan's
that.
right there.
Wes Logan makes his customary run at it on day number 3. That's something we sort of
Some good late fish.
grown to expect just about every tournament.
And remember, first flight checks in 3 o'clock. 15 minutes later, second flight will check in 3:15. They normally go out when there's full field. You just continuously go out. On day 3, they hold half the field, and it is 15 minutes difference so that everyone has a fair fishing time on a day 3. And so, if a guy like Wes Logan's boat 28 coming into the day, so he would be in the second flight 15 extra minutes to be able to fish and maybe make up enough out of that 45-pound club.
He got out 6 minutes ahead of boat 48.
Yeah. If they're taking 6 minutes to send 20 boats, we're doing it wrong. But
that too long?
Yeah, I'd say it's probably about 3 minutes to get 25 boats through and on pad at most.
I think you just volunteered yourself to do the launch at the Classic with that statement, right?
Oh, no, I'm good. No, because
No, that's
at the
not when you- when
Classic's
you-
a whole
when you
nother
complain.
deal.
See, you complain.
No, who's complaining?
You were complaining. You said they could go a lot faster.
No, I said if they're taking 8 minutes to do 20 boats, because he said he had an 8-minute advantage over boat 48. If they're taking that long, that's
6.
way too long. But Classic's another deal because Dave does his customary accolades for every person.
That's true.
So they can
It's a
celebrate.
different setup there.
Scott Canterbury having a good day, 18-12. He just landed a 4+, 4.7. He had a big fish the other day.
Brandon Palaniuk, a giant lead, very relaxed. Dave and Davey finally got shed of their responsibilities, take a little fishing time here on the water, maybe.
Is that Harold?
Catch a sac-a-lay or two.
And Wayne?
While we're up to it today. That was actually not Dave and Davey. Dave's getting ready for the weigh-in. Davey's probably doing some investigative work for us here. He's on assignment, as they say. Brandon Palaniuk is on assignment to make it to 100 pounds. That's one of the main reasons he's going to show up tomorrow, I would imagine, see if he can knock out a century belt on Lake Okeechobee. It's extremely possible. Bassmaster Live here on semifinal Saturday. The champion, Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite on Lake Okeechobee. 2 events in Florida to start our season. Then we break for the Bassmaster Classic, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, sponsored by Under Armour. And we're back on the road to the Carolinas. We get 1 each, 1 in South Carolina, 1 in North Carolina. Brandon Palaniuk, the man on top here, blew the thing wide open yesterday with a 34-pound, 10-ounce 5-fish limit that took place right before our very eyes. It was something else, something to behold. We'll probably be showing some more of that during the course of this day. David Gaston, man, moved up into second place. John Garrett from outside the top 10 moves up. But as I mentioned, we're going to show you what happened yesterday. So let's not waste time. Get right to it. This was right at noon yesterday.
Dude, look at that! Look at that thing!
Patiently waited it out, Tommy. 4 anglers fishing this area, a lot of pressure. Timing is key, and positioning. They got a different angle with their boats to make a precise cast. And boy, with the crankbait,
way this week,
jerk bait, Brandon Palaniuk was able to put 2 9s and a 7.5 in the boat.
Oh my gosh.
I could watch that all day long. That moment there, when he misses it and gets it back, and you know all the hooks are in there, so he felt good about it. Remember, he said it was 1 hook, and then it became multiple hooks because it kind of rolled on it.
Yeah, it turns into steer wrestling right here.
Exactly, and then he cradles it like a baby, like a giant rugby ball. He's ready for a scrum in the boat, and he pulls it out with his pliers and grits his teeth. Has that moment, just like, my gosh, I'm gonna do this.
Lord, what a fish.
Oh, she might be 8.
7-pounder comes in a little bit later.
Look at that. I mean, that's not as good of a pull as the other one, but.
So new record for a single-day limit for the elites here at Lake Okeechobee. Today he gets up with a good, healthy lead, 10 pounds ahead of number 2, 20 pounds ahead of angler in 3rd place. No pressure to speak of, but you don't want to stub your toe either. He has not done that.
Been able to mix it up a little bit today. We've seen some jerkbait action, but he's mixed in a Nico rig, Tommy. Catch a couple fish there as well. Then we saw during that midday break, maybe that's just midday break equals crankbait time, because he was able to catch keeper number 5 on that.
Got her.
I think it's this catch right here.
1 hook. Please, please. I'm gonna have to land her on this side.
Using the Katana jerkbait from Mega Bass. This is a prototype.
Not past the barb.
From Mega Bass as well.
My lip bleeding?
A little bit.
Feels like it should be bleeding.
A little bit of lip, a little bit of buff.
That's nothing for a wrestler, snowboarder. I bleed all the time. You bleed my own, make me bleed my own blood.
No fish makes me bleed.
Well, as if yesterday wasn't enough, we got a marathon peak performance to recognize right here. It's going to be Brandon Palaniuk, as a matter of fact, running away from the field on us there. Look at that schedule that he was on today. As I said, the first 2 fish, he was just on the maintenance diet there.
Yeah, and the one big thing about this, Tommy, is he was beside his closest competitor, Greg DiPalma, this morning. Obviously sharing the spot, been very cordial with each other, working together. But when you're up by 10 pounds over 2nd place and 20 pounds over 3rd place, I like 2nd place at that point being near me. I know exactly what he's doing or what he's not doing. He was out fishing Greg. Greg decides to leave. Now it's the unknown, but Brandon knows if I keep pace with what 3rd through 10th does weight-wise, it's mine. It's mine to lose at this point. Do not make a mistake.
You keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I'm not saying they're enemies, but they're competitors. So in this situation, frenemies, exactly.
Think of day 1 when he watched DiPalma get almost 30 pounds. And Will Davis get 26 plus, and he had a decent bag 23.
They've got about 2 hours of being friends, and then tomorrow, no more friendship. We're not working together tomorrow. It's the final day. We're not against you. You know, I'm not hating you, but
you're getting everything you can get.
We've gotten as far as we can get together, and now it's time for me to seal the deal.
They were sharing tackle this morning, though. Some of the other guys.
That's why I said they got 2 more hours left, Such, of being friends.
4th place, Will Davis. Will's spent most of this tournament 3rd place or better.
Oh!
Hooked up.
He's not gonna help. Look at that post-spawn fish. They're all post-spawn today.
Call that a postage stamp.
There's no way he's gonna
That's what
help.
they say. Nice and thin.
They're all post-spawn.
It's funny with a guy like Brandon, knowing that he's got an 18-pound lead. Well, he thinks he thinks he's got a solid lead. He's not exactly sure, but you still can't be calm and you can't be like chill and confident. You still, like he says, I just need one more 8-pounder. I gotta get there. You want to secure and ensure that lead, and he's not going to be satisfied until he does.
Kick your teeth in. That's what his aim is.
That's right. I'll give you a kiss and then kick your teeth in.
Well, Davis looking for something shallow.
Just trying to figure out what the right call is here. Figure out the right bait for this afternoon.
Let's get over to another member of that original quartet that started there on day number 1.
I do like that right there. Palaniuk says you got to figure out what bait is going to work this afternoon. He's not assuming what happened day 1 or day 2 is going to happen today, and that's how you stay on the fish.
He's too smart to assume
Absolutely.
that.
Oh, that looks nice.
Take it.
Get up here, yes, sir.
Number 4, yeah.
It's gonna be a nice addition to the live well. It's kind of like the movie Hangover when the 4 of those guys were in there. They, entered the desert. 4 very best friends, and that's what it was in that community hole there.
Alan thought they were the best.
Alan thought they were 4 best friends.
Best friends that anybody ever had.
Sunday.
That's right.
3.
And we're never, ever gonna not be best friends. But apparently that is the case because now they're down to 2.
I might be able to go right over top of all
And then
the
they go
same stuff
frenemy
again and
town.
catch them all over again. You never know. I'm just gonna
And nobody's
fly down.
sunburned on top of the hotel roof.
That's right.
No.
I think
Maybe something. It went tap. That's all I felt. So I ain't
Safety's off.
not letting it pull.
Yeah.
And no one's driving down the sidewalk in a cop car.
Just to freaking sit on like that, not even move it.
You and Such might be brothers.
From another mother.
I could see it.
What do you got going between the 2 of them? What do you got similarities with?
Oh, they can run with a movie
big girls.
reference or a billboard and go for.
He said some. I have no idea what the heck they are. The Metallica. I know nothing.
Okay, I guess we're not brothers then. I mean, I don't know. What were we trying to say, Such? I thought we were brothers there for a second.
I actually was a chaperone for a teen at a Metallica concert once. I couldn't hear for 3 days.
Well, you're too close to the speaker. You had too many. You had too good of seats.
No, we weren't.
I know
We
you were
did
back out
not.
there in the rafters.
We were on the back end of the arena. Yeah.
Was that the loudest show you ever heard, Such?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
He said he didn't hear it.
Yeah, well, yeah. Not after the
next
first
day I
song.
heard it.
I went to Pearl Jam, Madison Square Garden, when my wife was pregnant, 8.5 months, walking around, and I asked the doctor. I said, "Is this okay for the baby to be in the womb and hearing this? If you can hear this, the baby
Brandon
can."
Palaniuk.
Oh my gosh.
Here we go.
No.
She's still on. She's still on.
Look at that
coming at us.
posture. That's
Oh
a
my
big
gosh,
fish
it's
posture.
big one. Stay on there. Where's she at? Oh gosh. No! Shouldn't have switched directions. Should not have switched rod directions.
Slow
That
roll
was my
that head
fault.
shake.
Tried to take her to this side.
Keeping it down as soon as he goes over the top to the left.
That was it.
All right, 5-pounder, close to it.
Wow. 3 days, so many crankbaits,
We
jerk
coulda
baits,
had a bag
75
today.
pounds of fish, and that's really
Just
the first
lost
one
too
we've
many.
seen. come off on him. That's extraordinary.
Yeah, we heard about the first two this morning.
I didn't even hear about that.
Oh, he said,
No.
I've lost 2 fish so far this morning before he caught one. We didn't see him, but that being 3 solid fish.
Dang it. Why? Bad timing.
Let's get over to Jason Christie.
I had a camera with him day one, Tommy.
Yeah, we did.
Didn't do phenomenal, but was within the cut. Had a big day yesterday, so now we get to see him again on camera. It's one of those
Been a
deals
while.
where we're looking for Jason Christie. Where is Jason? Jason, where are you? Let's go past Tin House and the North Shore. See the Monkey Box, Fish Eating Bay, Harney Pond.
We're going to sneak up on him,
Moonshine
apparently. Yeah, there. Well, he went down south first day, did he not?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe where he is now.
Oh.
Decent. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Golly, I told you the next bite was going to be a freaking giant.
Wow.
Jeez. Look at that. I might not catch another bass, but I almost went south to catch 7 pounds. Right there, 7 pounds. Freaking giant. Oh. Oh my gosh. That just, at first when I was like crack, I was like, it's a freaking catfish. Pre-spawn too, did you see that? Uh-huh.
It was super dark.
Yeah.
The second fish of the day.
Had a 1.8 other than
Those
that,
kind
right?
of fish don't run by themselves.
Yeah, yet day one afternoon, we heard Jason Christie say, I didn't want to have to do this, and he was flipping reeds, yet he started to catch fish even around other people. And like he said today, I did not want to go south and go catch 7 pounds, so I stopped.
I mean, it's been a slow day. It's hard enough in Florida to find fish. You know, I mean, find an area that, and I had 3 areas and 2 of them got blowed out. And the other area where I caught them, you know, when I finished the day, the first day, that's where I caught them the first day and then yesterday. But it looks like to me the water has fallen, and I was literally like running back in the river just because of that, thinking, well, if the water's falling, I'll just go in there and fish the bank. At least I know the water looks good. And when I was running by these reeds here, and I was like, this water doesn't look bad. And I had a bite over there, not a bite, but one followed me in. And I convinced myself, because I caught a catfish, I convinced it was a catfish. But when I pitched in that reed clump right there, you see, it all laid over. It was like that fish had never seen a bait. It doesn't take many of those bites to catch up. We're not going to the river. I think we can stay in clearer water for a little while anyway. The best thing about that fish, she's pre-spawn. So we ain't got to worry about no more shake your bait 10 times. She's not out here to spawn. The water, it's too deep and too dirty. She's out here to eat.
What did that one go in as, Suge?
7-0.
Yeah, he called it a
7-0.
7.
Exactly what he said.
Jason Christie making a move with his second keeper. I'll say Scott Canterbury, it says 18-12 on Bass Track. He's in 15th. I have reports that it could be over 22.
Wow.
Right now.
We'll see. We will see. Good stuff from Jason Christie. Seen very little of him today, but what we've seen here this afternoon doesn't get a whole lot better than that. 7-pounder for Christie. 2 hours left for our anglers here on semifinal Saturday. Lake Okeechobee, the champion power equipment Bassmaster Elite. That's some of our locals here in attendance, paying close attention to the action out there. Howdy, yeah. One of the local duck council members right there.
Yeah, heron there.
White heron.
It's my dad's favorite bird in Florida.
Really?
There's the rubber ducky.
Yeah, the same elephants.
That's not a leaf. That is a rubber ducky. I told you.
Flower.
Muscovy ducks. Those are Muscovy ducks. That's right. Not very tasty, a little gamey.
Yeah, not as...
What?
And that's the crossbred.
Good boy right there.
Yeah, a little pit bull mixed with a little...
Got a brother. Got a brother.
Nice guy. There's old Spot.
Yep. He's chill.
Oh, yeah. He's watching his skin. He's staying out of the sun.
There's the bed marker for Will Davis. He said there's a bird.
We saw him earlier. Yeah, it looks like an overgrown rail is what I thought.
And now he's moved. I don't know where the bed's at now, Tom.
Yeah, he's like a stork roller. There's one of the local fishermen right there, I guarantee you. Yeah.
That guy's standing on his bottom feet, standing on his tail, just trying to take a look around.
That one looked more like a crocodile than an alligator. I guess you can... Possibility of someone having released a crocodile into here.
I love a gator.
With your prehistoric self.
Love a gator.
Peter Mueller, you know what the favorite food of gators down there?
Chicken.
Tilapia.
Turtles.
Oh, yeah.
I went to Gator World and did a story on their interactions with bass, and gators are pretty opportunistic. If they got those sensors in their mouth, anything near it, it'll snap at and bite. And they like turtles, shells and all, calcium, whatnot.
Sounds like a tiger shark. They eat a lot of turtles.
The area where I caught the 8-pounder here, and then we're going to probably get out of here. Had a good morning. Happy with where we're at for a bag. We shouldn't fall too much, I'm hoping. But you never know how the other guys are doing. But one good bite away from, I think, for sure getting in tomorrow. But it's been a good week. Those 2 bites yesterday, those were a godsend. I mean, the longer you do this, the more you realize kind of how fortunate you were to get an 8.5 and a 6.5. We've had 4 or 5 bites flipping, but nothing's been over 2 pounds. So, you know, it's kind of typical Florida. One day you get a couple big ones doing it, the next day you get 5 rats. So it's just kind of how it goes. We're fortunate to have a bit of a backup plan with the swim jig this morning. So I still feel like we're right where we need to be. Just we got like a 2.5 pounder in our box right now that if we can get rid of that one with a 3 to 4 pounder, I'd feel pretty good about the day. But we got just under 2 hours left, so give ourselves about an hour to go flip a different spot closer to takeoff. Unless we generate a big bite here, then we'll hunker in. But it's just haven't seen a big one flipping quite yet. But kind of expected that, to be honest. Like it's tough to rely on a 6.5 and 8.5 each day. But I felt like we made some good adjustments this morning and put a decent bag together.
Well, true, no 6.5s or 8.5s today for Bob Downey, but he has done his job.
This little point, and then we'll head on over there.
He did use the word tedious earlier, which you got to work hard. You got to grind it out. Another word for that would be arduous, to say the least.
Consuming all your attention and your concentration. This was earlier today with Bob Downey. Getting some good ones. But what he talked about, he said, I don't think we may have dropped so much. I hope I haven't dropped too much today. Actually, he's advanced. He started in 9th place. He's in 7th right now.
50 pounds even. He had that 13 pound on day 2
I'm gonna
bag.
crank the engine just to give those batteries a little juice.
He started on day 1 with 11 pounds, 15 ounces. Big climb on day 2.
No fish today that are big, but it's 16 pounds and 4 ounces. Not that bad.
And he's sitting at 50 cent.
Yeah.
which if you extrapolate Mueller's 10th place, 33 pounds, 10 ounces, he'd actually be under. We'll see what goes down this afternoon. He's still got lots of time.
He's 54th here in 2023. He's already bettered that mark. Of course, his goal, make it to the top 10, be in the thing tomorrow.
The simple things that they're doing, like putting on sunblock in between a couple catches. You had a little moment putting on sunblock, taking a second to eat something, having a drink of water. These are important things to sustain yourself because you just can't grind the gears and smoke them out. You got to kind of take care of yourself just a little bit. I'm not, not sit down and have a big spread, but take care of yourself out there and it'll go a long way.
They've all suffered the consequences of not doing those things, so they've learned their lessons in a practical way for sure.
A swirl of a massive fish. A massive.
Peter Miller, what's your go-to boat?
I feel like I'm fishing for like river monsters.
Boat.
Food, drink.
Oh. You ever watch that? River Monsters?
Oh, yeah.
It's like the locals.
I'm usually drinking a lot of water, a little Pedialyte, because we're out there standing just frying in the sun all day for 3-4 days straight, and you just get dehydrated and you get crampy, So sunblock, long sleeve shirts,
and then rare.
Food-wise,
and they like show you like the bite wound on this
simple sandwich.
Simple guy.
Chips, oranges, bananas.
I'll take bananas.
Hey, they like river monsters too, I guarantee it.
10.5 today, he's fallen to 10th place.
Oh gosh, that was an absolute dream. So same cameraman, everything. I mean, it was absolute amazingness. It was kind of like a pre-spawn type of thing if you were going up there to spawn. And I had found them out there, and I was like, I figured I'd have a good tournament. And the first morning when I pulled up, I had it was like 28 pounds in just like an hour or two. And I was like, oh my gosh. And it just like continued, like little stuff happening. Like I caught my jerkbait that I broke off on a fish, and it was still in his mouth. Just like crazy stuff like that, like the Lord, it's meant to be. It was pretty crazy. I'm super glad I got to at least feel it one time. And we're hunting after them. We're gonna keep fishing harder and harder every tournament. That first tournament whooped me, but we're coming back. I just gotta continue to keep my head straight, fish hard, pre-practice hard. Everything about it, every thought I have is, how do I do better? We'll see. Here, this place had me puzzled. Like, I'm very blessed to do what I've done. Because in practice, if you'd asked me, I've been like, heck no. Heck no. And then all of a sudden, it was like, that one canal saved me. And then now we're just kind of piecing it together. We're not doing real good, but I feel like I'm doing the right thing. Maybe not the right thing, but the thing I like to do. Flipping a big jig on 65-pound cigar stealth gray.
I'll say the biggest thing, Tommy, we weren't worried about his fishing ability last year. It was he needed to figure out rules, maturity, like learning, getting veteran. He made a couple key decisions this week at Lake Okeechobee that shows me that he's paying attention and that he's learning from past mistakes or judgment calls. And I called Trey last night and said, what made you not go to that top area? And he said, I just didn't feel like it was going to be a good situation and I shouldn't do that. And I said, I'm proud of you for making that decision.
So he heard the group was up there then at some point.
Oh, it was kind of, yeah.
Everybody knew.
All right, Brandon's hooked up.
Stay on there. Oh, it's not one of the megas, but it should call.
Well, he knows how to make a splash if he's a little one, I'll tell you that. Holy cow. Looks like a mega.
It's my first time.
That's a pretty big one. She's got it choked.
Got to maximize my impact.
That's a big one.
That is a nice one.
Oh, no. Yes. Oh, no. No. Oh, my gosh.
He must have had too much butter on that sandwich. Come on, Brandon.
And pre-spawner showed back up.
Yeah.
Hey, when she first came up, she had it like gone. Ooh, we needed that bite. If we would have executed today, we could have had a satchel.
A veritable burlap bag.
5.
All right, did you see that small profile crankbait he's using? No?
6-pounder.
I was looking away.
It's a 3-pound upgrade. Number 1. Woo!
That's gonna help in the century zone. Yeah.
3-pound cull could get him close to 80 pounds.
Because I know I'm not getting any.
He's forgotten a couple of his key wrestling moves here. There we go.
Twice.
Wait a minute.
Yep. 3 times a matey. I dedicate this song to the Little Rascals.
Yeah, Buck.
The Little Rascals.
Yeah, Little Rascals,
Buck.
Well,
3 times a matey.
Eddie Murphy doing.
One more look at this tussle real quick. Did you hear what he called that fish?
No.
Number 1.
Ah.
See, just a little bit of that.
That's the.
It's a big load off his mind.
Yes.
Well, all's well after the fumble. If you recover.
Yeah. Happened with that first 9-pounder yesterday, slipped momentarily.
I believe that he said it's a prototype, but I believe the name.
30.
It's Megabass IPX is the series, and obviously this is a 10 to 15 foot diver range.
Hey, at least she jumped and wallered around for you guys.
That's big.
Yeah.
At least she jumped and wallered around for you. Dalton's gonna be so mad. But Sago was here.
There's your 5 Elite Series wins for Brandon Palaniuk right there back in 2012, the second year out on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Wins way up north on the Bull Shoals Lake, almost to Missouri. St. Lawrence River the next year after encountering a big-time penalty for fishing in Minnesota, across the border, unknown
call on an oddballs boundary that went over an island, and he thought he was in Wisconsin, and Minnesota had a no-call rule.
He was running away with that tournament as well.
He was.
Lead-wise,
Absolutely. Sam Rayburn in 2017, part of his campaign for AOY, Lake Champlain, big win there, and Santee Cooper.
I just want to catch as much as I can today and hopefully have a healthy lead.
At a certain point, when you get over 20 pounds for leading, you're in an unhealthy lead. Like this is like not good for
away from having
the show tomorrow.
Good day.
Yeah,
really good day.
He was young and made mistakes. We should get on about that, Ronnie.
Oh, you can get on about that.
Okay.
I mean, for Greg to pass us, he's going to have to
made mistakes and learn from them, definitely.
30.
Sego Saito out there under the umbrella, getting the quality snaps of our man Brandon Palaniuk.
You did the Brandon's just putting the knife in and twisting it a little bit for the rest of the field. Sego's going to do that to the other photographers who left earlier because they thought they got enough photos. He said, I got the one that jumped the best.
Yeah.
Wallowed it.
Oh, and don't you worry. Sego will do that, no doubt about it.
Uh-oh. Well, you know a different Sego now.
You were no threat to his photography.
Oh, that's right. You were kind of up against him back in the day. I forgot about that. Brandon Palaniuk, load off his mind. A big one finally comes into the boat here on day number 3. There's one of your top fishermen on the water right there. Fresh catch.
When we say professional fishermen, that's what we mean.
Boy, that's a professional. He fishes for a living.
Their life depends on it.
Nice job there.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Nobody's favorite, the cormorant.
The catfish, a little sticky.
Competing fishermen. Oh, name that tune here at the Champion
It sounds
Power
like the
Equipment
Power
Bassmaster
Pole
Elite.
Total Boat Control replay of the day.
Yes, yes. Take us through it, Peter.
Peter, take it.
I took it. It's the Power Pole replay of the day.
Break down.
This is your baby.
We're going to break it down. Break it down. Oh, okay, we got
My eyes are closed. Tell me about
Palaniuk is doing what he's doing best, and he is catching those big fish. He's catching slaunches, as my buddy Mark Zona would say. I call them slobzillas, and he's catching them left and right. But this particular fish happened to give him a little bit of trouble, but I tell you, it's worth the replay to watch it, because it was once, it was twice, it was 3 times a matey, and this is going out to all those little rascals out there. Once, twice, that was a 3rd one, and here we go. On the 4th try, he gets it in the boat. He already took one to the grill. He's bleeding a little bit, but he's a tough guy. He can handle it. We got replays for the tough guys catching big fish. Well done, Brandon Palaniuk.
Looking for wub.
In all the wrong places.
When she first came up, she had it like gone.
Finding the big fish, though.
That's what we're talking about there.
Ooh, we needed
That's the way to
that
do it.
bite. If we would've
There's
had
moments
some-
where, we're TV, but you got to think of radio sometimes where you want that viewer to close his eyes and see what you're seeing by what you're saying. You did good there, Peter.
All you got to do is tell me one time, and now I know forever.
Yeah. Tomorrow, we're not even going to have to say we hear the music, Tommy. He's just going to run.
No. Oh, I'm excited.
Fist bumps all around.
Like a shot of adrenaline.
Yeah.
Hey, Brandon's saying the more I catch today, the less I have to worry tomorrow. The more he catches today, the easier a Century Club is going to be, Tommy.
Absolutely.
He's
yeah.
now right around a 20-pound bag would get it done for him for the Century Club.
How does he leave this spot? How does he leave this spot? Honestly,
he leaves it. He leaves it Sunday at 2:50 to go to weigh-in, and he'll be back here, in a couple years when we come back.
and someone will criticize, oh, you sat in the same place the whole time. Oh God. He goes, well, I caught fish, didn't I? Look where I'm standing. I'm 20 pounds ahead of the, so that you can't, you can win, but you can't win sometimes. But he will probably win. But it remains to be seen.
In the afternoon,
Someone could catch 5 fish that are 9 pounds apiece. You never know tomorrow.
Execution has not been up to par, but we got one of the right ones, 6-pounder in the box, which that was a difference maker today. That got me closer to where I feel like we need to be.
Oh, there it is.
Mm-hmm. That's not the one he's just caught a couple fish. That was the one that was yesterday's recipe.
Yesterday's lunker.
Yes.
Lunker lure. The bass, good for Bassmatics. Again, I was telling you earlier, small world. My good buddy is married to Brandon's sister, Bree, and it turns out we've hung out a bunch of times. Had no idea, and great family. Kirk Beatty, Bree, they got their baby at home.
Did you used to say, "Oh, so your brother-in-law fishes for a living"? Well, does he make a living like I make a living? Did you ever do? And now you know who it is. Now you're like, oh, he does.
Now I'm nervous to even talk to her. I don't even think I can look her in the eyes anymore. I can't look at him. It's like Fergie and Jesus all mixed in one. I can't even look at him. It's like a halo around him.
Fergie and Jesus?
Don't you remember? Step Brothers? When he first sang?
I want to be able to lay
I
the
can't
hammer
even look
down.
at you right now.
The old family friend you never knew you had.
Yeah.
How about that?
Hey, all I know is when everyone started leaving and Brandon's there by himself, he now has plenty of room for activities.
So much room for activity. Hey, do you like guacamole?
I do not. No, I'm a queso guy, sorry.
Well, that was the next line. Jumps on the bed right after that. Hey, do you like guacamole? He goes, mm-hmm, and he jumps. Brad's collapsed. Are you guys using power tools? No!
You just spoiled a movie for me. I've been holding it all these years.
Don't tell him what happens at the end of Sandlot.
Ice, Ice Baby. It is a good song. It sure is.
Brandon Palaniuk, life gets more and more comfortable the more he fishes today. He's actually struggled to get a few in the boat. today. I mean, as far as the tussle with the actual fish goes, his count 3 that have come off on him, but still not doing too shabby out there. A lead of 21 pounds and 14 ounces unofficially. Let's just call it 22 pounds as it stands right now. David Gaston, Greg DiPalma back up into 3rd place. John Garrett and Will Davis are our top 5. 2025 champion power equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee. Of course, the weigh-in starts right here on Bassmaster.com at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll take the field down to 10 for the final day for Championship Sunday. Also, though, at that same time, something else starts up over on YouTube. It's called Moultrie Behind the Tanks. And there's a man, Pat Renwick. Pat and the crew get behind the tanks and talking to the anglers before they weigh in, sort of unfiltered, unedited comments. And as you would pick up a few insights and maybe some revelations about what went out on the water today, what went on out of the water today. News you did not know you might could pick up on Moultrie Behind the Tanks. So check that out. Thank you so much for checking out our Bassmaster live coverage today. Coming to you from here, also at the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. And Peter, finally a big one comes into the boat today for Brandon Palaniuk. Now, was that just a random thing, or is that the start of another deluge like we saw yesterday?
It's a deluge. You can call it a deluge. Listen, he caught a 6-pounder. I don't care what you call it. That is good work, and that's what he does. He's sitting there. He's waiting for them to gather back up as all the other boats leave. They come and they go, and he sticks it out. He's went from bait to bait to bait to bait. He's changed 12 times, and he winds up catching that 6-pounder exactly what he needed. He lost a couple other fish. We caught it live. We caught it on the drone. He said, I shouldn't have moved it that way. Sure enough, 15 minutes later, he catches a 6-pounder, slips out of his hand once, twice, feet times a matey, winds up getting it in the boat, and look where he's sitting right now.
Absolutely, yeah, sitting pretty.
Little
I think
rascal.
we can say that. Well, I tell you, I think we got a Yamaha on the line coming up.
We do, Tommy.
We're going to dial in Kyle Jesse. Kyle on site there, on location, having wrapped up the halftime show for us there. And Kyle, thanks for making a little more time for us today. Now, we've all watched what's transpired today. Such an enormous, overwhelming lead for Brandon Palaniuk. So the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is to give us, Kyle, some reasons to keep watching this tournament. I mean, you could say, oh, it's over. You don't want to go. Why do you want to stick around?
Well, Tommy, because it's Florida and anything can happen, right? I mean, I'm going to do my best job to sell this to you, but we've seen it in the past, giant leads. It's not uncommon to see a guy go out on the final day and I don't want to say zero because I don't want to put that on anybody, but struggle mightily. And at the same rate, it is Florida in the sense that somebody from behind can catch a 34-plus pound bag. We saw it obviously yesterday here at weigh-in. We know what lives in Lake Okeechobee. Anything can happen, and you heard Brandon Palaniuk talk about it, just moments ago about how he wants to catch all that he possibly can today because Brandon's a smart guy. He's done this for a really long time, had so much success. He knows that anything can happen on that final day.
Yeah, we always talk about big leads on day one, Kyle, but we know there's 3 more days to this tournament. When you set a 10-pound lead on day 2 and 20 pounds over 3rd place, it's one of those deals. If your closest pursuer struggles like GDP did this morning a little bit, Brandon's just pacing the rest of the field. If they catch 17, I just need to catch 17. They have no shot at catching me. Today, he's going to be well on his way to 100 pounds when he checks in, as long as he's not late. Did you see this coming? We both talked and we thought 90 pounds, but 100 plus easy maybe?
I'll say I'm a little surprised. You know me, Ronnie. I mentioned it yesterday. I always try to shoot a little lower than what I actually think it is, just so you're not shooting too high. We've had a tendency to do that on the podcast a time or two, but I'd say I'm certainly surprised by the way it's happened, right? I mean, it wouldn't be all that surprising if you saw a guy out on the lake hit the right wave of the spawners coming in and really blast them for 4 days in a row. But the way it's worked out for Brandon, fishing around a crowd, fishing around, not only a crowd, guys that are in 2nd, 3rd, in the top 10, I'd say I'm certainly surprised by that.
When you see just a tsunami of big fish like we saw from Brandon yesterday and now continuing the momentum into today, it sucks all the air out of the room, and rightfully so, Kyle. It does. I mean, that's what we've been paying most of our attention to. Can you name for us another performance that's caught your eye that's been sort of impressive down there besides that of Brandon Palaniuk?
I got to go with John Garrett. I mean, John has made a habit out of making these semifinal Saturdays interesting. Did it just last week at St. John's River. Another great bag today, over 21 pounds on Bass Track, jumping into the top 5 right now. I think that's a big thing. I mean, John is super, super consistent across the country. You don't necessarily think of him as a Florida, stick, so to speak, but he's certainly proven it this week and last week. So I'm going to say John Garrett would be my surprise performance here.
Yeah, and last year as well when he went on the Harris chain. Well, Kyle, thank you so much. Appreciate it once again, and we'll look forward to talking to you again tomorrow. Yamaha on the line with Kyle Jesse. And now back to you, Ronnie.
Yeah, at the Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge, wanted to follow up on Brandon Palaniuk a little bit. Obviously, I don't know, did my mic just die? I'm sorry. No, it's still on. It sounds funny in my ear. At the Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge, talking about Brandon Palaniuk, and if you picked him for Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, congratulations, because he's going to have most likely the victory if everything goes well, and he's going to get double points there. He's going to have one of the biggest fish of the tournament, big bag as well. But really, it's kind of the question is, you could put Brandon Palaniuk on your Falcon Rods Drain the Lake any event this season, but you can only use him once. And so my question for all the fantasy guys like Such, yourself, Tommy, where did you pick him? Because I put him at the Pasquotank. And you could think, why don't you save him for St. Clair, Mississippi River, places he's done well. I think 10 Killer could be a tough tournament where he could thrive. I put him at the Pasquotank because we've never been there before on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and it seems like when we go to new fisheries, there are just a few guys. I wouldn't be surprised if Greg Hackney turns around his season and does well at the Pasquotank, but Brandon Palaniuk was the one. I had him here. It's a lot. You could put him a lot of places. Fork probably as well. Hartwell, no doubt. 10 Killer and all the rest. Pasquotank River was where I have him circled. So if he wins the event before the Pasquotank, I'm a little heartbroken, but either way, it's been phenomenal for him. So that's where I've got him. If you picked him this week, what a pick.
Hey, yeah.
I mean, no one probably saw.
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
If you did that, I honestly have to say you either love Brandon Palaniuk or you have not paid attention in the past, because Okeechobee has not been
his
kind to
bugaboo
him.
for sure. Absolutely.
105th place when he won AOY.
Such, where did you pick him at? Go, don't lie. No, you didn't pick him at the Pasquotank. No way.
Turn on, we
I gotta
get a
change my
little bit
pick.
of activity, and then it kind of shuts down. But gosh, I feel like if we could get one big one, one big one won't put us up there. We got 5 little ones right now, but like, gosh, so much can happen here when they start turning on in the afternoon. Man, I'm like holding my breath because I feel like any cast is going to be one of those big ones. Just want to be ready for it when it decides to eat. But all day I've been fighting it, wanting to leave, and it just, it was so good in the afternoon that I was like, I gotta just wait it out. But we'll see. We got a little bit of time left. A lot can happen in that little bit of time.
We've said Florida's fickle. We have 4 new people in our top 10. John Garrett came from 12th. Jacob Fouts is 10th right now. He came from 13th. Gyoya Fujita was 20th, and he's up there with 22 pounds there, big bag in 6th place. And Jordan Lee is now 8th. He came from 25th. And Canterbury, you say, is low on his Bass track?
Don't count out Canterbury. 38th.
He was 38th.
He could sneak into
he's right there to
7th, 8th, 9th, somewhere in there.
I think it'll be decided in the next hour, Ronnie. We're getting up there for check-in time.
Let's see if Paul Mueller will talk to us for a minute here.
Oh, you know he will.
All right, well, we got a little wind here, so we're picking up a moving bait, covering water, trying to get a big bite, and I think that's the best way, hit as many targets as you can. And the wind is the key. It's been pretty slick, but the wind blows a little bit, then it lays down, blows a little bit, lays down. I'm hoping maybe we'll get a steady wind. And you really don't need much sometimes. You need a little bit of wind, though. So we're just going to cover as much water. I'm kind of going through stuff I haven't fished since day 1, too. So, which it's very sparse here. I don't know if that's the right thing to do, but there's fish throughout all this stuff. It's just a matter of, making one react. I mean, some of that thicker cover, unfortunately, doesn't have as much water on it. And, you know, if there was some thick cover out here, you know, you'd probably be able to, you know, something isolated, even something like that. I mean, there might be a big one sitting on it. So there's a lot of scattered cover here. And there's fish that spawn out here too. But there's a lot of tilapia. They spook really easy. So you're kind of dealing with that too. But I feel like the best way to get a good bite right now is a bladed jig. So that's what we're just need one good bite, or maybe two, depending on how good that good bite is.
Thank you, Paul Mueller. And I think we found, Such, a new sound effect for your alarm for the big fish
I do
alerts.
not like that sound.
All these little reeds, though, and then there's wood in the water too. So
Flurries. Paul Mueller reminded me of his 2014 Classic Flurry. He had 32 pounds, 3 ounces. To this day, the biggest weight in a Bassmaster Classic.
That's
Single
right.
day, 5-fish limit.
That's right. Memorable day for sure.
One more fish. He may have been their second nation angler to win a Classic.
Back to Jason Christie. Caught a big one the last time we looked in on him.
Only 2 fish, though. He is.
Is that a fish? It's wrapped up a little bit?
No, not a big one.
Ravage.
Broke off the reed stem.
Yeah.
I thought it was a giant. Hey, if he's 12 inches right now, he's a giant. Boom. God, when I bowed up on him, I thought, oh my.
Yeah, this was the last time we stopped in here. Different story.
Come here. Come here, come here, come here.
I love the way he walks away. We just grab and doesn't even look at it. Just like get in here.
Giant. Look at that.
Beautiful.
Thought it was a catfish, Tommy.
It did.
Jig went thump,
I might
and
not
it
catch
did
him in
earlier, but it was a
minutes,
catfish this time.
Almost went south to catch
He got
7
catfished by a
pounds.
bass.
Right there, 7 pounds.
He's still that's just his third fish. He's still about 6 pounds from where we think the top 10 cut will be.
7-pounder right there. Yeah, he needs another one if he wants any sort of insurance about getting into the top 10, and even that wouldn't be a guaranteed insurance. Such, have we got some unaccounted for out there? Some without scrutineers, as they say in Canada?
Yeah, tons of them.
We'll be right back. Well, the clock is going somewhere right now, and that is in the direction of the weigh-in. A little more than an hour's time left for our first flighters, and just 15 more minutes than that for the second flighters. We're down to 50 on this day, and we're going to take it down to 10 at the weigh-in with Dave Mercer. Starts right here, Bassmaster.com at 3 o'clock. Brandon Palaniuk has got the lead. I don't expect to see him unseated from that position at the weigh-in, but again, there are some anglers we don't know their totals for the day. David Gaston in second place, having a great tournament. This third year angler from Alabama. Greg DiPalma, our day one leader, hanging into the top 3. John Garrett out of the top 10 and up into the top 5 during the course of today. Will Davis Jr. His lowest, the lowest he has sunk during the course of this tournament. Usually he's been in the top 3 positions. Kyoya Fujita also from outside the top 10. Having a good day, better day out here on day number 3. Downey, Lee.
Gaston only needs 41 pounds, 4 ounces today to match Palaniuk.
When you say it like that, it sounds really attainable, Such.
Mm-hmm. He's going to have to go shopping at Piggly Wiggly, catch 4 or 5 pigs in a row.
Did you get that from Dave Mercer?
No, who says what? He says Piggly?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, really?
There's a Piggly Wiggly and got a whole sack full. That's what he says at the wedding.
Really?
Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, you know, we call big bass pigs,
say like
hogs, slobs, slobzillas, slobberooskies.
Knowing you, I thought you'd say like you went to Publix and got a pub sub or something. That's what I thought you'd say.
Yeah, but it's got to have pig in it. I mean, if I smell pork products, you know we're in good shape.
Come on. Ronnie, watch him. If he says flippity flop.
Yeah, exactly. What did he say, slobberooski earlier, and then he said slobzilla just again?
Yep.
David Gaston's got a 41-pounder on right now.
Yep.
Could be.
It could be a bass eating another bass.
George Perry is shaking right now.
That'd be news.
That was a quiet chunk. Look at that
Not
tail
a bad
hanging
one at
out.
all. This afternoon window is working out for sure.
I love that David likes that right now. He's over the 11.8. He's like, okay, let's get down to business.
David's going to start putting him in arm's length ahead of third place.
A little cool in action.
I think he'll put back a 2.5 pounder or less.
Oh man. 4.2. They look prettier than a 4.2.
Not quite a 2-pound cull. He's got a 2.5, 2.5, 4.2.
He's going to be up there with the likes of John Garrett, 21 pounds even today, roughly. Should be.
I think he's looking for his balance beam.
Yeah.
Oh, you just got it.
Let me get right here. You good. You can just get wherever you want to get it. Don't matter. I'm going to open this up and let you fall into it. Let you see all my pretty impulses.
Got to build your fortress so they don't jump out of the live well in that dark water and lose. They call for you.
I've had that happen. I think we've all had it happen. Somehow they just know. They see that little bit of light. They're like, pew! And you see him going by. You're like, wow, that was a long wait for that fish, and now he's gone.
Borderline thinking about draining my live well.
I finally grew up, Tommy. I have plexi windows on my 2 live wells on the back of my offshore boat. You know, when I do my shows on them, when I fish, you know, tournaments on, and I'm able to see my bait and know that everything's good and live and well. You know,
it's just a security blanket, sort of.
You used to go out there, you back down on something, and you get a vapor lock, and your bait wells are shut off.
Oh.
It doesn't happen anymore because I have this system. It's a real nice like bait well system from B.A.S.S Marine, but boy, seeing your baits and it feels good.
Yeah, good thing those things are cheap. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, not cheap, right?
When you fish your whole life, when you're 50-something years of fishing, you deserve plexi windows on your bait wells.
You've earned it. That's right.
You've earned plexi.
Days of self-denial are over.
Koya Fujita just culled. He's up to 24 pounds on Bass Track. Coming from 20th place. He's in 5th right now with a total of 53.15.
Best limit of the day, right, Such?
Well,
that we know of.
Ronnie has some spies out there saying Canterbury may be above that. On Bass Track, Canterbury has 20 pounds, 12 ounces from 38th. He's in 13th right now. If he's got 25, he could be in the cut.
That's not very big.
Yeah, there's a race for the blue trophy. There's a race for points going on, all up and down that leaderboard. So. Tomorrow there'll be a race going on between Brandon Palaniuk and a Century Belt.
Be a good hard fight. Most likely for second place. You know, like there's going to be some big fish that are caught with good implications, but it just might not be for the top title tomorrow, unless we see one of those tough final days for the leader that we've seen. You know, there's a reason you build a big lead. When you can extend the lead, you do it because you never know when a singular spot may dry up.
That's why that guy's still fishing right now.
I'm curious, DiPalma, 29.12 there. Davis, 26 pounds. They have abandoned that spot, even though Brandon Palaniuk is still catching 20 pounds out of it.
Sometimes you just do not.
Spooked.
Even
Not
if
your
they're
style,
friends,
it's not your.
Well, even if they're your friends, it sucks watching someone else catch one right in front of you.
Oh, it's happened so many times.
You just got to get out of there.
Well, you know, you talk about the other guys leaving there. Look, he locked it down here. He is not moving. So guys are coming in, giving it a shot. We didn't get him. We're moving back out. He's staying there, and that's why he's catching them, because he's not straying from what he knows, straying from where the fish are known to be, where he sees them. I mean, everything he's doing is correct. He's not rushing. He's getting it done. And he's lost, you know, he's had 5 fish come off.
Yeah.
A couple big ones, too.
It's not that because he's just an angler and a gentleman. He's got no place else to go.
And he's hooked up. It sounds like we've got a marching band.
I understand. Eyes in the studio.
Oh,
my goodness.
Wow. The Mardi Gras outside came inside. Let's go.
Fantastic.
Oh, my goodness. What a great group. Mardi Gras parade in Little
Check them out, ladies and gentlemen.
There it is.
That's a first, Tommy.
That is the Pine Bluff High School marching band. There's a Mardi Gras parade going on outside of our studio right now, and they took a left when they maybe should have taken a right, but we get to finish. Thank you. Thank you.
Incredible.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Great job, guys.
I thought they switched up the Power Pole replay of the day music, honestly. I didn't know what was going on there.
I thought we had a piper down in the back. I thought I heard the first sound, and I said, somebody just fell down the back.
I thought somebody had got into the fireworks or something. There we go. We didn't know what was going on here. Obviously, they said there might be a surprise in the studio. They told me 2 minutes before that. And okay, all right, what kind of prank is this going to be?
Did they just flag them down and say, hey, come in here, we're on TV or something?
I thought they were going to throw Bass up on the table here and say, do something with it.
Thank you, Pine Bluff High School marching band. Good stuff. Laissez le bon temps rouler.
Oh.
Into the last hour of fishing time we go here. Day number 3, semifinal Saturday. The Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee. Brandon Palaniuk, obviously, the man in charge to the tune of, yes, 20 pounds. 20 pounds, nearly 20 pounds. David Gaston, though. David Gaston, let's think about that. Now, Ronnie Moore, you pointed this out. He's in danger of kind of joining Brandon Palaniuk and just run away from the planet with him.
Yeah, the leaderboard eerily feels like the Open last year, where Scott Martin was on a 30-pound per day pace, and second place Tucker Smith averaged over 20 pounds a day, but lost by such a big margin. David Gaston now breaking 60 pounds. He's on a 20-pound per day average now, and he's still way behind. So it feels very similar to last year's Lake Okeechobee Open for 3 days.
Peter Mueller, yes or no, Brandon Palaniuk is going to catch another 6 to 7 pound class fish before this day is over?
I feel like he's got another hour and he's back on him again. I mean, he just got that bite. He's missed like 4 or 5 fish, which is surprising. And now he's back on him. He got that 6-pounder, and I feel like he's in the spot. This is when they bit. I think he's got another couple shots before the end of the day, and he could very well catch another giant.
All right. Other question is, have your ears recovered from the Pine Bluff High School marching band?
That was a nice surprise, but
that
I really
was great.
thought somebody was injured in the back, and I was concerned, and then it turned out to be a wonderful surprise. So thank you to JM.
I thought Howard was getting beat up back there.
Well, let's launch into our Toyota Midday Report so as to catch everyone up who's just checking in with us today, wondering what in the world a marching band is doing in the studio. We'll get into that maybe. But Jason Christie, previously had been going a long ways down south and decided not to go that far today, Ronnie.
Yeah, Jason had the, I'm going to go do the safe thing and catch 7 to 10 pounds and call it a week. I made day 3. Or I do the bold thing and fish these reeds not down south. And for Christie, the water quality seems to be fine. So he stopped and stayed, and it's paid off.
Bob Downey had a giant yesterday. Has not gotten himself around any giants today, so he knew that what he has to do is just get some middling-sized ones and get the best of that group. Get some good, solid ones in the boat, get yourself a limit, and hope you can stay in the top 10.
just ever so consistent for Bob Downey. There's a couple guys that are being like that. Bo Browning, John Cox. They're going to be in our top 10 tomorrow possibly, but they hadn't really made many waves today, but they're doing their job to make a championship Sunday. We keep getting distracted with Brandon Palaniuk's big lead and his performance. That is a shooting star moment, but everybody else is doing exactly what they need to be doing right now.
And who knows what's going to open up for who tomorrow.
Absolutely. You don't want to go risk it too early.
No.
Where, oh, the door opened and I took an unnecessary risk. We wait till tomorrow and let it be what it's going to be.
That's right. You can only fall so far tomorrow, that's for sure. Or not at all. Will Davis. Will Davis has had a great tournament down here. He's one of that original quartet that found that super sweet spot on day number 1. And has profited from the experience, that is for sure, but he's just unable to keep pace with Brandon Palaniuk.
Yeah, he caught a bunch of fish early. Remember, he had 5 fish
before we came live.
Exactly, in the first 20 minutes of fishing.
What I like about that, Tommy, is that we've seen him fish the community hole area with everyone else. He was the wormer. He had the worm going for him on a shaky head, on a swing head. He was the one who really kind of started the flurry for that group of 4 anglers.
Yeah.
Then day 2, it turns into a treble hook, jerk bait, crankbait bite. He catches some doing that, but he goes away from the spot, catches them as well. Today, goes away from the spot early and does it all on a swim jig, starts to flip a little as well. I think Will Davis has said, hey, what's the 4th way I can catch him tomorrow? Maybe we'll see him throw a popping frog all day. I don't know.
I just don't expect him to quit catching fish. He's one guy you can count on in that department.
Yeah, whoever comes back, is going to have to make a huge comeback with giants. They're going to have a well full of giants.
No doubt about that. Greg DiPalma was the man of the hour on day number 1, had by far the biggest limit, bumping up against 30 pounds. He has not been able to get close to that in the days since, but he has been a gamer. He's been trying everything he can in order to put himself in a position should some more big ones show up for him.
It's the epitome of what Lake Okeechobee is right now, Tommy. The potential to catch 30 pounds, most places, is there. Whether it connects in the lake or not remains to be seen. But it's one of those, you go catch a giant bag one day, and you just got to figure out how to protect it. Greg's done a good job protecting it, but Palaniuk is just the one toughing it out in the best spot on the lake right now.
And he's doing great work. I mean, in a normal tournament, normal setting, this 60-pound range is kind of what you would expect. But then you get a guy like Brandon Palaniuk who's got got 80-pound class, right now. So, DiPalma's doing very well. He's catching them everywhere he goes. He's just, he's kind of not had the giant setup like Palaniuk has. And Palaniuk's just put on a clinic there in that area with 3 giants back to back. And of course, Dave Gaston, with 11-pound, 8-ounce slob of Ruski, yesterday for the big fish, a record fish for this elite event. And getting that fish in the boat must have felt great. And he also has a great bag today. He's been very consistent. He's got 3s, 4s, and 5s today. So he's doing very well.
Yeah, it seems to be very comfortable down here at Lake Okeechobee. Finished 23rd down here. Finished 44th down here. No, excuse me. Yeah, 44th in 2023. Got too many numbers floating around me.
David is living in an area on Okeechobee currently that has been putting out a lot of big stringers in local tournaments, whether they're 1-day or 2-day weekend tournaments. Been a very good place. We've seen some guys on live this week in the same area, but get outfished by David Gaston. He's been using a chatterbait, a bladed jig to perfection this week. But we do know that 11.5-pounder was not caught the style he's fishing right now. It was caught sight fishing, and so that's the X factor. Can you go get 20 pounds doing a pattern and then go hunting for 1 bite to make it a 26 to 28-pound bag?
Well, from David Gaston, it's a good ways up the leaderboard, but only one position to find Brandon Palaniuk. He's been running full speed for the last 3 days. There's no question about that. And look at that weight right there, almost 80 pounds. And not done for today yet.
And he's had more shots. That 80 pounds is with 5 fish probably that came off today. One we saw clearly come off, and he's doing great. I mean, just obviously, but 9, and a 7.5 yesterday, just phenomenal fishing. You can't leave that spot. You can't leave the fish. You have to be doing what he's doing, cranking everything he's got through there. 12 rods, 12 different baits, using them all.
Not saying that he's not excellent all across the country. Those tough weight tournaments, the small fish tournaments at times, I don't know how frequently we see Brandon's name, but if it's a big bass tournament, Okeechobee, Santee Cooper, Sam Rayburn, the smallmouth lakes
Toledo
up north, Toledo Bend, it seems like he always shows up. And this week he is, I know the recipe. Here's the spot. I've got to now figure out each day how they want the bait presented. And I think that that's the 3 things that you need to win a tournament: the spot, the style, and the timing. And he has negotiated
and a good
well.
bloodletting. That's always good. It rids you of the bodily humors.
Lets the evil spirits out.
That's right. That's a good leeching or a good bloodletting. Either way, you're going to clean your system out.
That is your Toyota Midday Report. Let's get back on the water very quickly to see what is going on with Bob Downey.
We heard John Cox explain.
Oh, give it to me.
Afternoon sets up good. Oh. To catch a big, and somebody's going to catch a big one.
Oh, yeah.
That's a better one.
Was it me or did that fish hit
Oh,
the
yes,
knot?
dude. Heck yeah. That might be a helper on the frog. On our little schooling point. That was fun.
We've seen a lot of fish schooling in this region of the lake. Right up against the reeds, whether it's on small fry or not, and you see them starting to boil and school.
That's what we've been missing.
Golly.
It's the one element we have not had, and that was a good way to get back into that. Very nice. Little frog bite for you.
I think we know what we should do. We should text 2nd through 10th and say the only thing you can throw tomorrow is a frog. If you're not going to win, let's just have fun with every bite that we see. You know what I'm saying?
I'll let you do that. See what kind of reactions you get there.
We're going to group text, Tommy.
No. Yeah. Back to Jason Christie. Got one giant, one small one, and a challenge. Well, no, he's got
two small ones.
Two small ones.
Because outside our top 10. Needs a big one.
There it is.
Choked it. We ain't catching many, but I mean, I'm so glad I didn't swing her. She just skinned
That's
us.
a nice
I mean,
one.
she.
That's a chug. They would call that a chuggarooski. Chugged it right down. You see when he picked up that 7-pounder earlier? You see how dark the bass was? Did you see the size of the head on that fish?
Oh, absolutely.
It was ridiculous. Last time I saw a mouth like that, it had a hook in it.
Tommy's almost to a full house. One more big one, he'll have 3 bigs and 2 smalls.
Yeah. He's back inside our top 10, though. Started 10th, he's up to 8th.
We will not leave from here to that clump over there by weigh-in.
Well, Jason Christie making enough noise to make his way back into the top 10. That is huge right there. Wouldn't hurt to get a little insurance there, and he's got some time to do that. He didn't make the super long run today, so maybe he can fish for 10, 15 more minutes, something like that. That would be excellent. Making some noise. Talk about making some noise. We made a little noise in the studio. Woo. Not us.
Scared us.
Special guests, surprise guests, joined us in the studio. They said, now, wait a minute, someone's coming. And it turned out to be, there's a Mardi Gras parade going on outside of our studio today. And
we've been hearing this. It's just been a lot lower volume and off in the distance.
Yes.
The great band from Pine Bluff High School, and they took a wrong turn, came right into our studio. I think they've rejoined the parade. We have reports that they have rejoined the parade.
They came in quiet and finished strong.
Howard Downs has done so many live shows. I'm going to let him do whatever to surprise and mix it up and say, okay, we can invite in an elephant tomorrow. Maybe you'll ride in on an elephant, Tommy.
Oh, what great sports, what a great group of kids to come and join us in the studio. We love stuff like that. Thanks again, one more time. Pine Bluff High School Marching Band. Back at Okeechobee, but look at some pictures from the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series presented by Native Watercraft. Bassmaster Kayak Series is in full swing this year. You can get involved. It's a great gateway to competitive tournament fishing. Their schedule includes events at Dale Hollow, 10 Killer. They just finished one up at Kissimmee.
They started the year at Havasu.
Yeah, started at Havasu. Some good stuff. And Got Toledo Bend coming up. That's their classic, and sort of in conjunction with the Bassmaster Classic.
March 19th through the 20th, Tommy. I mean, it's not that far from Fort Worth region, so why not go do it, and then we'll crown a champion on the Classic stage before the Elites roll back in.
Yeah, at least check it out. Well, we got people on the move. Everybody's on the move. Got the Tri-Tune there, Peter. You're talking about getting you one of those, right?
Electric motor, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Bass Pro sells them.
Yeah, I think they do. I think they've been in that business a little while. If memory serves. Yeah, time running out. You see those boats, you hear them all over the lake, getting ready to move on back. Some anglers are en route back at this point, the ones in the far-flung parts of Lake Okeechobee, massive Lake Okeechobee here. All 450,000 acres with only 159 miles of shoreline.
You know, Ronnie, you had mentioned when I called the parade of boats a fleet, I said it was more of a saltwater thing, but you guys are saying their first flight. So I'm thinking fleet, flight, I think it's okay.
Yeah,
I think we're okay.
I didn't say it was wrong, I just said it was different.
Safe zone. We're all safe.
Yeah, you're safe. Judges say we accept fleet.
Are we safe?
Yeah,
okay.
We're good.
I was just...
Flight week. Brandon Palaniuk, look at the size of that lead. David Gaston, well, he's the closest, but man, those two are way clear of the rest of the field. And there they are right there.
I got you.
David Gaston in his third year here.
Good, I want to talk to him anyway.
Good tournament up at the St. John's. Just out of the top 20, 21st.
You see the wind just coming over the top of those rocks, just missing him in that slick water,
Trying to
David.
get some last-minute heroics. Oh, awesome fish.
Brandon Palaniuk slowing it down for the moment. David Gaston was, of course, Brandon Palaniuk was the headline. But the first story, you go down the page a little bit, it's going to be David Gaston and that giant that he brought to the weigh-in stand yesterday, 11 pounds and 8 ounces. That put him in the record books. Yeah, giant bass. Put him in the record books.
The whole time we've been in Florida, we have not had a double digit.
Puts him in the top 10 all time. Big fish with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
What a beaut. Look at that thing.
That is
perfection.
Just doesn't. I mean, it looks real, but it's unreal.
Yeah.
The size of that thing, the scale, I should say.
Just 4 ounces short of the overall lead. Boom, shakalaka, giant bass.
Say it again, Dave.
Oh boy, the whole time
There's not many people in the world that have caught a fish that size, like professional, bass fishermen that fish a lot of days a year. I've never caught anything like that. I'll tell you, that is a special
after
fish.
lifetime, yeah.
Net in a tournament to boot.
Under all that pressure.
He has stayed on task today, too. This is the one shot we have had of him.
I joked earlier about George Perry's fish and the record weight fish. What if that happened on Bassmaster Live in a tournament by an angler? Like, wouldn't that be the
craziest,
be-all, end-all?
I
mean,
yes.
You catch that on live TV in a tournament, I'm going straight to weigh-in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm going to hang out. Make sure it counts and maybe go fill my limit. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know if the bait just gets higher and it sucks them up off the bottom or what, or if they just show up.
That was just one of the treats that was on hand for the fans that showed up for the weigh-in in Okeechobee. This is Brandon Palaniuk's turn at the stand. 34 pounds, 10 ounces. Let me read Dave Mercer's lips here.
and with 58 pounds. Prodigy is leading the champion power equipment Bassmaster Elite on Lake Okeechobee. Boom, boom, double guns loaded, and Palaniuk shoots the lights out here on day number 2. You just witnessed history. Wow, 34-10, a new record.
Those two biggest came pretty much one right after the other, right after the stroke of noon yesterday.
It's hard to wrap your head around that picture, the picture of 5. What I keep seeing is when he's trying to grab that rugby ball, which is like 25 inches by 22 around, or what, 23 around.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Swinging it in the boat like that. I just can't get my mind off that.
My word.
That's when you really see how big they truly are.
Only 10 lakes in the history of the Bassmaster Elite Series have we handed out century belts, 100 pounds for 4 days of fishing, and this is one of them. Will it happen again for a second time?
It's crazy. Koya Fujita's having a great day, just called with a 4 and change, up to 25.5. He's still 10 pounds less than what Brandon Palaniuk did yesterday.
Suge, what's Brandon's smallest fish right now?
It says 3.0 on Bass Track.
Okay.
He's got 3.844, 5.0, 6.0. So he could have a couple more ounces at 21.12 and over 79.13. He could be in the 80 pound in ounces.
It'd be nice for him to crack that 80 to go into tomorrow feeling strong.
Yeah, it looked good with needing 42 pounds, less than 42 pounds over the final 2 days. 58 pounds, wow.
Make another move here. Looks like we're going to check in on Bob Downey. Bob hanging in there in 7th place.
He's got solid fish throughout, you know? 3s and 4s. Ooh.
Uh-oh. Thought he might have a kicker there for a minute.
Oh, gosh. All of a sudden, my line just went limp.
Says he's still got
That was an absolute giant when it went limp like that. Wow.
That's when that high rate of retrieve really helps. You get tight on that fish real fast when it comes at you.
That's a 3-pounder.
Yesterday had an 8.8 at about 140, then a 6.4 at 240 to jump into our top 10, get a camera today.
Sounds like that one's going to help him a little bit. Right there for Bob. One good big one do him a world of good, help secure a spot in the top 10. Maybe he's got time to catch one more before this day is wrapped up. We're getting into the last 30 minutes of fishing time. 3 o'clock's when they crank up the weigh-in. Back at the park, Brandon Palaniuk, the man on top. Bo Browning, the man on the bubble in 10th place. The Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite on Lake Okeechobee is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Oh, we're getting into the short rows, as they say, the final minutes of this tournament, the Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite. This is semifinal Saturday, crucial day. Only 10 will get to vie for the blue trophy, the second championship of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. The weigh-in looming, just a few minutes away.
Tommy? Got to clarify some things with TH Marine Pick'em, the 7 matchups. I'm over here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. Normally, Tommy, we may wait one of these days to declare the final winners on the final day, but most of these matchups knocked out today, already finished up. We still got one in progress. Brandon Palaniuk is leading the matchup between these two. Really, the question is, does Brandon Cobb be able to make it to final day tomorrow? Probably not, so that'll be decided at the weigh-in today. This was already decided this week. Cooper Gallant beating Jeff Gustafson. Jordan Lee beating Gerald Swindle. Right now, I believe I've lost out on that matchup. I've gotten those 2 matchups correct. Jason Christie probably fishing with us tomorrow. That will. It's already guaranteed that he beat Greg Hackney, but he may fish with us. Chris Zaldane was beating Steve Kennedy after day 1, but only 2 fish yesterday. So Steve Kennedy checks off and wins that matchup. Bill Lowen beat Tucker Smith, and Seth Fighter came back on day 2 to beat Matt Robertson. We will see how it matches up for everyone. 7 options. You can go 7-0 or various. I think I'm sitting at like a 4-3 right now. It was 5-2 last week, about 4-3 right now. I'm going to take it over from the screen. My boy Peter Miller's over here in the garage with us.
Playing with my frogs.
Talking some baits. Hey, we've seen jerkbaits factor, especially in the mornings. With Will Davis Jr. not on that spot, Brandon Palaniuk on the special spot. But we've also seen other guys start their mornings with swim jigs and chatterbaits. It'll be interesting, Peter, what we see go down tomorrow for bait selection-wise.
I'll tell you, everybody's using such a wide variety of methods that you're going to be using pretty much everything. If you can't get bites, you're going to switch and switch and switch until you do, and then who knows? But depending on the area, you're going to be using something different. I'd love to see a frog bite, big fish. Hey, visual eats is like, we all want to see that.
We've got Bob Downey in our top 10 right now. John Cox could make the top 10 as well. Those guys definitely could bring a frog out. When we think about the straight tail worm, like a stick bait, no matter what brand it is, it's great for Nico rigging. It's also great for pitching to reeds. We see a lot of anglers Texas rig, straight tail worm, but we see guys like Trey McKinney picking off fish in the canals, whether they're out on structure or just pitching it to fish accurately with a spinning rod. I'm interested to see what Kiyoya Fujita has up his sleeve, especially because he's in our top 10. We could see more flipping with a bigger weight, whether it's a jig or a Texas rig. That has started to come for the people who are on the lake, like Jason Christie. They're making it work. Whether they thought that was going to be their game plan or not remains to be seen. And then we also talk about the crankbaits, Brandon Palaniuk. I've got them, hopefully overnighted, coming, that we can show you those crankbaits tomorrow on Bass Live. No guarantee, but we're trying to get those. But
that's very similar to what he caught that 6-pounder on.
Absolutely.
The one that slipped through his arms a few times. And I have a theory on that. His sleeve got so wet, the material was so slippery that the fish just shot through his arms. That's what happened. No big deal. It happens.
We're in the garage. Tomorrow's going to be another bait. We're going to have to be prepared for what these anglers bring to the table, especially a couple who haven't been in the top 10, Peter, that make their way into Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Good job, guys. That frog looked like the Bob Downey frog that we just saw catch a fish a few minutes ago. See, the color is very close.
I wouldn't.
Might be the same.
Be surprised.
Could be the same. Back out to our leader, Brandon Palaniuk.
That one I hooked and never turned. I wish I just would have seen if it was a bass. Maybe not, but I just want, if it was a bass, I just want to know how big it was.
I mean, you saw a hard 8-pounder pulled me the other day.
I know.
So, I'm sure your 9s pulled just as hard.
They were stout. And my rods had a little bit more give than yours did.
Oh, yeah?
The rod, a cranking rod takes the absorption.
Oh, yeah.
Yours was not a cranking rod.
No, it was not.
The only thing to absorb it was you.
I'll never forget that.
I won't either.
Yeah, that was like, biggin'.
It was soap.
Uh-oh. Biggin', dude.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my. Maybe I shouldn't put the crankbait down. Well, that just changed the whole game.
Please stay on.
Golly. Holy crap.
Am I still calm?
When you're running up and down your gunnel there, that's...
He's still on there.
Oh boy, that's a nice one.
I'm in the freaking motor.
Trim it.
Oh gosh.
Oh no.
Hope I didn't cut my line.
Still on?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, how big is that?
I don't know, dude.
I guess you're coming back tomorrow. 20 minutes left. He's about to catch a giant.
Oh yeah, it's a giant.
Like a mega one.
Oh,
wow.
Dude.
I think he took second place back now, Tommy. I don't think he wants David Gaston.
God, I love bass fishing.
I love bass fishing.
Dude, I got a 1 pounder in there, literally.
Well, I mean, that's pretty awesome, but it's not good for me.
Yeah, well, dude, you're fine.
That's like a 7, isn't it?
Yeah.
God.
I'm not even gonna weigh it.
6 pound Cole will get him 2 pounds clear of David Gaston.
I love bass fishing. Yeah, you weren't nearly as calm as you were with the catfish, though.
Imagine that, your biggest fish of the day, and it gets hung up on your prop for a second, and then you're worried about the line. Does it have a frayed, or what's going to happen? Is it going to come up jump and it's going to hit something else?
Try to get back in the boat. Can you believe that?
Nerve-wracking.
We don't need that to happen anymore.
It's Brain. It's you. That's what it is. I got next to you, and all of a sudden they bit.
I guess.
You're good luck.
Why don't they just bite for me?
They did yesterday.
True.
And the day before that, and today. I don't know what it is, but it's got to be 6.5, 7. I think it had me down in a freaking motor. It dogged me, dude. I'll put it as a 6. I don't know what it weighs.
Look what he's using.
Shoot myself, you know what I mean?
That's what Brandon was saying. You can't put down the crankbait now. I should pick it back up. That's the one good thing about it. If it is cordial and you're sharing a spot, is able to throw different types of lures, Tommy, and pick up the clue faster.
Oh, well, yeah.
You don't know they're off a crankbait if you're throwing a jerk bait, you know, or they don't know. You don't know they're on a crankbait.
Everybody knows everything.
If you agree to fish together, everybody should throw something a little different
until you dial it in.
Yeah, joining of the minds.
I pulled off like 30 feet of line. Yeah, I felt it ran towards the motor. I thought it goes in the frickin' prop. I don't know how it came out, but it did.
That's called clean living.
Where you at, Brian?
Greg's going to be here tomorrow, isn't he?
I'm not even out there yet.
He's going to be in. We'll have 2 of the original quartet.
I bet that bite felt good.
Oh,
So
way better
I'm
than
now
1
saying-
pounder.
It would be interesting now that DiPalma's survived elsewhere and has now upgraded big time here. He's going to start here tomorrow with Brandon Palaniuk.
Sure.
Going to start here. That will be first and second deciding the tournament based on, like we're going to see how that tournament goes there.
Davis and DiPalma have been on a super grind. They've been in search of, and they've been working really, really hard.
Piecing it together.
And then a comeback to nail one here like that, like a 6.5, 7 pounder at the end of the day, right before their flight.
Yeah.
There's just nowhere else right now.
I put my 5th fish in the boat, and I was like,
DiPalma and Davis have to be confident to catch a 6+ pounder.
28
There's
miles
nowhere
there,
else.
28 miles back.
Maybe get bites, but not a 6 pounder.
I literally only fished 20 minutes. I call my limit.
Yeah, I'd say you made the right call.
Yeah.
6 pound Cole. Gives you what, 14-ish? 13, 14?
It was about 20-something feet there. Coming off those rocks down to about 20-something feet. I think I saw his
looked like she bit close, too.
It wasn't too far away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, it took me right in the outboard.
It wasn't too many cranks before you.
Yeah, I had her up.
Before she was wallering around next to the trolling motor.
Yep. But I think they're throwing up.
You had me nervous.
I was just wondering where the fish might
Back
sit,
there by
where
the
they might come
motor.
up and down.
Dude, it was in the motor.
Throughout the day.
She came out. I didn't do it. She came back the other way she came.
I like fishing 35, 36 feet. And then all of a sudden they move up that ledge and come up high, and then they go back down.
What a special spot.
Track them.
Amazing.
Dude. You would probably have 120 pounds you had to yourself.
That's what I was thinking.
Yep. Century belt. Well, where are you at total? You're going to be close if you can catch them tomorrow.
I was at 58, and I got over 20, so I'll be at
75, 76, 78.
I'll need I mean, I'll still need to catch them.
I know, that's impressive.
But I've only got one in 15 years.
Really?
At that fork tournament.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
God, I thought you had a lot of them.
No, that fork tournament was the only one I've ever gotten.
This just shows how hard it is.
Yeah, and these guys that come in just like, oh, I got 2 in 1 year, and like, it's so hard to get 100 pounds.
Kyle says he's leaving.
What? Okay. I'll see you back there with the mega.
You'll probably pass him.
I did the other day.
Did you?
Yeah.
These two guys are having a time. I mean.
I don't think that they made any agreements on day one where it's like, hey, the 4 of us share our winnings. We pool our winnings this week. And what it'll be, what it'll be. I don't think they did that, but it'd be a pretty good deal. Everybody caught them pretty good this week.
One more look at this one. Greg DiPalma.
Shout out to the camera guys, man.
Clawing his way back up into the second spot. Our day 1 leader, Greg DiPalma, fell out of that lead yesterday, but stuck with it. He did not get down about himself or anything, man. He was on purpose, on point. Look at him.
He didn't get down. He got down. He
Still
got
a long
funky.
ways back.
Yeah. That's amazing work.
Fun to watch, fun to watch. We got the top 10 going to be identified just minutes away when the weigh-in starts here. But we got a little more fishing to show you before that moment occurs here. So stick around and we'll be back here to Lake Okeechobee. About to the end of the day here, this very important day number 3, the Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee. Semifinal Saturday, weigh-in cranking up here in just a little less than 10 minutes. All our 50 will show back up in 2 separate flights. The first flight due in at that time, 3 p.m. Such an incredible tournament.
I'll say the last leaderboard we saw going to commercial just a couple minutes ago, closer margin from 2nd to 10th than 1st to 2nd, Tommy. So that, I think it was about 13 or 14 pounds from 2nd to 10th, and it's 19 pounds from 1st.
Oh, hey, here's a programming note for you. If you missed yesterday, that was the huge day out on Lake Okeechobee, or the connected waters to Lake Okeechobee at this event. Brandon Palaniuk, an incredible display. Okay, they're going to replay that. Day 2, they're going to play it tonight at 6 p.m. It's going to replay on the Roku Sports Channel. So you can see that day replayed for you in full, as I understand it, on the Roku Sports Channel tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern Time.
Very user-friendly.
Very user-friendly, yeah. Very cool to be able to get that opportunity. If you missed any part of yesterday, you'll definitely want to check that out. It was phenomenal, jaw-dropping.
Everybody
Back out on the
packing
water.
up. Can start to see, I guess it takes.
You see
Palaniuk wasn't leaving at 1:45 Central Time, 2:45 Eastern. He hadn't left yet, but he's left since. So I'm going to say it takes about 8 to 10 minutes to get to. And Bo Browning's just south of takeoff right now. Go under that bridge and hook a right.
He could sure use a cull. He's got 8.5 pounds today. He's fallen to 10th place.
And that's not good because Scott Canterbury's not above him, and we believe he could be.
Now on Bass Track, Browning is tied with Jacob Fouts. McKinney is right behind them, close.
I believe Bo Browning would get the nod between those because of his big day yesterday. Tiebreaker for anglers that is biggest single day weight.
If your Canterbury estimates are right, he's got 45.12 on Bass Track with 20.12 on today's weight. So if he's got 5 more pounds, he'd be over 50. He could get near 7th place near Bob Downey.
I don't know if it's over 25, but when it was at 20.12, or when it was 18.12, I was told he had 22 plus. And then when he goes to 20.12, I'm just going to assume it's 24 plus. So
Looking like a pretty fair chance you might have Kyoya Fujita on camera tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see what he is doing.
Absolutely.
Out there.
David Gaston's not wasting any time. He's getting in there on time and making sure everything's kosher.
Yeah, no need to take a chance.
You got guys like Scott Canterbury and Wes Logan still going to be able to fish for 15 more minutes.
Yeah.
I was told.
Was hoping for a big fish. Never had a big bite. I don't know. I mean, that's all you can do. It's all you can do. I'm content with it. It could have been a lot worse. So I'm real thankful for what I caught. And just, if I make it, I make it. I don't know what the deal is, so we're officially checked in. So I don't know. We'll see how it shapes out.
20, 22 pounds or more for David Gaston. That's a pretty nice day.
Yeah, that's strong.
Really. Get up here and park close, but I ain't got to carry no heavy water bag around.
Okay. Oh, just a tough day on the pond for me, you know. Yesterday day one was kind of tough. Kind of found him towards the end. Yesterday had a big day. Really did all my damage yesterday. And today I thought I could re-find them, but I just never did. I mean, these fish move in giant waves in and out of areas, and if you don't collide with them, you can jack around and do what I did today. But luckily, thank the Lord for a big day yesterday. We're going to get out of Florida with a good survival tournament and on to the next one.
I think he's leading Rookie of the Year as well. We'll leave here leading that.
That's right.
My bold prediction for the year was Bo Browning would be the Rookie of the Year leader after the first event. Not the case. I missed it by one event.
Yep.
That's pretty bold, Ronnie. Did everybody go with Easton Fothergill? And he is just so disappointed after.
We just moved. We made the right move.
Start.
We just didn't move quick enough. I just got tunnel vision. It's just hard to move around in this lake with it being a little bit low and the water being dirty everywhere. So at least we made up a lot of points with those two fish making a move. It's looking like we're not going to catch a limit, but we got two of the right ones.
He's got a 7 and a 5 in there.
Sitting in 8th place unofficially, total of 14-4 unofficially for Jason Christie. He'd be very fortunate to make it into the top 10 on that, but we will see.
I think fishing was tougher. I know there's going to be some guys that's going to smash them, but I think as a whole, I think it was a lot tougher.
Weather looking pretty much like today for tomorrow, Such.
Yeah, almost carbon copy.
More wind, less wind, maybe?
80 degrees.
They can be very stingy, and it's hard to get them to bite, but there's a lot can happen within, 12 hours of them being up there. After they get through doing their deal and they get ready to start biting again. But today was a good day. I mean, I caught a lot of fish early, but I didn't have to sweat it near as bad as I did last time or yesterday. Yesterday I had like 2 fish at 12 o'clock, so it felt good to catch a bunch early. So if we make it to tomorrow, we're gonna do the same thing and just go from there.
Another great day on a great lake. It's not one of the Great Lakes, but it is a great one. Strike up the band and let's hear it for Lake Okeechobee once again. And thank you for the high school, the Pine Bluff High School Marching Band, for taking a detour, taking a wrong turn into our studio. Turned out right for us. Congrats to all these 50s who made it through the first 2 days of competition. Worked so hard out there today. The weigh-in cranks up just a moment away or so. We will start to get the final picture put together for Championship Sunday. 10 anglers with a shot at it, and all of them with a giant mountain to climb, Mount Palaniuk. Brandon Palaniuk is going to be the main objective tomorrow. He has put the hay in the barn. He has done the necessary groundwork to set himself up for yet another Bassmaster Elite Series title. But again, you never know. Who else could crack the code? What could open up for who? We could see a lot of fireworks tomorrow, that's for sure. Could even get some sort of semblance of close. You never know. The weigh-in begins pretty much right now on Bassmaster.com. We will see you here tomorrow.
Tomorrow's the last day of the Elite season until mid-April, Tommy.
Oh, that's right.
Let's enjoy the day, okay?
Absolutely.
No points for our
we'll come
next
back
event.
in the Carolinas in several weeks because we got a classic coming. Coverage continues tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern time. A couple hours for you on FS1, and we'll continue with the weigh-in right here on Bassmaster.com.